What if Celeste became important to the Volturi masters? The Volturi castle had been in place in Volterra since the 15th century, when it had been completed. The vampires in residence lived in underground chambers, out of the sight of prying human eyes. However, they were nothing like the catacomb-loving vampires of television. They wore expensive designer suits, and collected art and literature from times long past. They were cultured and educated, and very much valued their privacy. So when Felix, the strongest of the Volturi guards, found a woman snooping around the garden, he hoisted her up and over his shoulder and carried her inside, kicking and screaming the entire way. Felix sped to the small throne room and set her down before the 3 chairs occupied by the vampires who had founded and led the Volturi coven for hundreds of years. Felix held the woman by her shoulders until she ceased struggling. Her fate would now be determined by the 3 masters. The woman scanned around the medieval-looking room after discovering that struggling against the big tree behind her was a wasted effort. At least the 3 men sitting on the carved wooden chairs appeared normal. The longer she stared, Celeste had to admit maybe normal was not the right word. They looked more than beautiful, oddly pale, and still as statues. She narrowed her eyes, trying to see better. Could it be were their eyes red? "Hello," she says, when she notices not one of them has said a word yet. "My name is Celeste Monroe. Look, I'm sorry if I trespassed. Well, I did trespass, but I am sorry. I didn't steal anything, so can I go now?" "I'm afraid not, my dear," the man seated on the middle chair replied simply. "Look, I didn't mean to jump your wall. I don't know what came over me. I just had to see your garden. I'm no criminal. I've never even gotten a traffic ticket." Who were these men in black, and what was this place? The castle was obviously old, but then Volterra was old. Although something about the man who spoke set Celeste trembling, her gaze never wavered from him. He was unlike anyone she had ever seen, but she definitely did not care for his condescending attitude. The man sitting to his right leaned over and held out his hand to the man in the middle, who held it briefly, before letting it go with a sigh. "Are you sure, Marcus? You've seen it for yourself, Arrow." So she had 2 names, Arrow and Marcus. Celeste wondered what the man on the left with the blonde hair was called. And just then, he spoke. "What is it, Arrow? Our brother says this young woman must stay with us. Keys. And why must we play hosts to a mere human? Marcus has seen this mere human will be important to us. It has finally happened, brother, after all our waiting. This woman is to be our mate." "Our mate?" Keys asked, seemingly pissed off. Perhaps she was drawn here under some compulsion. "We are never sure how these things work, my brother, but they are difficult to ignore. It has been so very long since Sulpicia and Athenadora were destroyed. But all 3 of us? That's absurd." So the other man was called Keys. "You're damned right it's absurd. I'm not planning on staying here," Celeste cried out loudly. Arrow rose from his chair and stepped down to walk over to the young woman. He gave Felix a quick glance and then held his hand out to the woman. "Are you seriously wanting to shake my hand after telling me I'm your prisoner?" She watched him, still as a statue, waiting for her to comply. She huffed and gave him her hand. She now waited while he lowered his head over her hand with a sigh, and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he released her hand and walked slowly back to his chair, looking like he was thinking very hard. "What the hell was that all about?" Celeste demanded. Arrow stopped and turned to face her. "You'd do better, my dear, to mind your manners. It will be easier for you to blend in." He continued to his chair, then turned and spoke to Felix. "Take our guest to one of the larger guest rooms, Felix. Have a care with her. No harm must come to her, understood?" "Yes, Master Arrow." Felix took the woman by the arm, whispering, "Please don't fight me, Miss Celeste. Now, let me show you to your room. I think you will find it more than pleasant, and if you're hungry, I'll get you some food." "Wait, we still need to talk. I have questions." Apparently, she had been dismissed, none of the seated men responding to her at all. Celeste decided to go along with things for now. She was hungry, and had very little money left. "Thanks, Felix. I could use something to eat and drink, if that's all right." As they left the room, Celeste could hear the raised voice of Keys, who was still seriously upset. "Of course, Miss Celeste. I'll see to it," They finally reached a set of double wooden doors that Felix opened, stepping aside to let her in. The moment she entered the large room, Celeste was impressed. It was outfitted with a king-size bed, and side tables with nice lamps on each side of the bed. In the far corner by a window sat a desk and chair. An old-fashioned wardrobe with built-in drawers sat against the right wall. Past that, Felix indicated the door that led into the bathroom. Celeste examined everything while Felix waited. The wardrobe was filled with clothing and shoes. How had that been accomplished in the short time she had been here? On entering the bathroom, she found expensive toiletries, various essentials, and fluffy white towels hanging in the rack and piled under the sink. Celeste ran out to find Felix, who was still waiting by the door. "Felix, how did they do all this? I mean, is it for me, or did they plan on kidnapping a woman all along?" The tall guard suppressed a smile, saying, "The masters want you comfortable, miss. This building, the three strange men, the walking tree next to her, and now her room." Her room. Help came just when she needed it, so maybe a bit more gratitude was in order. On the far wall sat a fireplace, already lit, and with a small supply of wood sitting to the right. A red velvet sofa sat in front of the fireplace. She sat on it, kicking off her shoes. She leaned back with her eyes closed, the crackling wood lending a comfort to the room. Why were these strange men being so generous with her? She stood and turned to the tall man she just noticed was also dressed in black. It was like Halloween in this place. "Thank you, Felix. It's all lovely. I was almost without any resources, so despite everything, I am grateful. Please let your employers know I thank them." "I will. And now, I will go fetch you some food and drink," he said with a small smile on his face. "Felix, who are these men in black anyway?" Felix smiled silently. "I'll be back as soon as I can." While the walking tree was gone, Celeste went to the wardrobe to find something to wear. She really wanted to shower, but would wait until she ate. Celeste found a knee-length white cotton dress with a tiny blue flower print. She pulled it from the wardrobe and lay it on the bed. She found fresh underclothing in one of the drawers, and bending over, found 1-inch heels that would match the dress. Hopefully, she would impress the three men with her selections. Apparently they didn't approve of cussing or having demands made of them. As long as they weren't misogynist pigs, she would try to adapt to their demands until they freed her. She would show them all that she was smart and had some talents besides. Bad luck just seemed to follow her. These people had money, she decided. The only disturbing thing was, when she looked out the one window of the bedroom, she saw she up 3 floors. No way would she be able to jump and survive with all her limbs intact. That, more or less, decided against any escape plans. Celeste decided to lie down on the bed and relax. It was so comfortable, or she was just very tired, and sleep quickly took her, that is, until she heard several harumphs hovering over her. She opened her eyes to see Tree Guy standing over her carrying a tray full of food. Celeste sat up, smelling cooked meat. She went to sit at the desk and waited for Felix to set the tray in front of her. He pulled a small bottle of wine from his pocket and opened it. Pouring it into an empty glass, he gave her a smile. "The chef thought you might be very hungry. Steak, potatoes, pasta and fresh bread. For dessert, chocolate cake." Celeste looked up at Felix. "Thank you again. This will more than fill my empty stomach. Please thank your chef for me." "Of course," Felix replied. He left the room, closing the doors behind him. Celeste couldn't help making noises while she ate her meal, it was all so good. The wine was just sweet enough and delicious. But the cake, oh my god. She had to speak with their chef and get the recipe. When the plates were empty, Celeste brushed her teeth, then decided to shower. She ran the water until it was just hot enough. Then stripped and got in under the jets. While she washed, she wondered if perhaps her streak of bad luck was finally broken. Perhaps the men in black were going to be her good luck charms. Reveling in the hot water, she washed her long dark brown hair, and just stood under the jets until her skin was bright pink. Turning off the water, Celeste toweled off and wrapped the towel around her head. She went out into the room, and put on the new underwear and bra, and let the dress slide down over her body. She twirled in front of the cheval oval mirror that sat next to the wardrobe. Not bad, she thought. She slipped on the shoes and brushed her hair into a high ponytail. She slipped on all the rings she wore. She wondered if they would buy her some makeup. She put on a bit of eyeliner, now down to a nub. She bit her lips and pinched her cheeks. Celeste then paced the floor. Now what was she supposed to do? As if in answer, she heard a knock on the door. Opening it, she found Felix and let him in. His eyes looked her up and down, then turned to see the empty tray. He picked it up and started for the doors. The masters wish to see you, Miss Celeste. Oh, do I look more presentable now, Felix? He smiled, trying not to stare again. Yes, perfectly fine, miss. Please follow me. She followed him down the confusing mass of corridors until they reached the room she had first been brought to previously. He left her alone this time and returned to the kitchen. The men in black seemingly hadn't moved, but were waiting for her. Celeste decided to play the game by the rules they had set. She gave them a low curtsy, and bowed her head. When she looked up, Arrow was standing before her, having moved impossibly fast. He held out his hand to her, lifting her from her curtsy. You are beautiful, my dear. Much more appropriate. He turned and spoke, his hand still holding hers. Is she not perfection, my brothers? Marcus peered at Celeste, admiring her simple beauty. Keith's eyes darkened when they examined her. Indeed, brother, was all he said, but his appreciation was apparent. Arrow turned back to Celeste. Was your room all right? Yes, I love it, thank you. The food was wonderful, and these clothes, she lifted the skirts and let them fall. They suit you, my dear. Now the reason you are here, to put it simply, is you are our mate. Marcus has seen this tie between all of us. You mean like Mormons? Keys looked at Arrow while Marcus didn't bother to hide a smile. Arrow gave Marcus a sharp look before turning to Keys. Then all three men stared down at the young woman. No, my dear, we are not Mormons. Neither are we human. The possibility of sharing a mate is always there for our kind. She glanced up at Arrow, then turned to the other two men. The eyes. Arrow nodded. You are very important to us, Celeste. We'll explain more later. I have no desire to overwhelm you right now. Humans have a saying, she said. 2 hearts beating as one. Can 4 hearts beat as one? We will test that. Are you willing to try, my dear? Celeste looked up into the bright red eyes peering down at her. She felt captivated by those eyes that seemed to scrutinize her. It was insane, but what choice did she have? If it worked out, she'd never have to worry about anything ever again. But if it didn't work, she assumed her life would come to an end. I'm willing to see what comes of this. Arrow kissed Celeste's cheek, then led her to Marcus. Celeste bent down for the quieter man to also kiss her while he clasped her small hand in his. Lastly, Keys came over to them. His eyes never left hers while his fingers ghosted over her flushed cheeks. Then he leaned in and kissed her. Arrow had said overwhelmed. Celeste felt that wasn't even going to begin to cover her feelings. Celeste lay on her bed, wrapped in the soft blankets she'd found there. She had fallen right to sleep last night, that's how tired she was. Having nothing to do, she assumed she could sleep in as long into the morning as she wanted. In the middle of a pleasant dream, Celeste saw a pair of ruby-red eyes looking at her in the darkness. She watched as the undefined figure moved closer to her. She suddenly felt cool lips on hers, gently kissing her. When she kissed the dream figure back, the kisses became more intense. When her eyes opened, she realized it was no dream. She pulled CK sharply and tried to sound angrier than she felt. Arrow, what are you doing? Am I allowed no privacy in my own bedroom? When Arrow had entered her room, he chided himself for invading Celeste's seclusion. This was her room, after all, and for her own use. But once he had spied her sleeping, her hair tousled around her face and her body curled on its side, he moved closer to her bed. He heard murmuring and was immediately drawn to her side. He leaned over Celeste, inhaling her natural scent not yet contaminated by deodorants and perfumes. Unable to control himself, he kissed her, a mere brushing over her lips. Then smiling as he gazed on her natural beauty, he leaned in and kissed her again. He reveled in the fact she was returning his kisses, that is, until she had awakened. Arrow, that was uncalled for. She looked around the room to see only Arrow. No Keys, no Marcus. Were you attempting to swoop in while your brothers were occupied elsewhere? She laughed, ticking off one piece of information about the leader of the three men in black. He was competitive and not averse to cheating. She noticed his eyes were a darker crimson. Why? She wondered. He sat on the edge of the bed, smiling down at her. Celeste raised herself up on one elbow, brushing the hair from her face with the other hand. This is not acceptable bedroom decorum, Arrow. I mean sneaking in here when Marcus and Keys are not around. I'm supposed to be shared, isn't that the rule? She sighed heavily. Look, we need to discuss what is expected of me, and very soon. I am observant and hardly stupid, so I need to know everything. I only came in to check on you, little one. You were murmuring in your sleep, and I couldn't help myself. Forgive me. His red eyes never blinked while he gazed at her. Celeste laughed low, wondering about the draw of these men to her. I forgive you, but I must look a mess. How can you be attracted to that? At least let me have breakfast, take a quick shower and get dressed. I'll feel more presentable. Then we talk, okay? Yes, we will talk, my dear. Arrow reached out with a cold hand, brushing his knuckles lightly over her cheek. I will have the chef fix you up a tray and send Felix with it. Until later. He took her free hand and kissed the palm. Then he was gone. Celeste sat up, rubbing her arms of the goosebumps Arrow had created with his touch. She had found old not be upset at him for his invasion of her privacy. This was all too bizarre for her. Maybe it was just a dream, and she would awaken from it, probably feeling bereft if she did. She often had dreams of winning lots of money, only to find the minute a check arrived in her mail, she would wake up, feeling disappointed it was only a dream. Or she would dream of meeting a favorite celebrity and spending time with them. Then awaken mid-fun, again feeling disappointed. For all intents and purposes, she was enjoying this dream and wanted to see where it took her before she inevitably woke up. It wasn't long before there was a knock on her door. She threw on a robe and ran to open it to see the tall young man from yesterday carrying a tray. Good morning, Felix. Smells good. She recognized the sweet odor of pancakes and maple syrup with a side of bacon strips. Felix set the tray on the desk, and waited a moment. Celeste poured herself a cup of coffee from a white ceramic pitcher. She drank some of the hot liquid while perusing the food on the tray, then turned to the human-shaped tree. Thank the chef for me please. It's wonderful. And thank you for the speedy delivery. Of course, Miss Celeste. Chelsea will be by in 2 hours to bring you to the masters. Please be ready. He left the room, walking slowly to the door. The minute he shut the door behind him, he sped down the corridor to the throne room. As Felix had said, Chelsea came by her room to pick up Celeste, who had eaten and showered, choosing a simple pair of black slacks and a cobalt blue pullover sweater. She slipped on some black flat sandals, then tried to do something with her hair. She finally pulled it up into a loose bun. Wishing she had some makeup up, she decided to ask this Chelsea about maybe getting some. Her hosts would want her looking pretty, she assumed. When she heard the knock on her door, she answered it to see a pretty young woman with very red eyes standing before her. Are you ready to meet with the masters? Miss Celeste, please, just Celeste, and not really. All I have for makeup is this nub of an eye pencil. I feel naked without lipstick. Chelsea smiled. I'll see what I can do. But believe me, the masters think you're beautiful as you are. But if you bite your lips and pinch your cheeks, you can give yourself some color. Celeste blushed and nodded to the young woman, following her suggestions. Well then, let's not keep these masters waiting. She followed Chelsea out the door of her bedroom. Masters? Seriously, Chelsea? The red-eyed woman only gave her an enigmatic smile as a response. Chelsea led the human female to the throne room. A lone chair sat in the middle of the floor. Leaving quietly out a side door, Celeste now found herself alone, save for 3 pairs of red eyes looking down at her from their chairs on the dais. Arrow indicated to her to take the seat. Please, my dear, I trust it will be more comfortable for you than standing. You look very pretty this morning. Was your breakfast adequate? She wondered about the small talk and wished she could just demand answers to her questions. Play their game their way, and you won't be hurt, she told herself. Yes, Arrow, thank you. She looked at the other 2 men sitting silently on their chairs. It was more than adequate. Very good, in fact. You do have an excellent chef. Celeste looked at the other two men. Keyes was scowling at her, his chin resting on his fisted hand, while Marcus barely gave her any attention at all. They had seemed more welcoming last night than today. Only Arrow had given her any special regard. So, Arrow, will you please elaborate on why I'm here, how long I'm expected to stay, and what exactly you want from me? As we told you yesterday, Marcus has determined you are our mate. It's rare but not unknown to our kind, Arrow began his explanation. Our kind? And what is our kind? Keyes called me a mere human yesterday. If I'm a mere human, what does that make you? Arrow smiled, clasping his hands together. We are creatures known to humans, yet not believed in by most. We're vampires, my dear. But not vampires like you're used to. Of course, she thought. The red eyes, their preternatural beauty, and heaven knows what else. So what does that mean for me? Are you planning on draining me? She asked, fear suddenly taking her breath. Arrow waved his hand. No, of course not. We would never harm our mate. In time, you will feel the mating pull as well. None of us will be able to leave you once that happens. And we will be compelled to protect you. With our very existence if necessary. Our eventual ties will bind us to you for an eternity, and you to us. Like when you kissed me this morning, while I was sleeping. She tilted her head at him, giving him a smile. I felt something, here inside, after you had left my room. She lay her hand on her chest while speaking. Keyes looked over at Arrow, his expression one of chagrin. We agreed no one would touch her, Arrow. Not until we got to know her better. Now Keyes, wait, please. Since I can't physically be divided up, I think we should be logical about this. Celeste wanted no arguments over her. Arrow watched her, his brows slightly raised. And what do you have in mind, my dear? I'd love to spend some time getting to know each of you, alone and individually. I don't intend on coming between you. She gave each man a look. All for one, and one for all. She raised her brows, waiting for an answer. Keyes spoke first, his eyes narrowed. Agreed, but since you have tasted her already, Arrow, I want to be with her first. Marcus looked at Celeste and gave her a curt nod. Arrow smiled broadly and also nodded. It is agreed then. We will enjoy our time with you, Celeste, Geddon. To know you and share ourselves with you. Ask for anything and it shall be yours. She gave all three men a smile, whether they cared or not. Celeste had been allowed to tour the castle later in the afternoon, with Felix as her guide. He seemed helpful and responsive to most of her questions. The idea of him throwing her over his shoulder while she screamed seemed laughable now. She was mortified in her behavior. Felix, how long have you been a vampire? She dared ask, wanting to know more about one of the only two vampires she had talked with, besides her so-called mates. I was changed by Master Arrow when I was a Roman gladiator. I was nearly 28 years old at the time. He smiled while calling up the memories. I was the best fighter, and had nearly earned my freedom. Arrow offered to give me my freedom early by changing me. And I accepted. I have been with the Volturi since as one of the guard. Volturi? Celeste asked, unable to remember if that name had been brought up already. Usually she recalled things easily. It's the name of our coven, Felix responded. You will learn more about this as well, Miss Celeste. Please, just call me Celeste. Felix demurred. That would not be proper. Especially in front of the masters. You are their mate. Celeste smiled up at the tall guard. Well, just when we're alone then. Felix showed Celeste the guards' training room, their relaxation room, and their general quarters. He also introduced her to the chef, whom she thanked for the wonderful food he had prepared for her. When they left the kitchen, she asked Felix if he was human, to which Felix replied he was. There are a few humans who work for us. They're well paid and are warned if they betray us, it will mean instant death, not just for them but their families as well. None have betrayed us so far. Celeste thought on that a moment. So life here could be dangerous. And that lovely lady you introduced me to. The secretary. They come and go. They are promised immortality if they do well. But most don't last very long. Master Arrow has very exacting requirements. Celeste's smile fell when she heard that. Arrow had seemed kind and generous, and very welcoming of her. Would she be dispensable too? Felix, thanks for the tour, but I would like to go back to my bedroom if that's all right. Felix asked with concern, are you well, Celeste? Yes, I'm fine. I just want to rest up for tomorrow. I'm spending time with Master Keys. And I can only hope I can get a smile from him. He scares me. Felix grinned. Talk to him about warfare, weaponry, and so on. He used to be a general. He has no power, as I do not, but he is a great strategist. Celeste interrupted Felix. Power. Let the masters tell you about that. Masters Arrow and Marcus both have powers I'm sure they will explain to you. Here we are at your room. Celeste turned to Felix and thanked him. I hope to see you later. And thank you for everything. She watched Felix speed off down the corridor. A light breeze from his departure ruffling her hair. So another ability vampires have, running very fast. She hoped Keys would be forthcoming when she asked questions tomorrow. Sunlight poured through the window, waking Celeste up. She rose up on both elbows, looking around the room. So she was still here at the castle. Maybe this dream of hers was no dream. Was it possible it was all real? She got out of bed and looked out the door into the corridor. No Felix and no tray of breakfast lying at the door. Had he forgotten her? She decided to take a long hot shower, so picked out an outfit and headed for the bathroom. Celeste set the faucets as hot as she could tolerate. She undressed and stepped into the shower, and closed her eyes while feeling the water wash over her. Steam filled the bathroom while she turned beneath the spray, rubbing the soapy washcloth all over her body. Enjoying the scents of the lush toiletries, Celeste poured shampoo into her palm and washed her hair. She sang while creating thick suds, actually feeling more relaxed now than she had all day. Celeste thought it odd that the old song she found herself humming was called Vampire's Kiss, about a woman W.H.O. was in love with a vampire and wanted him to turn her. She laughed at the coincidence, then continued singing, rinsing the soap from her long wet locks. When she turned to put the washcloth back on the wall bar, she noticed a shadow through the stained glass shower doors. She slid the door open slightly, to see Keys standing in the bathroom, still as a statue. What the hell are you doing in here, Keys? I swear, you people do not understand privacy. I was looking to see if you were ready for our day together. You hear the shower running, so assume I'm done. She turned off the shower faucet, and desperately reached for the large bath towel hanging on the rack by the door. Keys saw her unable to reach it without exposing herself, so he grabbed the towel and tossed it to her. Thank you, such a gentleman. Now do you mind? If only she could show anger, but it must have been that damned mate bond that kept her from being furious with the blonde vampire. You're my mate, Celeste. Eventually we will be seeing each other quite naked. That time is not now. At least turn around please. When she saw him comply, she wrapped the towel tightly around her body, then stepped out the sliding glass doors and grabbed another towel to wrap around her head. She looked at Keys, whose eyes were obviously darker. What does it mean when your eyes turn crimson? He stared at her. It means I want you, Celeste. Our eyes will change color if we're thirsty or angry or in the throes of desire. Celeste placed her hand on Keys' chest and pushed him through the bathroom door. Out. Why not order breakfast for me? Felix seems to have forgotten. Keys grabbed her hand in his. That is because I have a surprise for you. Finish dressing and we'll leave. He lifted her hand and kissed the knuckles. I'll wait for you in the bedroom. You look beautiful, by the way. And your voice is very nice. What song was that you were singing? It's called Vampire's Kiss, she replied. Embarrassed he would catch her singing that of all the songs she knew. He smirked at the words he'd heard. He would ask her more about that later. He left the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Celeste should have felt indignant. But instead, she felt slightly aroused. So, Keys, the scowling vampire who had initially frightened her, wanted her physically. She ticked off the information list for Keys. He didn't bother to hide his sexual desire for her. Perhaps having him as a maid wouldn't be so bad. She quickly dressed and pulled her hair up into a ponytail. She applied what little eyeliner she had left. Hopefully Chelsea would bring her some makeup soon. Celeste bit her lips and pinched her cheeks for some color, then left the bathroom. She saw Keys sitting on her sofa, his right leg crossed over his left. I'm ready, she said. Keys rose and turned to gaze at his mate. She was naturally pretty, but he had to control his need to bed her. I thought we might leave the castle so that I can take you out for breakfast. There is a cafe known for its view of the valley. I'll think you'll enjoy it. You would take me out even though you can't eat. Or can you eat? She noticed his eyes were no longer red, but a dark blue. She stared into his face and saw he was wearing contacts. Keys took her hands in his, pulling her close. No, we don't eat human food, Celeste. We drink what you imagine we drink. But I wanted to take you out. My car is waiting out back, so if you're ready. He held onto one hand and led her to the back door that led to the garden of the castle. A gravel pathway led from the other side of the castle to a gate that was now open. A sports car sat near the back door. Keys opened the passenger door and waited for Celeste to climb into the car. He found himself wanting to make her happy. It's gorgeous, Keys. So where are we going? The car drove off through the gate and outside the walls of the city. Up on a higher floor, Arrow was looking out the window of his private office. He watched as the car sped off with his brother and their mate. So he had decided to impress her with his wealth. Arrow's eyes were dark crimson and not due to thirst or desire. He just had to impress her more, but how? Keys drove all over the countryside, showing Celeste the beauty of this part of Italy. They arrived at the cafe where he would treat his mate to breakfast and learn more about her. After they had been seated on the patio, both enjoyed the view of the valley and the many vineyards below. So what was the song you were singing in the shower? Keys asked. Celeste laughed. It's just a story about a human woman in love with a vampire, but he tries to discourage her from asking him to turn her because she'll lose her humanity. Eventually he gives in and they live happily ever after, I guess. Sounds familiar, Keys remarked, peering at his mate. Discouraging her would not be something he would be doing. Over breakfast, Celeste and Keys spoke for over an hour. She telling her proposed vampire mate about her life, and he explaining some things about his past and becoming a vampire. He didn't want her to fear the transformation, but rather to embrace the wonder of immortality. He would not reveal that immortality had its dark side. Boredom, rarely leaving the castle for any length of time, and having no concerns except to monitor the vampire community. He knew she wouldn't like that. But now that he and his brothers had their mate, even if shared between them, they might actually do other things if only to keep her entertained. The Volturi had stables here in Volterra and private villas all over Europe. They only rarely used them. Keys found himself imagining taking Celeste to Greece and explaining the history of his early existence there. As best as he could remember, and use one of the island villas for some time alone with her. He knew Arrow would balk, but he was not Celeste's only mate. Arrow would Veda let her go off alone with him or Marcus sometime. Music began to play over loudspeakers hanging around the patio, setting the mood for Keys. He rose from his chair and stood at Celeste's side, holding out his hand to her. Celeste looked up at Keys while a smile formed on his perfect face. She placed her hand in his, being reminded of his nature by the coldness of his skin. Celeste stood and followed Keys to a corner of the patio. He took her in his arms, his right hand resting at her waist, his left hand holding her right. Celeste gasped lightly when Keys's cold hand landed on her waist. She placed her left hand on his shoulder, his long hair brushing against the top, tickling it. Keys led, his eyes never leaving hers. The music was slow, and perfect for the pair to be close together. He nuzzled Celeste's neck, his cold breath dancing over her warm skin, sending chills down her back. Not wanting to make her nervous about any inclination he might have to bite her, he merely kissed her neck and straightened up. I would not here in the public eye, in any case, Celeste. She nodded, smiling, and leaned into Keys, inhaling a spicy sweet scent, realizing it was coming from him. Noticing her sniffing him, Keys laughed. It's the allure. Our bodies are made to attract humans. Our scent, our appearance, even the sound of our voices. It draws our prey to us. Is that what I am to you? Prey. Celeste stopped. A sudden fear infused her body, making her feel hot and cold at the same time. Of course not. We would never be able to harm you in any way. To harm you would be harmful to us. Celeste, you may fear us deep down, but you have no need to. We will come to love you as the most important person in our lives. I hope you'll feel that way about me us. As I admitted to Arrow, I have begun to feel something. An affection for you both. I have had little time with Marcus, but being with you allows me to imagine what I'll be feeling for all of you. Keys smiled an L-E-N-E-D and to give Celeste an almost chaste kiss on her cheek. You didn't even want me at first. What changed your mind? She looked him in the eyes, her innocence expecting the truth. Instead, she saw his eyes darken ever so slightly. Stop looking at me that way. What way? He asked, his voice low and raspy. What you're doing right now. It makes me want to do things with you. Does it? Keys inquired. And what kind of things do you want to do with me? For a moment, Keys wished he has Arrow's gift, but he could tell by other means Celeste was responding to him. Pulling away from Keys, Celeste said, I think we had better go. This talk is leading into dangerous territory. I want to get to know you before. Pressing his head against Celeste's, Keys whispered in her ear, I know you're aroused. I can smell it, but I will respect your wishes and wait until you're ready. Celeste felt like she was being rudely awakened from a pleasant dream. She almost whimpered in frustration and he took her hand and led her through the cafe and out to the parking lot. Keys, did you pay the bill? They had left so quickly, she hadn't seen him do that. Wait here, he said, shaking his head. He went back inside to take care of the payment. Celeste walked over to his car and waited. He returned and opened the door for her. Thank you for reminding me. See what being near you does to me. Celeste laughed as they drove out the main road and back to Volterra. Thank you for the day, Keys. I truly enjoyed the drive and breakfast and dancing with you. Her hand rested on his arm and she flashed him a dazzling smile. What she had mentioned earlier was true. She was beginning to feel something strange and wonderful for this vampire who initially seemed to hate her. When they returned to the castle, Keys sped to the other side of the car to help Celeste out. He offered his hand to her, enjoying playing the gentleman. They entered through the back door, and had gone only a few feet before Arrow flashed to them. Ah, you're home. Did you have a nice morning, my dear? His eyes were on Celeste as if Keys wasn't even there. Celeste frowned at Arrow's rudeness. Yes, we had a wonderful time, she replied, emphasizing the word, we. May I speak with you, Celeste, alone? Arrow, this is Keys, day. Can't it wait until later? She huffed, but took Keys's hand in hers, showing Arrow that she wanted to be with his brother. It's all right, I'll be waiting in my chambers. Ask any guard to lead you to them. Keys gave Arrow a telling wink, and flashed away from the pair. What did that mean? Arrow demanded, playing along. Celeste replied, it's just what it sounds like, Arrow. Keys and I will be spending some time in his rooms. Not that it's any of your business. So what did you want to talk with me about? Arrow took her elbow and walked her along the corridor. So, my dear, who is next to spend time with you? Brute, you're interrupting Keys. Time to ask me who's next. For that, Marcus is next. When she saw his face drop, Celeste felt instant regret. Arrow, being last doesn't mean I find you the least interesting. Maybe I'm saving the best for last. I have a feeling you and I will be at odds sometimes. She took a step closer to him, gazing into his red eyes. Maybe I want to be able to concentrate only on you. Do you understand? A slow smile appeared on his face. He did understand. He took her hand and kissed the palm. He then cupped her cheek, his thumb tracing her lips. I promise the time will not be wasted, dear one. I'll try not to be jealous of your time with my brothers. Then when it's our time, his eyes darkened when he leaned in to place a kiss on her lips. Arrow saw Celeste blush and he smiled, confident she would be more his than either Keys or Marcus's. Go now, my dear. Join Keys. I'm sure he's waiting impatiently. He turned to the tall guard. Felix, please take Celeste to Master Keys' chambers. Until later. Then he flashed down the corridor, a light breeze wafting over her skin. Felix walked Celeste to Keys' rooms, then giving her a smile, left her alone in front of his doors. She reached up a hand and knocked on the hard-carved wood. In no time, the doors opened to reveal Keys, who stepped aside to let her in. Celeste looked around the room, admiring his taste in decor. It's fabulous, Keys. The artwork alone. You must have been collecting for centuries. Keys stood next to Celeste. Do you like it then? You will be staying with me part of the time, and I want you to feel comfortable. It's all lovely. She accepted Kai's hand when he offered to show her the rest of his chambers. And this is the bedroom. He smiled with satisfaction when he saw her cheeks flush pink. Was she imagining their time here in this room? Please, sit on the bed with me. I promise I will be a gentleman. She laughed and complied. It felt very comfortable. She leaned back against the headboard, her legs out in front of her and crossed at the ankles. When Keys sat next to her, a bit too close, she still did not move away. The blonde vampire took her hand and allowed his fingers to play with hers. You are beautiful, Celeste. I never thought of myself as beautiful. But if I see it in your eyes, maybe I'm wrong. She found herself leaning against him, but again, did not move away. She noticed he never breathed in or out. He probably had no heartbeat. But how did their hearts stop, yet they continued to live? When she asked him, he seemed to have to formulate a reply. Keys gave her all the physical details of the change. So according to you, when the venom enters a human body, it moves through the veins and arteries, crystallizing everything. Eventually, it reaches the heart, causing that to stop beating, and we die. Then we awaken to a new existence as an immortal. Was she the only one who saw the transformation differently? You can't be dead. You can't be. Celeste protested. I know what traditional vampires are supposed to be. The cursed undead. But that's not you. Your heart stopped beating because the venom renders it non-essential, along with all your other organs. You still need to take in nourishment. The dead don't have to eat. Your brain can think and learn and create. The dead have only instinct. Her hand moved past his waist over his hip until it brushed across his front, feeling the hardness instantly develop into an erection. This still responds to stimuli, in need and desire. The dead can't fuck, excuse my French. She pulled her hand back quickly. Anyway, that's my opinion. I just don't want to think of myself as a member of the living dead, when it comes to my turn. But you mentioned the human saying, 2 hearts beating as one. Then asked about our 4 hearts. If our hearts no longer beat, how does that fit into your inquiry? Exactly, Keys. Unlike the mythical vampires, you change, you transform. You don't die. We'll still have hearts and can feel emotions. Even if they don't literally beat anymore. Keys could not help himself. His facial expression darkened, when he pulled her to face him and kissed her deeply. He pulled back, seeing Celeste breathless. That only inspired him to kiss her again, his arms enclosing around her. He felt her arms move around him, her breath increasing as her passion rose. The scent of her arousal filled his nostrils. He could tell how much she wanted him. It would be so simple to take her now, but he had made her a promise. He pulled away and released her, his arms looser now. We had better stop, my love, or I will have to break my promise to you. Celeste found her heart beating faster. He had called her, my love, and it filled her with happiness. Can you take me back to my room then, Keys? I'd like to rest a bit, maybe take a nap. He did as she asked. Once they stood in front of her door, he tipped her face up with a finger and kissed her slowly and deeply. He had to taste her one more time before he left her to his brothers. Celeste held in a moan. Keys did things to her, drawing out responses she had not expressed to any man before him. When she entered her room and he had flitted off, she ran to her bed and threw herself on it. Crying out in frustration, "What the hell is happening to me?" When she had gathered her thoughts, she decided to take a shower and relax. Maybe someone could bring her some tea or red wine. She stripped off her clothing and turned on the water to a medium-hot temperature. Stepping into the shower, she lathered her hair and closed her eyes. Once the shampoo had been rinsed from her hair, she washed her body with the clean-smelling soap. She was not yet ready to leave the refreshing water. Instead, her hands moved to her breasts, massaging them and tweaking the nipples onto hardness. One hand lowered down her torso to her mound, slipping fingers into her already wet cunt. She turned to the beautiful tiled wall and leaned against it while she masturbated, Key's face in her mind. His hands were on her, his water-warmed body pressing her against the wall. Her breathing became pants until she felt a strong orgasm take her by surprise. Thoughts of Keys had given her something better than she had ever felt before. What Celeste didn't know was she had inspired Keys to bring himself to an orgasm of his own, a vision of Celeste riding him like a stallion, their crimson eyes locked together. In his own chambers, Marcus's gift showed him the ribbons representing Keys and Celeste winding tightly around each other, glowing in golden colors. His and arrows floated around the other two. Marcus would wait his turn to be with his human mate. At least one of them had connected with her. Celeste went to sit in the garden, having asked Felix to take her there. He complied, but insisted on staying with her. It wouldn't do to have the master's new mate disappearing. Sitting in the gazebo, Celeste looked up at the blue sky, scattered clouds floating toward the distant sea. She thought she might ask Arrow to take her to see the ocean, if he asked her what she'd like to do on his day. Keys had not, but he thought of her just the same, knowing she would be hungry. She did enjoy the dancing. Surprised vampires could dance, but then, they had existed over centuries, and humans had developed different forms of dance. Why would vampires not indulge in that pastime themselves? She'd have to ask one of them. Celeste closed her eyes and inhaled the sweet floral scent exuding from the many roses and other blooms that filled the garden. She heard a slight rustling behind her. She turned to see Marcus walking up the steps of the gazebo. Maybe it was more like floating. He had made no sound himself, but his leg brushing up against a bush was what Celeste had heard. These vampires moved like shades, making no sound at all. The tall man with the long brown hair sat beside her. "You wouldn't be thinking about going back over the wall?" he asked, a smirk on his face. "Good morning, Marcus." "What? Run away, with that big tree standing guard over there, watching my every move?" "Hardly." She gave a wink to Felix, who left knowing Celeste was now in good hands. "Besides, I have nowhere else to go. I'm down to my last few euros. Are you at least enjoying being here with us, il mio più caro?" Marcus asked. Oh, no, he must have thought she only wanted Ed to stay because she had nothing and nowhere to go. Oddly, that couldn't be further from the truth. "I am, Marcus. Keys showed me a wonderful time yesterday morning. We ate, well I ate. We talked and danced, and he gave me a driving tour of the countryside. It was an unexpected pleasure. Keys was a gentleman in every way. Surprising, considering how he behaved when I first arrived. Keys has had issues over the centuries. The loss of Athenadora, his mate. The near-fatal attack on him by the children of the moon." When he saw Celeste's questioning expression, he clarified. "Werewolves. Werewolves. So they exist too?" she asked, wondering if witches, fairies, and mermaids were also real. "Yes, and one nearly destroyed Keys. Since then, werewolves are the only things our brother fears." "I can imagine," she whispered. "Marcus, Keys had a mate. What happened to her?" Marcus wished Keys had told Celeste himself, but he would if just to spare his brother the need. They had met long ago, when both were already vampires. They traveled together and eventually became a mated pair when our coven was established. She was killed during a fight against another coven. Later, Arrow's mate, Sulpicia, was also killed during another attack. You must understand, the Volturi have many enemies. And your mate, Marcus. Marcus's mind drifted to the past, his beautiful Didim beside him. My mate was killed by a werewolf during an earlier battle. We went out in search of those who had killed her, but we never found them. Celeste took his hand, squeezing it as much as she was able, his hand feeling like marble that had been sitting in snow. Marcus looked over at Celeste. She was to be his mate, shared with his brothers. She would belong to all three of them. They would want nothing more than to please her and make her happy. And hopefully, she would feel the same about them. Celeste found her trust in Marcus growing. She knew it wasn't fair of her to feel that way, and hoped to spend time with all three of her mates equally over the next few weeks. Getting to know them intimately would take time, and she was still unsure as to what they expected of her. "Come, let me show you my garden." Marcus stood, still holding Celeste's hand, leading her down the garden to a far corner. When they reached the carefully tended patch of land, Celeste saw roses of all kinds. "These are yours, Marcus. They're beautiful. I had no idea you were a gardener. I grow them in Didim's memory." She loved roses. "No one else is allowed to touch this bed, but if you like gardening, I will allow you to help me." "Thank you. I'd like that. Celeste walked among the bed, sniffing the different varieties, some deeply fragrant while others had a more subtle scent. He moved over to show her his particular favorite. Celeste reached out toward one of the blooms just as Marcus did, their hands touching. She felt the coldness of his touch which never ceased to make her gasp. She pulled back, then apologized. "I'm sorry, Marcus. I was just surprised." She took his hand in hers, attempting to make up for her action. They walked around the rose bed, Marcus smiling proudly as he explained the different varieties. And a few new ones he had created himself from the cuttings of 2 roses. While Celeste was listening to Marcus, she scanned the area. He had truly created a bit of floral paradise in this garden. Marcus stood behind his new mate, his hands resting on her shoulders. Celeste felt the cold weight on her. When Marcus moved closer, inhaling her scent as if it were a perfume, her heart began to race. He had to have known. His hearing being that powerful. "Marcus." He said nothing, only wanting to be close to his mate, to memorize her scent and enjoy the feel of her warm flesh beneath his hands. He nuzzled the spot of her neck below her right ear. Celeste leaned back into Marcus, her breath coming from between parted lips. When she felt the tall vampire kiss her neck, she turned beneath his hands to face him. She peered up at him, her eyes seeking his. As if reading her mind, he leaned down and kissed her. When her arms encircled Marcus, the ancient vampire responded. He could tell she wanted him as much as he wanted her, but she had insisted they wait. In time, she would be his in every way possible. "Marcus, I need to let you know that I've decided you will have your day next." But Arrow caused the change in scheduling with his petty jealousy. He interrupted my time with keys, therefore he will have to wait. So if you have any plans for us to be together, let me know. Tomorrow it's just you and me. She leaned against Marcus, reveling in the feel of his arms around her. She closed her eyes, realizing the word, love, was becoming easier to accept when thinking about these vampires. The only thing she didn't know, was it the thing that attracted humans to them, or was she falling in love with them? The next morning, Marcus arrived at Celeste's room to pick her up for their day in the village. He wanted to be sure this was what she wanted. There were other things he could offer her, but she seemed a simple woman with simple needs, and that actually pleased Marcus. Ready and waiting for him, she was dressed in plain jeans and a lightweight sweater top. She had asked him to show her the village to keep it simple. No need to drive, just walking together mingling with her kind. He had reassured her he wasn't going to be thirsty when she asked him nervously, would it be a problem for him to be close to crowds of people? Marcus explained they only needed to feed every few weeks. As with any delectable food that might even set her off with hunger, there was always the chance of being attracted to someone, but as an ancient, he was more in control of his thirst. It was harder for newborns, he explained, knowing he and his brothers would need to prepare her for the change when the time came. Felix, who had been standing outside Celeste's room, departed as soon as Marcus walked up to the door. He looked quite casual in black jeans and a dark gray button-up shirt. He had brought Celeste a small bouquet of flowers cut from the garden, sitting in a blue crystal vase. When he handed them to her, she inhaled the mix of fragrances and color, thanking the tall vampire with a hug. "They're beautiful, Marcus. Please, sit here on the sofa a moment." Celeste put the flowers on the table beside her bed so she could see them last thing at night and first thing in the morning. Sitting beside Marcus, Celeste tucked her feet beneath her. Shish. He maintained a small distance of empty air between them, then found she didn't like that. She scooted over so she and Marcus were touching, the connection with him feeling more normal. "So, Marcus, what have you planned for today? We'll walk around the village until you're hungry, then we'll stop to eat wherever you choose. If you see anything you'd like to have, let me know and it's yours." Celeste hated to say anything, but she really wanted to know. "Marcus, why do you vampires all wear black? It's a bit cliché, don't you think? I mean no disrespect, I was just curious as to why black." Marcus looked down at his clothing. He was used to wearing black. It seemed suitable somehow, for lo these many years. Yet during the Rococo period, they didn't wear only black. "I'm sorry, should I change?" Celeste gave a small laugh. "Not necessary today, just remember, when you're with me, I'm human and I love color." "Speaking of color, are you wearing contacts?" Your eyes are brown today. Yes, we wear them when we go out. Or don sunglasses, depending. If the sun is bright, we tend to stay inside anyway. Why? She asked. Surely they weren't like Dracula or anything, burning in the rays of the sunlight. He smiled enigmatically. You'll see. She nudged him with her arm teasingly. It was amazing to her that she felt so comfortable with Marcus. She bent down and reached for her shoes, putting them on. Maybe later, she would ask him to light the fireplace in her room so they could enjoy the fire while talking or whatever. Stop, girl, there is no whatever, she chided herself. Marcus smiled, more than he had smiled in a long time. The day was warm but the sky luckily was cloud-covered. He offered her his arm, and the couple left the castle through the back door. Marcus waited for the gate to unlock, then pulled it open for Celeste to pass through. She looked around. Was someone watching them, knowing when to lock and unlock the heavy wrought iron gate? She figured she had so much to learn about life here. They talked together while they walked down the tourist-filled street, Marcus answering Celeste's questions. He had a list of his own questions for her later. She exclaimed "Ed" out loud and ran over to a vendor selling gelato. Marcus laughed low, following her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, asking, "What would you like, my dear?" The coffee flavored, please." Marcus spoke in Italian to the man serving up the rich ice cream-like confection, then handed the cup to Celeste. She took a bite and groaned with pleasure. "This is so good, thank you." She stood on tiptoe and kissed Marcus. His gaze was fixated on his mate, wishing he could be more human for her. In time, though, she would be like him. Their differences would merge into a new life for both Celeste and his brothers. When she had eaten another bite of the gelato, Marcus leaned down to kiss her more deeply. She looked up at him, this man who was not quite as tall as Felix, but tall enough. She graced him with her smile and then laughing, grabbed his hand to pull him along with her. They visited shops and stalls, where Marcus bought her a bracelet made of blue lapis beads, a small crystal bird, and a burgundy shawl made of handmade lace. "No more, Marcus. These gifts are perfect. Thank you." She turned to look up at him. "I am a bit hungry though. I am remiss, Kara. Forgive me. There is a restaurant just around that corner. Shall we?" He held out his arm for her to take. Celeste took the proffered arm and walked alongside Marcus, feeling like royalty when she saw people looking at them. He must draw all humans into his sphere whether he was trying or not. "Sorry, ladies, he's mine," she thought, not without some pride. Once inside the cafe, Celeste ordered a plate of pasta with a side salad. She must have been hungry because she practically inhaled her meal. "I love a healthy appetite in a woman," Marcus remarked. Celeste looked up at him. Even if that appetite is fed by a liquid diet. Marcus's eyes seemed to darken under the contacts. "More than," he replied. Once Celeste had finished eating, she asked if they could begin the walk back to the castle. She was tired from the afternoon of walking, and felt there was so much more to see. For another day, she thought. By the time they had reached the back gate, the sun came out from behind big fluffy clouds. Marcus's hand began to shimmer in the light. Celeste's eyes widened. "I think I see what you mean, Marcus. You don't burn in sunlight, you shimmer." She reached out to touch the top of his hand, which he rolled over to clasp her fingers in his. "I had a marvelous day, my dear. I thank you for spending time with me." "You're welcome, but Marcus, we will spend more time together, I promise." Later, after Celeste had showered, Marcus lay with her on her bed, talking about their day. He knew from her discussion about her time with Keys, she completely trusted him being here with her, or she would not have invited him. Not that he would not want to seduce her, but his feelings for her included respecting her wishes. He examined her in a way she would not know. His eyes quickly swept over her. She had co-MP laned about having no makeup as if it were an apology. He felt she was beautiful enough without it. He hid a smile when he caught her biting her lips for color, then wetting her lips with her tongue. It was a trick women used long ago when they had no cosmetics. Her body was trim if not athletic. Marcus wondered if she might enjoy having the guards give her some defense training. Until she was made a vampire, she would always be vulnerable. Celeste smiled when she noticed Marcus looking at her. She hoped he liked what he saw. She knew he could probably kill her if he wanted to, but obviously he didn't want that. Her hand reached up to touch his face, the skin cool. She slipped her fingers into his loose hair, tugging gently so that he was inches from her face. They kissed, tasting one another. She wanted to feel the weight of his body on top of her, but she forced her thoughts to back away from that desire. Marcus smiled. I had better go now. Laughing, Celeste nodded. You must know, if you have to ask. God, it's so hard, but please understand. He placed 2 fingers on her lips. Believe me, I do. Dormi bene, amore mio. I will see you tomorrow. He rose from the bed, allowing Celeste to slip under the covers. He bent to kiss her once more, then left the room. Girl, you have got to be careful with these guys, she said aloud, sighing. Celeste, unable to fall asleep, as lying in bed reading a book she had found in a drawer, when she felt a light breeze blow over her. She lowered the book to see Arrow staring down at her from the end of her bed. She closed the book, setting it aside, then sat up. Do you ever knock? You're my mate. Why would I have to knock? He said in all seriousness, moving to the side of the bed where he sat to be closer to her. Celeste merely rolled her eyes at Arrow, muttering, impertinent, under her breath. Then, what can I do for you, Arrow? I just wanted you to know what we will be doing on my day, so that you can prepare. First, I'll take you to supper at a very nice restaurant, then we'll be attending the opera. The opera? She asked, biting her thumb. Have you ever been? Once, a while ago. It was The Merry Widow, I think. What will we be seeing, Arrow? La Traviata. Have you heard of it? Yes, I have. She grinned, thankful it was one she knew. It was spotlighted in the film, Pretty Woman. Arrow's eyes moved to the left as he thought. I don't know that film, my dear. No worries. I don't understand much Italian, but I know the story at least, so I will be able to follow along. Wonderful, Arrow beamed. Now as to your dress. Your wardrobe has some of beautiful gowns. Choose one. And to go with it, he handed her a couple of velvet boxes. When he saw her frown, Arrow said, just some small gifts, Celeste. He opened one to find a pair of gemstone earrings. Small gifts. Arrow, this is too much. Sitting next to her, he placed his hand on her leg. Please, do me the honor of accepting them. She took one of the earrings out of its box and put it in her ear. How does it look? Exquisite, Arrow replied. Now, the other box. She opened it to find a matching necklace of clear stones. Are these real diamonds? Of course, he replied. What else? Celeste shook her head. Arrow, you don't have to try to impress me, especially with your wealth. I'm not interested in that. She smiled at him, saying, I'm only interested in you. Her words touched the ancient vampire. She reached out to caress his cheek with her fingertips. You can't buy my affections, Arrow. Just be yourself. Quote, I just want you to be happy, my dear. He leaned forward and kissed her. Grinning, he held out a small makeup bag. Chelsea asked me to give this to you. Celeste unzipped the bag to see a foundation compact, several lipsticks, along with mascara, a small eyeshadow palette, and a new eyeliner. Oh, do thank her for me, Arrow. This is perfect. You're perfect without all that artifice, dear heart, he said with a smile. Celeste felt a shiver move through her. This vampire knew how to affect her in ways she wasn't quite ready for. Look, you make me feel safe and cared for already. I don't have to sleep on the streets or sell myself for a loaf of bread. It may sound silly, but you've given me everything I need in the short time I've been here. I'm happy, Arrow. Arrow thought about Keyes driving Celeste around in his expensive sports car. Yet she seemed to talk more about the company she had kept. As with Marcus, her greatest joy came from looking forward to just being with him. Perhaps Arrow could learn to give her what she seemed to want most. Himself. I am properly chastised, dear one. But for me, wear the pieces tomorrow. Then you may do with them as you wish. Celeste smiled at Arrow. Maybe he was teachable after all. She had to make sure jealousy of his brothers didn't taint their relationship. After she had returned the earring to its box, he picked both up and flashed over to the dresser, laying them there. Then flashed back to her bedside. He took her hand and kissed the palm. She giggled slightly. Your hands are so cold. It gives me goosebumps when you touch me. I noticed you were shivering. That was due to. She could not finish her sentence. Arrow knew. He saw something in the human's eyes, and sensed the beat of her heart increasing. He bent forward, kissing her gently. Sleep well, my dear. Then he was gone. Celeste had the entire morning to herself. Arrow was not taking her to supper until 5 p.m., then they'd be attending the opera following. For now, she stretched in bed feeling utterly content. How long this contentment lasted would be determined by her vampire mates. For the moment, she enjoyed feeling secure and taken care of. A knock on the door told her breakfast was here. She jumped out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her hair into some semblance of neatness, then threw on her robe and ran to the door. She opened it to find Felix standing there with a tray of food. Enter, O son of Ceres, goddess of the harvest, who bringeth sustenance to starving mortals. Celeste bowed as she held the door open. Felix laughed. I accept your gratitude, little mortal. I'm sure the chef will have fulfilled your wishes this fine morning. He removed the covering to show Celeste an order of eggs Florentine with a side of 5 sausage links. The coffee was rich and aromatic, and the orange juice chilled just right. This looks marvelous, Felix. Thank him for me. She sat at the desk, then as Felix was about to leave, she asked him if he could stay and talk a bit. He seemed reluctant, but decided there would be no harm for a few minutes. He easily pulled the sofa closer to the desk and took a seat. I didn't hurt you, Celeste. When I brought you in from the garden. Not at all. If anything was bruised, I don't even notice it. It was just a strange situation. I'm fine though. She smiled at the tall guard. I have all morning. Arrow is busy right now, and won't be picking me up for supper until 5 p.m., then the opera after. The opera. Celeste wondered if Felix would understand Arrow's actions better than she did. He insisted. Supper and the opera. And look at this. She stood and went to her dresser, opening the top drawer. She reached in for one of the velvet boxes and handed it to the tall vampire. He gave me these, with a matching necklace. Felix opened the smaller box to see the diamond earrings. You don't like them? He asked. They're beautiful, but he doesn't need to do this. I'd rather spend a day just talking with him about his life, his history. She took the box when Felix handed it back to her. She put it back into the drawer, shutting it. Marcus gave me flowers from his own garden. Keys danced with me. Arrow showers me with jewels. It just makes me feel funny. Master Arrow always expresses things more grandly. You'll figure him out, Celeste. So you said you're from Rome. Do you like being in the guard? Celeste asked while eating a large bite of sauced egg and English muffin. Being a gladiator had its rewards. But as a guard, I have more freedom, and serving the masters has its own rewards as well. I have no abilities, but I am stronger than most vampires. What do you mean by abilities? She asked while still eating. Some humans possess gifts, if you will. Powers that can be enhanced by transformation from mortal to immortal. Master Arrow is always keen on those humans possibly becoming vampires that can be brought into the coven. Have you any gifts, Celeste? She put down her fork and replied quietly. None that I know of. Would Arrow think less of her for the lacking? She picked up her coffee cup and blew on the hot liquid before drinking it. Then you are very old. And the masters, over 3,000 years old. Celeste. Wow, I had no idea. None of them looks a day over 1,000. Felix smiled at her humor, then asked where she was from. You are an American, yes. Yep, Northern California. I lived there with my folks until they passed and traveled around some. At least until I ended up here in Italy and in your garden. The pair talked for a few more minutes. Felix enjoying getting to know the woman he assumed would soon become his queen. By now, Celeste had finished her breakfast. Felix stood and picked up the tray. Enjoy your day, Celeste, and your evening with Master Arrow. Thanks, Felix. She leaned back on her chair, patting her full stomach, quite satisfied. When the guard left her room, Celeste chose to take a bath. She had noticed bath accessories under the sink. Pinning her hair up, she brushed her teeth, then ran hot water into the large tub. She wondered if vampires showered or bathed. With curtailed bodily functions, surely they didn't smell. But they still might get dirty. As close as she had been to all three, She had only ever noticed each had a delicious natural scent, such that Celeste felt herself drawn to them against her will. Sitting back in the tub, Celeste sighed, letting the hot water surround her body, the scent of peony filling the bathroom. She closed her eyes and ran her fingertips over the water, washing her hair with the scented shampoo. She then used a similarly scented bar of soap, lathering up a washcloth and cleansing herself. It was such luxury, this life these vampires were offering her. Celeste just felt there were still unknowns to discuss with them. She reached up and rubbed her neck, which had tightened over the time she had been here in the castle. You should let me massage your shoulders, Kara. I'm sure I can make you feel better. Celeste opened her eyes to find Arrow standing by the sink, his arms crossed. He appeared casual, the sleeves of his black shirt rolled up over pale arms. Arrow, it seems you and Keys have similar views about a woman's privacy. May I finish my bath before we talk about helping me loosen up? Celeste decided if they were going to treat her as if she were their maid already, why fight it? She needed to relax, and maybe Arrow could help with her tight muscles. He smiled at her, desperate for her to see that the relationship he had planned for them would be an open one. He hoped there would be no secrets between them and nothing hidden. I merely want you to feel close to me, as if our lives were created in a single breath of the gods themselves. His eyes roamed over Celeste in the tub, happy to see that she did not scramble to hide herself from his gaze. Her breasts were covered with soapy foam, her legs bent so her knees showed through the cover of bubbles. It was difficult for Arrow to stop thinking of the first time he would see her laid out before him, naked and trusting in him, eager to have him bind himself to her. How much Arrow wanted her to desire him. Not just feeling it, but telling him. I'm glad it's the four of us, Arrow, this very weird relationship we have. If I had to choose between the three of you, I wouldn't be able to. I couldn't make that choice. Celeste had realized earlier she liked Keys and Marcus as much as she liked Arrow. But when love came into play, with whom would she find herself wanting to be with more? Arrow frowned briefly. She did not want to exclude any of them, that he could understand. But when it came time for her to choose one of them for her first bedding, he wanted her to choose him first. Even the one who would transform her was not as important, although a part of him felt that was his right as well. Arrow, would you please hand me a towel? Celeste rested her arms on the side of the tub, waiting for him to hand the towel to her. Picking up a clean fluffy one from the shelf, he held it up, opening it for her to step into. Will this do, la mia bellezza? So Arrow wanted to test her in some way. Celeste could see the major difference between Arrow and his brothers. Arrow knew what he wanted and would do anything to get it. Standing up from the cooling water, she looked Arrow in the eyes, refusing to look away. Surprisingly, she saw him concentrate on her face and not look up and down her body as she had expected. He merely encircled her within the oversized towel, then let her wrap it around herself as she wished. You sure are an anomaly, Arrow. Am I, my dear? Come, let's go into the bedroom and I will massage your neck and shoulders as I promised. Then I'll leave you so I can dress for our evening together. Celeste was surprised to see the fireplace lit. Arrow must have done that before he had entered the bathroom. She moved over to the sofa and sat on it. Arrow placed his hands close to the fire, warming them. Fire could destroy a vampire if ignited by the venom within them, but that was something his mate didn't know yet. Please, Kara, sit here. Arrow sat on the sofa, and spread his legs so that Celeste could sit between them on the old Persian rug that covered her bedroom floor. Once she had comfortably positioned herself, Arrow placed his hands on her shoulders, gently rubbing over them. Sliding up the sides of her neck, then bringing them back down to her back. He used his thumbs to rub over her shoulder blades in gentle circular motions. Arrow knew it was our king when he felt her relax beneath his hands. She sighed once or twice as he worked on her muscles. Finally, Arrow moved her damp hair aside and brushed his lips over the side of her neck below her ear. Celeste gave a slight gasp when she felt cold lips kiss her from behind. Do you feel better now, Kara? Arrow let her hair fall back. His hands remained still on her shoulders. Turning her head to look up at Arrow, Celeste smiled at her supposed mate. Yes, much better. You may do that anytime you want, Arrow. Thank you. She rose, now very aware she was in only a towel. I'd better get ready myself. Where should I meet you? Arrow stood from the sofa. I'm a gentleman, Celeste. I will call for you here at 4:30 p.m. Until then, my dear. He lifted her hand and kissed the knuckles, then pressed his cheek against hers. Before she had the chance to say anything else, Arrow had gone. Celeste exhaled. While Arrow was giving her the massage, she had also been very aware that she was sitting between his legs. Had she turned around only the slightest bit, she would have been able to stop that. This was proving very difficult for her. How do you fight off being seduced by men whose bodies were made for that? She returned to the bathroom to don her underclothing, then ready her hair and makeup. Celeste was trying to figure out what to do with her hair for the evening, when she heard a knock on her door. She opened it to find a woman standing there. Hello, I'm Chelsea. Remember me? I thought I would check to see if you wanted some help. This evening is special to Master Arrow. Oh my God, I'd love some help. I'm so nervous, she replied thankfully. And thanks, Chelsea, for the makeup bag. Now I don't have to go out feeling so naked anymore. The female vampire smiled. Just remember, Master, our Arrow finds you delightful without a lot of artifice. Perhaps a bit of blush on your cheeks and some lip color. Just a bit. If I know Master Arrow, he will kiss you at some time tonight. She waggled her brows at the human. The two women laughed together, and Celeste felt like she had a female friend. Felix was proving to be her male friend, with his friend Dimitri perhaps next. She just hadn't had much time to talk with the shorter guard. But apparently he and Felix were like this. Chelsea, why did you say Arrow likes to kiss? Is he around lots of women? No, you are not jealous, Cel. Or are you? Not really, just we of the guard. I think if Master Arrow is in love with someone, he will want to touch her as much as possible, and that includes kissing. He's a very tactile person. Chels, do you think Master Arrow is in love with me? Or any of them? The mating bond is very strong, Celeste. Few vampires can resist it. And humans cannot resist us. Chelsea arranged Celeste's long hair into lightweight curls while she talked. She pinned the hair up so ringlets draped around her face. Celeste watched in the mirror, very happy with the results. I don't think I've ever felt so beautiful. Chelsea, you're a jewel. She gave the vampire a hug. Now for the earrings. She went to the dresser and opened the small velvet box, removing the diamond earrings one by one to put them on. Celeste ited while Chelsea helped her step into the long slip-on. Then she picked up the chosen gown in slate blue chiffon with a matching drape. She slipped it over Celeste's head very carefully. The V-neck would show off the other of Arrow's gifts. The diamond necklace, to perfection. Chelsea stepped back. You look perfect. When was Master Arrow to pick you up? Celeste checked the clock on the desk. Soon. He said 4:30 p.m. As per Chelsea's suggestion, Celeste applied on a bit of blush to her cheeks, and some lip color, then blotted it with a tissue. When she saw Chelsea smile at her and nod, Celeste decided she was ready. I'd better go before Master Arrow arrives. Chelsea gave Celeste a hug. Enjoy your evening, Celeste. She then flew from the room faster than Celeste could follow. Waiting was the hard part of this night. Finally and on time, Arrow knocked at the door. Celeste went to open the door, trying not to laugh that he would bother to knock when she was expecting him, and not knock when she wasn't. Celeste could not help but inhale sharply. Arrow was dressed in a black tuxedo, with white shirt, waistcoat and bow tie. His black dress shoes were smartly polished. He looked stunning. Arrow, come in. She could not articulate how beautiful he looked. Arrow was also stunned by Celeste. He was pleased to see her wearing his gifts. Taking her hands in his kissed each palm and smiled at her. His eyes darkening slightly. You're not only our queen, you are a goddess. He really knew how to give a compliment, she thought while blushing. Thank you, Arrow. Shall we go then? Apologies, but I am a bit hungry. She flashed him a smile, hoping to let him know how excited she was to be going out with him. Then off we go, my dear. The car is waiting out back. Felix will be driving us this evening. Arrow laid the drape over her shoulders and held out his arm for Celeste to take. She smiled at the tall guard, when his eyes widened. He opened the door for each of them, then drove through the castle gates and out into the streets of Volterra. Arrow took Celeste to an elegant restaurant located in the area of the Volterra Opera House. "What would you like to have tonight, dear one?" "Anything your heart desires and it's yours." It took her 2 minutes to decide. "The veal piccata looks wonderful." "No wine though. I don't want to fall asleep tonight." "Lemon water would be fine." While she ate, Arrow asked her about her family and her time in America. He was especially curious as to how she ended up in Italy. "When your ties are limited, you find you can really go anywhere. A friend said she had come here and had a great time. The countryside was gorgeous, the food delicious, and the people warm and friendly. So I came here and well, the rest is history. It's strange to think I was fated to be here. So staying will not be an objectionable situation for you, cara mia." "No, Arrow, I have no objections." She gazed at him looking so handsome and desirable. She was afraid Keyes and Marcus might feel slighted by the attention she was giving Arrow. Once supper was done, she and Arrow headed over to the opera house. The crowd was as well dressed and elegant as she felt. Excitement hung in the air as everyone entered the brightly lit building, taking the programs as they were given out at the door. Arrow had bought the best seats available. A docent led them to their box, which had an excellent view of the stage. Eventually, the house lights went down and the music began. Celeste sat next to Arrow, watching the progression of the operetta. The sets were amazing and the costumes regal. The music filled her with a longing she didn't understand. She nestled closer to Arrow, her head resting on his shoulder. If he could hear her heart beating faster when she touched him, she didn't care. Let him know how he and the opera were affecting her, she thought. When she reached over to clasp his hand, she felt it tighten on hers. Celeste smiled, content. Arrow was happy with Celeste's reactions to him. He leaned over and kissed her temple. She still had not actually looked over at him, but was merely concentrating on the stage and what was happening there. As the story of the play unfolded, his eyes focused only on her. "Arrow, watch the opera, please." Her body felt warm and cold at the same time. Being this close to the vampire master was intoxicating in a way she had never felt with any man. The fact Arrow was not a man per se only made things more confusing. Amused, Arrow obeyed Celeste and turned his attention to the stage. During intermission, they walked around the lobby, mingling with other audience members. When the lights began to flicker, Arrow led Celeste back to their box. Before they sat down, he pulled his mate to him and kissed her. "Are you enjoying yourself, il mio cuore?" "I am, very much, Arrow." "And il mio cuore, my heart." He embraced and led her to her seat. While the opera continued, the theater was quiet as a church, until the end, when everyone began to applaud. Arrow recognized this woman had some breeding and education. He could not be happier with her, and he knew her feelings for him were growing. Her comfort level was something he had already discovered. They exited the theater with the crowd, and saw Felix waiting for them by the car not far down the street. Once she and Arrow were inside the car, Felix asked if they had enjoyed the opera. Celeste spoke not without some excitement, telling him about the play. Arrow listened as she spoke with the guard in a familiar manner. Once they'd returned to the castle, Arrow escorted Celeste back to her room. He gathered her into his arms and kissed her, running his tongue over her lips. He nuzzled her neck, inhaling her scent that included peony from her recent shower. "Ti adoro, amore mio." Celeste pulled back, breathless. "I'm going to have to learn some Italian." "I adore you, my love," Arrow clarified. She smiled, her heart beating faster. "Arrow, I had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you for everything." She kissed him one more time. "I know in time, I will love you. We have that time, Celeste, and more. For now, I'll let you get ready for bed. You were beautiful tonight, and thank you for wearing the jewels. As I said, you can do what you want with them now." "I'll keep them, Arrow, don't worry. You gave them to me after all." Arrow kissed her hand, then left the room. Celeste walked around in a daze. Damn, what had she gotten herself into? She undressed and washed up, then put on her nightgown and slipped into bed. She stretched, happy. It had been a dream-like evening. The next morning, when Felix brought Celeste her breakfast, she asked him to pass on a request to the masters. She needed to speak with all of them together. Having agreed to her request, they later met in the throne room. Gentlemen, I have asked to speak with all of you because I have a request. Celeste waited until she was sure she had all their attention. We've spent time together, each of you with me, one-on-one. Now I want to spend time with all three of you, the four of us together. Why would you want us to share you? Keyes demanded, his eyes a shade darker. I preferred having you alone with me. It's to see if we all get along, Keyes. It's important to me, if I have to be shared between you. It's not about constant togetherness, it's about lack of jealousy. I refuse to come between you. She looked over at Marcus, then Keyes and Arrow in turn. I have no desire to try and replace your first mates. Please understand that, if we are to live together in a polyamory relationship, we have to love each other. Learn from each other, and accept each other as we are. Now I'm going to assume you three are already there. I'm the odd person out who has to fit in, love all of you, and accept that we share everything. As I have told Arrow, I can't choose between you. My affections are growing for all of you. Her cheeks grew warm as she felt herself blush. Arrow spoke first. My dear, you sound almost like you doubt us. Quote, doubt? No, but we have to lay down some ground rules. Celeste had risen a couple hours ago, not feeling like wasting time sleeping in bed. She wanted to see Keyes, but had forgotten how to get to his rooms. Felix had brought her a breakfast tray, then left, allowing Celeste time to dress and make ready to meet with one of her mates. She enjoyed making herself presentable, despite Chelsea telling her the masters admired her as she was. When Felix returned to take the tray back to the kitchen, Celeste asked him to take her to Keyes' rooms. Is Master Keyes expecting you? Felix asked. Celeste was offended by the question. Hadn't Arrow informed her that, since she was his mate, he had no need to knock before entering her room? Does it matter? They imposed this status on me, Felix. They have to live with the consequences. It's not as if they have a choice, Celeste, Felix said. She remembered every visit she'd had with each vampire leader since he'd been manhandled from the garden by the big tree in front of her. She recalled how she'd felt with each one. As time passed when they were alone together, she felt drawn to each, both emotionally and physically. It had to be that damned bond. Even as upset as she was with Keyes and Arrow when they'd interrupted her shower and bath, she still felt a longing and desire within her she could not explain. She enjoyed being with them. They stirred something in her that made her amenable had any of them wanted her. But so far, all had respected her wishes to wait. And she found she truly wanted to get to know them, their histories, their passions, and their expectations for the future. Maybe she had no choice either. Felix, take me to Keyes, please. Very well. Follow me. Felix held the tray in one hand, and led Celeste to Master Keyes' rooms. Once there, he knocked, then giving the human female a smile, sped off to the kitchen. The right door opened to reveal Keyes dressed in Rococo costume. Celeste only knew this because of the books she had read on decor of the period. Hello, Keyes. Her eyes took in his dress. She wondered if it was indeed a costume, or if it was his from his life long ago. He smiled at her and took her in his arms, hugging her. Why are you here, love? I just wanted to see you. That's all right, isn't it? Of course, come in, he said, taking her hand and leading her into the anteroom. He kissed her temple and put down the rapier he had been using. Come, sit down. And how are you, sweeting? I'm fine. What were you doing before I arrived? I was practicing fencing moves. He grinned. I enjoy wearing the appropriate clothing. Then they are yours, from the time period. She couldn't help looking him over, finding him charming. And you can fence. Yes, I'm quite good at it. Care to learn? Celeste laughed. Maybe after I'm like you. Less chance of getting skewered. Of course, I would not want you harmed, Celeste. He raised her hand to his lips, all the while gazing at her. Keyes, may I ask you a really stupid question? When she saw his expression change to one of interest, she continued. Why don't you have fangs like vampires are supposed to have? How do you feed? Celeste felt if her life was going to be changed from that of a typical human female to something known only in fictional books and films, she deserved the truth about what she would become. Keyes felt he needed to reveal to her the truth, even if it hurt her a bit. I want to show you why we don't need fangs, attractive as human females may find them. Celeste smiled. Then that disappeared when she wondered what made these vampires different from legend. Keys held Celeste's hand, rubbing his cold hand over hers. He brought her forefinger up to his mouth. Parting his lips, he put her finger into his mouth, causing Celeste to gasp. Keys ran her finger over the edge of his teeth. Celeste felt pain in her finger. Ouch, Keys, what the hell? He released her finger, showing her blood welling up from a tiny slice on her skin, so small it was similar to a paper cut. Our teeth are like razors, so fangs are not necessary. We do have to be careful when we kiss you. His eyes darkened as he stared at the drop of blood on her finger. Celeste looked at her more volatile mate. She nodded slowly, giving him permission to lick the droplet away. Keys put her finger back into his mouth and sucked. It tasted so sweet, it would be easy to bite harder and suck more of the red fluid. He didn't though. He released her hand so that she could see the blood had stopped flowing. Looking into the face of her mate, she noticed his crimson eyes lightening to their usual pale red. Your blood is like an elixir to me, amore mia. L'elixir di lunga vita. Keys held her chin gently, his eyes unwavering from hers. Never allow me to do that again, he said slowly but firmly. I may not be able to stop. I wouldn't want to kill you, Celeste, even if unintentional. She hugged Keys. I'm sorry. It was my fault. She draped her arms around his shoulders and kissed him. She leaned against him. I'm not afraid of you, Keys. You've obviously a great deal of control. Sitting beside her attractive vampire mate, Celeste had to admit to herself, the urgent neediness revealed in his eyes gave her a moment of panic. At least now she knew how they fed off humans. Biting, but minus the fangs. You have to understand before your change. There's nothing more desirable in the world. Blood is something most vampires can't resist, even with self-control. He brushed his fingers along her cheek, then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. You're too important to all of us, Celeste. The mating bond will become so strong, no one else will be able to please us. If one of us is destroyed, all of us will feel the loss. Even if we are distances apart, we will feel the pull, which can be almost painful until we're back together again. Thank you for explaining it to me, Keys. I had no idea it would be this way. She knew she was important to the three masters. She just had to trust them. Arrow went into Celeste's room and found her lying on her bed. He stood at the side of the bed, watching her. Hearing her steady breathing and the slowed beating of her heart, he knew she was in a deep sleep. He removed his shoes and socks, then tossed his jacket and shirt on a chair. He left his slacks on so as not to anger her. He knew she would be furious if she found him lying fully naked beside her. Lying down on the bed, Arrow nestled close to Celeste. He felt the warmth radiating from her body. Dressed as she was in a silky full-length nightgown, the color was her favorite blue. He had come into her room around 4 a.m. so he would be there when she woke around 8 a.m., as was her habit. Celeste felt a chill run through her body, and she turned in bed, curling up, her hands under her chin. She sighed, causing Arrow to move closer to her. When Celeste opened her eyes, she screamed. Seeing a pair of red eyes staring at her, she exhaled. Arrow, oh damn, I forgot where I was for a moment. She sat up, pulling the blanket over her chest. What are you doing in my bed? I only wanted to be here when you awoke, Kara. Arrows refused to look his mate up and down, feeling she would be offended. Instead, he kept his eyes focused on hers. He had to show her in other ways how much he wanted her. Did she want him as much, he wondered. Celeste leaned against the headboard, noticing Arrow's bare upper body. Arrow, would you please dress? He tilted his head as he peered at her with longing. Only my shirt is missing. I've only been here since about 4 a.m. I wanted to be here when you awoke. Is there anything wrong with that? And I don't hear you objecting that loudly. She ran fingers through her tousled hair. It's like you're always trying to gain an advantage over Marcus and Keys. As I said, I want us to spend time together. I already feel love for all three of you when I'm with you, and it's growing stronger every day. It must be your damnable sense drawing me in, or the mating bond, I have no idea. In any case, you have to follow rules of conduct. What would you do if Keys snuck into my bed and tried to seduce me, or if Marcus? I have not tried to seduce you, Arrow interrupted. I'm just here with you. His eyes bore into hers. speaking to her in a way only he and she would understand. He took her hand and kissed the top, then turned it over to kiss her wrist where he saw the blood pulse in her veins. He heard her gasp when he licked her skin, probably realizing that his teeth were this close to her life's elixir, as Keyes had called it. One bite and he might not be able to stop himself from draining her. But you're right, my love. I had better go. Do not be angry with me for my intrusion, if you have the heart to forgive me. Celeste felt the draw and shook her head. There's nothing to forgive. Now, if you please, I'd really enjoy some breakfast. Quote, Arrow smiled at her. I'll let Felix know to bring you a tray. Once he had put his shirt back on, he leaned over the bed to kiss her, saying, You are a beauty who has stolen my heart. He grabbed his jacket and started for the doors. He stopped and gave her a final glance. Or it's just the mating bond, he said with an unnecessary heavy sigh. Celeste huffed and threw a pillow at him. Oh, you. Now get out. Once he'd left the room, a grin on his face, she laughed and jumped from the bed to shower and dress before Felix arrived with her meal. Celeste met with Marcus outside, finding him tending the garden. He seemed to be talking to himself, and so low, she could not hear what he was saying. Hello, Marcus. Is there someone out here I can't see? Good morning, my dear. No, I always talk with Didim when I garden. I like to think she is watching me tending her favorites. Believe me, I am not crazy. Oh no, I didn't think that. It's very sweet that you feel she is still with you. Marcus went to Celeste's side and kissed her cheek. It will not interfere with our mating bond, dear one. Celeste took Marcus's arm and walked with him as they examined the rows of bushes sprouting new buds. I'm not jealous of your love for Didim. When you find such a love, you can't ever forget it, even if you lose it. She stopped and turned to embrace her vampire mate around the waist. When we finally do fall in love with one another, I'm hoping it will be deep and long-lasting. She tilted her head up, willing Marcus to understand what she wanted. He did and leaned down to kiss her. Her breath was warm on his lips and her heart beat faster against his chest. He found himself wishing this introductory period was over because he needed to be with her. Marcus had been alone for so long, to hold this woman in his arms, to feel her warm skin pressed against his frozen flesh. He longed to see her look up at him with trust in her eyes when he took her for the first time. But there was the same question hanging over his dream. Would he and his brothers be equal in her eyes? It tainted the dream, but he knew he would willingly share her rather than lose her completely. Later that evening, Celeste was sitting crossed-legged on her bed, brushing her hair. Her mind wandered to her recent meetings with her mates. She knew she was beginning to love them, each in her own way. They were so very different in personality, she assumed having all three would never become mundane. She thought about the mating bond and how it worked, although she didn't have a clue. Keyes made it sound like it was irrevocable once mates finally encountered one another. If one somehow perished, all would feel the pain of the loss of that partner. It frightened her, since she had no choice. As did none of the male vampires who called themselves her mates, Celeste decided to let things move along at whatever pace fate chose. Just before she went to bed, she decided to come up with an idea to test Arrow. He seemed the most aggressive of the three, which surprised Celeste. She felt for sure Keyes would hold that title. She prepared to go to sleep, feeling relaxed and yet eager to find out about the trip they'd be taking. She slipped between the cool sheets and lay down. She smiled, then closed her eyes. Before the sun rose, Arrow went to Celeste's bedroom. He berated himself for his weakness in wanting to be close to her for no other reason than that it gave him pleasure. When she had awakened and found him in her bed, he was surprised she had not tossed him out of her room with curses and flying objects. Perhaps she had not truly minded his presence. When he reached the side of her bed, he saw her curled up beneath the bedclothes, looking so peacefully radiant. He wondered, if she was this perfect as a human, what would she look and be like after her transformation? He removed his shoes and socks again, then his shirt found its same spot on the chair. He eschewed the jacket before coming to her room. Arrow went back to the bed and lay carefully next to her sleeping form. He didn't touch her lest he wake her, but he was close enough to smell her delightful scent. Am I Amado Angel? He whispered. As he watched in the darkness, Arrow noticed the absence of her nightgown strap. He reached up and pulled down the blanket that was wrapped around her shoulders. His eyes widened when he saw she wasn't wearing her usual satiny nightgown. In her sleep, Celeste's arms covered her bare breasts while her bent legs covered something even sweeter to the vampire. Had she gotten hot in the night? It was difficult for Arrow to know, having no ability to discern what was too hot or too cold. His eyes darkened to crimson in the darkness of the room, but he returned the blanket to its original placement and lay back down. He had to prove to Celeste his honest respect for her wishes. As the sun began to turn the sky a pale pink, Celeste woke, turning on her back and stretching. The blanket slipped down, uncovering the tops of her breasts, forcing Arrow to make the simulation of clearing his throat. She looked over at him, making no move to cover herself. It wasn't like anything was showing anyway. So you decided to join me again, Arrow. She turned on her side, facing him while supporting her head on her bent arm. Good morning, cara mia. This time I have pre-ordered breakfast for you. It will be here in about an hour if you wish to bathe and dress. He licked his lips while gazing at Celeste. How do you manage to be so beautiful first thing in the morning? She laughed. Me, beautiful? I do believe your vampiric eyesight is beginning to fail you, Arrow. He smiled at her joke, but then merely stared at her silently and waited. He didn't very long to wait before Celeste moved closer and kissed him. Her free hand brushed up his cheek, then played with a strand of his glossy black hair. She lowered her hand down his cheek and neck until it was resting on his bare chest. His skin was hard and cold, and she loved the feel of him. She wondered why there was no fear inside her, but when he was with her like this, he was not a monster, a creature of myth and legend. He was just Arrow, and he was trying to do as she had asked. Give of himself, not what he had but what he was. And he had passed the test. She was naked in her bed, and he had not taken advantage of that. It was all she could do not to allow him the privilege of her body, but that would come later. Arrow, we can both lie here, not doing what we both want to do. Or I can go shower. He rose from the bed somewhat reluctantly. What if he had pressed her? Would she have given in to him? He put on his shirt and tossed her the blue nightgown that was lying on the dresser, then he turned his back to her. Celeste threw the nightgown on and before heading to the bathroom, hugged Arrow goodbye, giving him a tender kiss. You are such a tease, my love, he said with a smile. Takes one to know one. Now go, so I can shower or my breakfast will sit getting cold before I'm done. She headed for the bath, calling out to Arrow she would see him later. While she showered, she groaned in frustration. God, she thought to herself, how much do you want that man? Yet he passed her test and didn't touch her against her will. Maybe she wished he hadn't passed. Later in the day, Celeste was called into the throne room. She found all three of her mates sitting on their thrones, smiles on their faces. Arrow waved his hand at her, asking her to come forward to stand at the side of his chair. Cara, my brothers and I have decided we will take you to one of our villas on the island of Sicily. You may buy whatever clothing you need. Chelsea will gladly assist you with that, and Felix will drive you both. Unless you feel that's flaunting our wealth. Oh no, in this case, I won't argue with you, thank you. I have nothing suitable to wear on a beach vacation. She flashed Arrow a smile, and then looked to both Marcus and Keys, thanking them as well. When do we leave? Tomorrow morning, but not before sunrise. We'll be taking one of the private jets, Arrow explained while giving Celeste a smirk. And be there in time for supper. This trip will be for us all, Cara. We will be together, as you asked, in order to have the time you want to get to know us, and we, you. Celeste leaned over to give Arrow a kiss. Then went to Marcus who nodded at her approvingly. Thank you, Marcus. This will be so much fun and well worth it. She then moved to Keys, bending to kiss the blonde vampire. You do think this is a good idea, Keys? A slow smile crept over his face. Of course I do. We'll have some alone time there as well. His smile filled Celeste with a warmth that excited her. Go now, make your preparations. Arrow ordered. Felix and Chelsea are waiting at the car out back. Celeste left the throne room, envisioning being at the beach in what must be a lovely villa with her three handsome mates. After she had left, Arrow spoke up. This will work, brothers. Our maid must realize her place is here with us. And we must learn to share her. Therefore, it is agreed, we will act as gentlemen. He watched for nods from Marcus and Keys. This must work, or we risk losing her. Celeste was so excited about the upcoming trip her mates were taking her on. Chelsea had taken her shopping for all the necessities, insisting she choose anything she wanted and extras besides. She reassured Celeste the masters would not care how much she spent, money being of no interest to them. So both women picked out swimsuits, beach cover-ups, sundresses, shorts and tops, and shoes suitable for walking on sand. Celeste also picked out a beach hat and tote along with towels and sunglasses for everyone. She assumed with red eyes, publicly, the vampires should wear sunglasses. She hadn't been made aware of the contacts the masters wore when necessary. Once everything was packed and delivered to the private jet, the foursome headed to the airport, with Felix driving them to Pisa. Arrow gave one last talk to Jane, Alec, Dimitri, and Felix as the four in temporary charge of the castle. Once they arrived at the Pisa airport, the group of four headed onto the jet. Celeste waved goodbye to her big tree, Felix, who smiled back at her. "I've never been on a private jet before," Celeste said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Arrow could not look away from her, the pink in her cheeks making her seem so very human. And so very desirable. He was pleased they were making their human mate happy. "Choose any seat you wish at the back, amore mio. Once we take off, you may move up the cabin if you wish. I have to speak with the pilot, but will return in a few minutes." "How many jets do you have?" she asked Keys, who was sitting at her left so that she could look out the window. Marcus sat opposite her, leaving the last seat for Arrow. "We have several," Keys said. "At times we rarely go anywhere, but the guards may use them on their many missions. You'll need to tell me about these missions. I want to know everything about you." Keys leaned against Celeste, enjoying the closeness of his mate. He had her now, and would not be too willing to release her attention anytime soon. Marcus gave her a smile across the small space between the seats. He was rewarded for his smile with a smoldering gaze. Had Keys not taken the seat beside Celeste, she would have been next to Marcus. Instead, she spoke the language of expression, and he knew what his mate was thinking. Keys bumped your arm with his elbow. "I'm sitting here, il mio cor traditor." She turned to look at him. Keys sighed, giving his human mate a glare and translating, "My treacherous heart." Celeste took offense. "How can I be cheating when I belong to all of you? Stop acting like a jealous schoolboy. You're too old for that," she teased. The glare melted away. "Yes, you do, to all of us. As we belong to you. Besides, I love you, Keys. And you, Marcus. Never doubt that." She wondered how this was going to work when jealousy seemed inherent in such a relationship. When the jet took off, she clung to Keys' arm, leaning against his shoulder. "I hate takeoffs," she whispered. He gave her a smirk. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." In a plane crash, Marcus could not help but laugh low. "Amore, we won't be crashing. Relax and enjoy the flight. Later, you can get something to eat and drink, if you wish." Arrow finally came to the back cabin, and on seeing Keys in the seat next to Celeste, his eyes briefly darkened. He sat next to Marcus and decided there would be time for him to woo her once they reached the villa. There would be much for Celeste to learn about vampires, things they spent centuries hiding. But she had to learn for more practical reasons. She would be one of them soon enough. And he would be there to teach her. The beach was below a short cliff. The path not too difficult to traverse, but Arrow wanted to take the easy way. Or perhaps he merely wanted to impress his mate. He scooped Celeste into his arms, her tote held in her arms. He smiled at her, asking her, "Ready?" She kissed him and replied, "If you're intent on doing this, I guess I have to be." She held in her scream when Arrow dropped off the edge of the pathway. Wind blew around him until they landed softly on the sand. "Were you frightened?" Arrow asked, his expression one of amusement. "Wow, that was incredible." Celeste hugged her arms around her mate's neck. "No, Arrow, I felt completely safe. But how do we get back up?" Marcus and Keys had decided to let Celeste spend time with Arrow, the latter reluctantly so. They watched the pair through the large picture window. "We were supposed to be together. All of us," Keys growled low while watching their human mate and Arrow playing in the ocean. There were to be no preferences. Brother, be at peace. Celeste loves us all. Has she not shown that to you? Don't you feel it when you're with her? Keyes had to admit, when they two were together, he felt her love and absolute interest in him. He also felt the desire he was successfully building inside her. She responded to him, wanting him, but also asking for his patience. Very well, Marcus, but I insist on my time with our mate. He turned to look out the window and down the cliff to the sea. He tried to think of how he could reach Celeste in ways Arrow might not think of. For now, Keyes watched, his emotions darkening, while Marcus bided his time. Celeste started screaming when Arrow picked her up and tossed her over his shoulder. Then she laughed, ordering him to put her down, not that he was listening. She had worn one of her new swimsuits, only to find Arrow hadn't brought any. She assumed Marcus and Keyes had likewise felt no need for one. Finally she felt odd being dressed while Arrow was not. To hell with it, she mumbled. He would see her naked eventually, just as Keyes had said. And the beach was private. When she took off her suit, her mate looked at her with appreciative eyes, before realizing he was trying to make her feel comfortable with him. You are beautiful, Cara. Una dia sorta doll mare. He embraced her, saying, it means you are a goddess risen from the sea. Celeste blushed, but these vampires felt freedom about things humans did not. Even while restricting themselves from intermingling with humans very often. Centuries of life made things important to people like her seem of less concern to their kind. But they were her mates after all. It wasn't long before she felt free around Arrow. And if she could be comfortable around him, being as free with Marcus and Keyes would hold no embarrassment for her. The sun came out from behind a cloud. This was the first time she had seen them outside and fully exposed. Arrow's skin shimmered like it was covered in fine diamond dust. She watched him, her mouth open in awe. He noticed her gaze and where it was focused. Another lesson, my heart. This is what the sun actually does to us. No burning, but just as dangerous. If humans saw us like this, I can imagine, they would try to destroy you. Or at the least capture and try to dissect you, she said. Celeste walked up to Arrow and touched his skin, utterly fascinated. She still feared for him and the others. They'd have to be careful at all times here. You are beautiful. He took her hand and kissed it. As you will be as soon as you've been changed. Celeste laughed and left Arrow, running into the water, turning to splash some at him. He feigned annoyance and ran into the water after her, disappearing under the surface. Looking around her, Celeste waited for her mate to come up for air. It was now longer than she had expected. Panic began to build up, and she called out for him. Arrow, Arrow, you come here this instant. I swear, I'm leaving. She began to use her hands to move the water, peering into it, looking for any dark movement. Arrow, please. It had to have been 7 or 8 minutes by now, when suddenly, cold arms wrapped themselves around her from behind. Were you afraid for me, Cara? I am touched. Celeste was less than amused. Having truly been frightened for her mate, she pulled away from him, her anger apparent on her face. My dear, you still have much to learn about us. We don't need to take in air, except to speak or smell. That means we can remain underwater for very long periods of time. I was never in any danger, he reassured her. Celeste stood there, staring at the prankster she loved, and felt tears begin to flow. What if Arrow had drowned? The thought felt real inside her and she couldn't stop the tears. Arrow was confused. His mate was weeping for him. Did she love him enough to feel grief at his presumed loss? He went to her, gathering her in his arms, kissing her temple. I am sorry, Cara. I hadn't meant to frighten you. It was a jest, a poor one. He placed a hand on her cheek, his fingers brushing away the tears. I'm so sorry, my love. Celeste, against her better judgment, hugged Arrow tightly, his cold, wet body against her warm one. If you ever do anything like that again, she warned. I won't, I swear. I forgot how close death is to humans, the threat more real to your kind than ours. He kissed her lips gently, then with more passion, aware of her body pressed to his. Only his self-control kept his own body in check. He kissed her ear, nibbling the lobe with his lips. Do not keep me waiting long, amore mio. I will be beside myself until I have tasted you fully. Arrow, I can't. Perhaps not at the moment, but soon. She saw his pleading, darkened eyes. Her heart beat faster, and he would know her desire was strong too. We'd better go inside. Breeze is making it a bit cold out here. Keys, I need to talk with you. I need a favor. It has to do with whom my first lover will be. Her face heated with embarrassment, but Keys only smiled, giving her assurances. You've chosen me, he asked with expectations of being her first choice. He slipped his fingers into her hair and kissed her. Celeste waited for him to release her. She didn't want to hurt Keys. If indeed he would feel hurt. Keys, I need to be with Arrow first. What? All morning, you spent with him. Now you push Marcus and myself aside to take Arrow to your bed first. She stepped back, not expecting Keys' anger. His continued jealousy made it hard for her to think. Keys, please sit. She sat on the sofa and patted the spot beside her. I think I understand Marcus very well. It's been so easy to get close to him. We mesh in every way, and I do feel drawn to him. He gives me butterflies in my stomach every time he touches me, and I can't wait to be with him in that way. And me, do you feel nothing for me? His hurt expression made Celeste feel horrible with herself. Are you nuts? When I'm around you, all I want is for you to touch me. I think of other things to keep from focusing on the one thing I want from you. When you sucked the blood off my finger, I thought I was going to orgasm then and there. But I'm trying not to think that way about you, not yet. Besides, Keys, there is more to you than just sexual desires, I hope. Keys grinned on hearing her words. Sex is important to me, as will my giving you pleasure, il mio core. He reached up and brushed her hair behind her ear. Then he kissed her cheek. I'll help all I can, he said, his eyes focused on her face. When we are together, I promise you I will give you what you want. More than once. When he winked at her, Celeste smiled, feeling shivers moving up her spine. Really? Then you do understand. Keys gave her a slight frown. I can't say I do fully. Why Arrow? Because, Keys, he is the one I don't get. At times, I feel he doesn't respect my boundaries. But when he doesn't, I feel like I want him so much, and I can't let him think he's capable of forcing his own wishes on me. I refuse being told what to do. She sighed. I want to understand him. He can be loving, yet so pushy at times. I'm inclined to push back, but I don't want to send him away from me. I'm sure none of us wants that. We expect you to be with us forever. Keys, if we're to be together, all four of us, it has to be for our mutual benefit. Believe me when I say I love you. I do. I can't help myself. She leaned against him, the cold of his body not bothering her at all. That's all I need to know, Celeste. Do what you need to. I'll wait, impatiently perhaps, but I will. He stood, and pulled her into his arms, and when my turn comes, I will make you forget everything Arrow did to you. Celeste felt her heart skip a beat with anticipation. I love you, my vampire mate. You have a fire in your heart that I know will set fire to my loins. She then laughed nervously. Did that sound utterly old world? Keys held Celeste's chin, and kissed his mate. He tasted her lips, thinking of the night he would taste more. They would remain together forever. What matters is what you say, not how you say it. I will set fire to you, my love. I will light a desire within you only I can quench. I promise you. Celeste cleared her throat. I'd better go, Keys. I have to talk to Marcus. He nodded. The same talk to his brother. At least he himself managed not to tear the room apart even with his jealousy roiling through him. I'll see you later, my love, he said calmly. Do what you will, Arrow. She will forget you once she has had me in her bed. Celeste left Keys' rooms, relieved he understood her. Surely Marcus would be easier to convince. Celeste was outside on the pool deck, watching boats off in the distance. They're fishing boats. They sit on the water all day, then sell our catches to local restaurants and fish markets. Celeste heard the familiar deep voice behind her. Cool hands wrapped themselves around her waist while cold lips feathered over the back of her neck. She turned to see Marcus, who was giving her goosebumps with each kiss. Makes me want to go have a fine seafood dinner before I'm changed. How much he wanted this woman, his mate for all time. But until that was made official, he would shower her with the affection he himself craved so much. We can take you to town tonight, if you wish. Marcus wanted to see Celeste smile. It lit her face and made her all the more adorable to him. Marcus, I already spoke with Keys. I need to speak with you now. I've decided to ask Arrow to be my first bed partner. That sounded stupid, but you know what I mean. I know you a great deal already. Celeste, I assumed Arrow would be your first. And it's not because I care about you and Keys any less. I love you both so much already, and I'm not sure why. But I also feel you two are more grounded. With Arrow I'm not sure. He's all over the place half the time. His mind seems so chaotic, while you're more focused. Keys can be volatile but he has a great deal of self-control. And then there's Arrow. Say no more, sweeting. I understand. I'll wait for you, as I know Keys will wait. Know that I want you so much. I need to feel your touches on me. It has been far too long for me to not know love. Oh, Marcus, we'll make it all worth the wait. She played with his open shirt collar, her fingers caressing his chest while she talked with him. She leaned in and kissed just below his Adam's apple. Then her arms encircled his shoulders. I love you. She smiled and left him to go get ready for dinner. Celeste dressed in a cotton summer print sleeveless dress. She pulled her hair up into a loose bun, and chose a set of gold hoop earrings. She wore minimal makeup, wanting to appear as natural as possible. It seemed to be exactly what her mates wanted. When they saw her enter the living room, their faces lit up with welcoming smiles. Celeste, you are lovely, Marcus said, going over to her, his hands held out. When she placed hers in his, he pulled her close and kissed her cheek. Keys came over to join the pair and took her hands from Marcus, wrapping one arm around her waist. She gave Marcus a small shrug, and turned to give Keys a kiss. Am I presentable then? She asked her blonde mate. More than. Are you hungry? He asked with real interest. Yes, Marcus and his telling me about offshore fishing made me want to try a local fish dish. Arrow finally entered the room, giving Celeste an appreciative glance, but he made no move to go to her. With Keys was on one side and Marcus on the other, everyone left the villa to get into a car waiting outside the front entrance. We called for a car, my dear, since town would be too far a walk for you, Marcus explained. Celeste nodded, knowing her vampire mates could make the walk in minutes since they would be running all the way. She jokingly called it FTL, or faster than light motion. Once they reached the restaurant, the foursome were seated at a table with an ocean view, thanks to the host. Who could not take his eyes off Celeste? She glanced at her mates, who seemed to take immediate offense. She looked over the menu and asked the waiter a few questions, before choosing a poached fish called acquapazza. She ordered a glass of Pinot Grigio to go with it, the waiter agreeing with her choice while his eyes looked her over, disregarding the glares of the three men with her. Celeste, realizing this was not safe for the hapless waiter, turned away from him, in effect dismissing him. She smiled at her three mates in turn. You ordered so little, will it fool anyone? It prevents questions and waste. We merely hide the food in our napkins to toss later. So we can't eat solid food at all? She asked while taking another bite of her fish. Arrow smiled hearing Celeste use the word, we. So she thought of herself as part of the coven already. That pleased him. He said, with a look of disgust on his flawless face, anything other than our usual diet must be coughed up, an unpleasant task. As you can imagine, laughing nervously, Celeste remarked, then don't eat anything, for me, confused as to why Arrow wasn't treating her as he usually had been. She looked over at Marcus, who seemed to have noticed as well. He took her hand in his, squeezing it affectionately. By the time Celeste had finished her meal, the sun was just setting. The small group walked around a balcony, taking in the view while they waited for the car to return. Marcus on her right had his hand on the small of Celeste's back, while Keys on her left draped an arm around her shoulders. Again, she wondered why Arrow was nowhere near her. Back at the villa, Celeste bid everyone good night with kisses, thanking them for a lovely evening, and went to her room to shower. Later, once she had blow-dried her hair, she put on a shorty satin nightgown and sat on the bed. She never did get the chance to speak with Arrow privately. He was so maddening, she began to feel she needed to change her mind about making him her first. It was after midnight, and Celeste was lying on the bed, wide awake and alone in her room with the lights off. Arrow had been avoiding her all afternoon and said little to her during dinner, which confused her. They'd had a nice time at the beach, until he had frightened her into thinking she'd lost him. All through dinner, he watched her, seemingly disinterested. Even when he deigned to give her a glance, she wished she could have read his mind. Was he pulling away from her, and just when she was prepared to offer him what he said he most wanted? Celeste was so used to Arrow being one step behind her, always around. His absence left a hole in her chest, and it had been one half of a day. Was she that tied to these men, these ancient vampires, that being apart from them hurt? Keyes had said that. She seemed to remember. She wasn't going to cry. He wasn't worth her tears. Lying on the bed, she brought her hands up to her forehead. Damn you, Arrow Volturi. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm the man who loves you, cara mia. Celeste heard the voice in the darkness and sat up, reaching over to turn on the light. I also believe you love me as well, la mia amata moglie. Celeste's heart started beating faster. Trying not to show her joy at his presence, she asked blandly, what does that mean, Arrow? He walked closer to the bed until he was at her side, never once blinking. His eyes fixed on hers. It means, my beloved wife. Oh, was all she could manage to say. She stared up at Arrow, his pale chest bare. He was wearing only the black dress pants he wore to dinner. No shirt, no shoes, no socks. She knew he removed his footwear only when he had chosen to sneak into her bed. She looked into his face, seeing his red eyes turning into a darker shade of crimson. You had something to ask me, Celeste. Arrow said, more than questioned. How do you know? She countered. Marcus. He insisted I read him. Keyes didn't want me to. I do believe he is a bit jealous of me right now. Did Marcus tell you why I wanted to give you this privilege first? Arrow smirked. Of course he knew, but he didn't care. I'm here, Celeste. What do you want of me? She peered up at Arrow, the one of her mates she felt most conflicted about. I want you to stay here, with me, all night. I want you to touch me, kiss me, make me burn for you. I want you to share yourself with me in other ways as well. And do not leave my side until the sun rises. Arrow sat on the bed next to her, a genuine smile forming on his face. He leaned in and kissed her lips, satisfied when he felt her kiss him back. As you command, my love. Arrow stood by the bed, looking down at Celeste. He undid his slacks and let them slide over his hips and down his legs. He stepped out of them, now completed naked before his mate. Celeste could not tear her eyes away from Arrow. It wasn't as if he were built differently than any other man she had taken to her bed. After all, hadn't he once been an ordinary human? But this was the first time she had seen him in all his raw beauty, and it aroused her instantly. She placed her warm hand on his hip, sliding it down his cold, hard thigh, but nowhere near his manhood. Their relationship was an obvious test of wills, and she wasn't just going to sit back and let Arrow exert his will over her. Arrow held out his hand to her, pulling her up off the bed. His arms encircled his mate. Then he leaned in close to kiss her, the evidence of his own arousal pressing against her leg. Celeste looked into Arrow's near black eyes. She reached up to touch his lips, slowly tracing them with her fingertips. Your mouth is so. She felt her heart beating faster. If he could make this needy with one touch, what else could he do to her? Cara mia, am I the only one left unclothed and eager? Don't you wish to bear yourself to me? He nuzzled her neck below her ear, whispering, show yourself to me, Celeste. Celeste stepped back and undid the 3 buttons of her nightgown, letting it down to her waist. Then turned to Arrow. Suddenly self-conscious, she draped her arms across her breasts. Non essere timido con me. You have no need to hide yourself from me, of all people, he said, smiling. His eyes slightly narrowed. It wasn't enough that she show herself to him. He wanted her to offer herself to him. Not in a debasing manner, for she was his queen. She would be gracing him with her body. For him to pleasure in any way she wanted. Only then would he take his own pleasure of her. Celeste laughed to herself. Arrow was right, just as Keyes had said earlier. They were her mates, her husbands for all intents and purposes. In their world, the vampire world, they had said this was a rare happenstance but not unknown. It was certainly not unknown in the human world, just less acceptable. Arrow gave Celeste a reassuring smile and took her hands in his, pulling them away from her body. He clasped them, drawing them around his torso. "Embrace me, Kara, I want to feel you against me." When she complied, he drew her nightgown down her hips to pull around her feet. Celeste stepped out of the satin gown, still pressed up against Arrow. He picked her up in his arms and walked the short distance to the bedside, lowering her to the mattress, the blankets providing a comfortable place for their love-making. Arrow lay beside his mate, pulling her onto her side to face him. His arm beneath her head. His free hand caressed her arm, down to her hip, running it up and down her thigh as she had done him. "Say pronto, amore mio. Lascia che ti ami come meriti." Whenever Arrow felt romantically inclined, he reverted to Italian. Celeste had no idea what he was saying, but the passion of his words were translated to his touches and kisses, and he never failed to spark something in her so far. She nuzzled her face into the side of his neck, breathing in his unique scent that didn't come from any cologne. She slid her arm up his back, then draped her leg over his possessively, using it to pull him closer. "Amore, I need you so badly. If it could, my heart would beat only for you." He kissed her, his tongue running over her lips, tasting them. He reached down to cup her mound, feeling her hips jerk toward him. "You are hungry for me, amore. Arrow, don't tease me. I'll leave. I swear I will," she threatened idly, all the while wriggling beneath his touch. "First of all, this is your room, Celeste. And secondly, I don't think you'll leave when I promise you such pleasures as I have learned over the millennia." His dark eyes stared into hers before he kissed her again. His fingers worked magic on her body, causing his mate to squirm against his hand. His cock was hard, pressing against her belly. But he wanted to give her an orgasm before he would love her with his entire body. Celeste panted her need, her hips rising up into Arrow's hand until she felt her body tighten up, the strong muscular spasms of her orgasm rolling through her, forcing a cry from her lips. Arrow was all she could manage. She fell back to earth, the comfort of her mate's arms around her. She kissed his shoulder, moving down his chest. She could not bite him like she wanted, the animal in her desire frustrated by his physiology. Instead, she pulled him to her after spreading her legs wide, forcing him to nestle between them. Then she wrapped her legs around his hips, laughing, her arms snaking around his upper body. "You belong to me now, Arrow del Volturi." The competition between them had already begun. Rising up, Arrow complied with her demand and lunged forward, burying himself deep within his mate's body. Celeste arched up against him, taking in his length with a groan. Their bodies began to move as one, Arrow teasing the skin of her neck with the sharpness of his teeth. He felt her tremble against him and smiled. In time, he would bite her, starting the process to make her his forever. Celeste was enjoying the feel of her mate inside her, filling her, oving with a steady motion that only made her need grow more frenzied. Arrow was circling his hips in a way that drove her over the edge. When Arrow felt Celeste's inner muscles grip his cock, he allowed himself the opportunity to enjoy the sensations of her wrapped around his body until he came hard within her. Unlike any of her previous sexual encounters, there was no doubt Arrow had spilled his seed. When she felt his cold emission within her, her fingernails were trying to dig into his back, a futile effort. Her cries were buried in his neck until her climax had passed. She hugged his body, unwilling to let him go. Arrow tried to disengage himself from Celeste's hold, saying, "Love, are you all right?" He rolled to his side, taking her with him. "Celeste, oh, Arrow, I'm so afraid." She reached up to brush her fingers through his hair. "Afraid of what, cara mia? Not me, I trust." He gave her a smile. Gazing into his lightening eyes, she explained, "No, Arrow, not you. I'm afraid you and I will never see eye to eye in this relationship." Arrow's eyes widened. Did she fear being rejected by him, or was she doing the rejecting? He leaned in to kiss her. "Kara, please don't say such things. It will be fine. I can be stubborn, and I feel you can be too. Did we not enjoy tonight?" She smiled and nodded. "Yes, Arrow, I know I did." She nestled against him, the cold of his body tempering the heat of her own. When she pulled away from her mate, the cold finally too much, Arrow left the bed and found a throw in the closet. Flashing back to the bed, he lay the throw over Celeste, then nestled close to her. How much simpler it would be once she was a vampire. Is that better, my love? Yes, thank you. I do love you, Arrow. Never doubt that, even if we fight or I get angry at you for doing something stupid. He laughed, then ran his thumb over her lower lip before kissing her again. Anch'io ti amo. I love you too. We will always be together, in peace or not. He thought a moment. Have you, Eve? Thought that I might prefer a woman with some fire in her. Constant acquiescence can be boring. Then you will never be bored with me, Arrow, if we fight fire with fire. If her eyes could change color, they'd be dark. Arrow rolled onto his back, Celeste now straddling him. His hands caressed her back, until they moved to cup her ass cheeks. He easily pulled her up over him, then allowed her to fall on his hard length. She rode him hard, her hands braced on his chest, until both reached their climax. Celeste loved the feel of Arrow's cold member inside her, while Arrow felt the pleasure of her heat surrounding him. It was something both would miss once they were of the same kind. Celeste finally napped for almost an hour, before waking to find Arrow down between her legs, using his tongue and fingers to pleasure her further. Her mind ceased thinking and she merely lay back and enjoyed his ministrations. Later, the pair talked about their lives, Arrow having much to say for his longer existence. Celeste marveled at the man she was mated with. He was educated, and knew about history from all over the world. He shared with her his meetings with famous people. There were the darker times the Volturi had to fight rival covens. The only time his eyes displayed anything other than interest and the far-off gaze that comes from reminiscing was when he spoke about Didim. Arrow explained to Celeste how he had raised his baby sister, then later brought her into his world 18 months after his own change. He related how she and Marcus had fallen in love and became mates to each other. He didn't tell Celeste everything though, leaving out the parts about their eventual desire to leave the coven, and how he had made the difficult decision that was unacceptable. So Marcus lost Didim, and that's why he was so despondent all this time. Her heart went out to her mate. If she could make him half as happy as he had been with Didim, she would be content. Arrow, you and Keys lost your mates as well. It can't have been easy for any of you. You're correct in that assessment, but Marcus loved my sister more than either Keys and I loved our mates. My sister. She was fortunate in her choice of mate. Celeste nestled against Arrow, hoping he would be with her always. For a vampire to lose their mate was devastating, if Marcus was any example. Arrow knew why Celeste was upset. He slipped one arm beneath her while the other moved over her. He gathered her to him, holding her. We will never lose one another, my heart. Never. The sun was rising over the horizon, slowly lighting up Celeste's room. Arrow lay beside her, watching his mate with a smile on his face. You're awake, Kara. I slipped out to bring you breakfast. His eyes moved over to the desk, where Celeste saw a tray sitting. She stretched and yawned, her body feeling so relaxed from last night, it was all she could do to wake up. There's coffee on the tray, my dear. You know my weaknesses, Arrow. She got out of bed and padded across the floor with bare feet, going to the desk to pour herself a cup of coffee. She took a drink and made a show of her appreciation. This hits the spot. Thank you, my darling. This was very considerate of you, she said, turning to Arrow, who was still lying naked on the bed, watching her, unblinking. She picked up a sausage and walked to the bed to sit beside Arrow. Today I'd like to take a nice long walk along the waterfront, with all three of you. She bit the sausage in half and ate it. Where did you order this from? Surely you didn't cook it yourself. She popped the rest of the sausage into her mouth. I'm hurt, Kara, Arrow said, a mock frown on his face. I can cook. I just never had a reason to. Actually, Marcus and Keys assisted me. Celeste laughed and leaned down to kiss Arrow. When he reached up to grab her, she pulled out of his reach. She finished the food on the tray and swallowed the last of the coffee. I have to go shower, Arrow. She headed for the bathroom, then stopped and looked back toward the bed. Want to join me? Her invitation was clear. Arrow smiled at her, and wordlessly rose from the bed to join his mate in the shower. Celeste felt badly. knowing this vacation was meant as a chance for all of them to hang out together. The dinner went poorly due to Arrow's stubbornness. Jealousy was another weakness of his. Keyes and Marcus attempted to ignore that weakness. Celeste still loved and wanted Arrow, but until he went along with the so-called rules of their relationship, she'd never expect him to make it easy for her. Picking up the tray now devoid of food, she and Arrow dressed and returned to the kitchen. She put the dishes in the sink to soak, then went to greet her other mates. "Good morning, Keyes." She gave him a kiss and embrace. His arms held her tightly until she had to force him to release her with a laugh. Celeste tsked him, then wagged her finger at him. Turning to Marcus, she kissed him on tiptoe, then gave him a hug as well. "Good morning, Marcus. What have you two been up to?" "Just waiting for you, my dear," Marcus replied. "You took long enough," Keyes remarked, trying very hard not to show his annoyance. Celeste blushed, going to the sink to wash the dishes. "Were you timing us, Keyes?" She wiped down the tray and tucked it against the back counter. Arrow came up behind Celeste, placing his hands on her waist. He looked at Keyes over her shoulder. "I did not hear our mate complain I was taking up too much of her time." He gave his brother a smirk. Marcus, attempting to keep the peace between Arrow and Keyes, went over to Celeste and took her hand, pulling her to him. "What do you wish to do today, my love? Anything you choose, we will accompany you." He wanted Celeste to feel free, something I'd not feel at the castle once they returned there. "Do not forget our sailing on the yacht. You will get more than enough sea air," he said. "I mentioned to Arrow I'd love to take a long walk along the waterfront though. Just breathe in that sea air, maybe stop for gelato somewhere." She gave each man a smile. "I just want to be with all of you. And it's cloudy out, so it should be safe." Celeste left the room before anyone could say anything to possibly counter her suggestion. When she came back, she was dressed in a lightweight floral print sundress, white sandals and a pair of very dark, white-rimmed sunglasses. "How do I look?" she asked her mates while spinning around for them, the skirt flaring outward. "Magnifico," Arrow said appreciatively. "Very pretty, Celeste," Marcus replied, smiling at her. Keyes merely stared, his eyes unblinking. Noticing his stare, Celeste laughed and said, "Okay, I look great. Let's go then." The foursome headed up a short street, made a left turn before coming to the main boulevard where shops and restaurants sat. Crowds mingled around the area where no cars were allowed, music playing from speakers hanging overhead. Celeste smiled, happy in her new circumstance. "You're all okay with these people? Not thirsty or anything? Relax, my dear, we're fine. Enjoy yourself," Arrow said reassuringly. Celeste window shopped, having little money. Arrow insists. She tell them when she saw something she wanted. She refused, pretending to find nothing calling to her. That is, until she saw the window of a small jewelry shop. Her eye caught a bracelet made of white gold and set with deep blue sapphires, blue gemstones being her favorite. A voice behind her whispered in her ear, "Do you like it, love?" It was Keyes. He was eager to give her a gift, something she wanted but would not ask for. He went into the shop and spoke with the counter clerk. He chose the bracelet and paid for it. When he exited the shop, he handed her a box, a smile on his pale flawless face. It was only the first way Keyes hoped to please his new mate. Celeste knew what it was, but when she opened the box, the bracelet was even more stunning in person. "Keyes, it's beautiful. Thank you, but you shouldn't have." She waited while he removed the jewelry and fastened it around your wrist. She gave him a kiss, hugging him tightly. She watched Arrow, who was standing off to the side, glaring at them or rather at Keyes, she presumed. Arrow decided he had to get Celeste a gift better than the sapphire bracelet, but what? She asked for nothing, so how was he supposed to buy her a gift that came from him? In one shop, Celeste perused leather handbags and real silk scarves. She wanted to take a few on the cruise, thinking it might be windy, and she'd like her hair kept in place. She noticed quite a few Italian women wore them. Marcus made note of her examining the scarves, and went over to her. "Child, do you want some of those scarves? I was thinking they might be handy to have on the cruise. But they're silk and not cheap. Maybe one would do, if you don't mind." He looked the scarves over and asked her which one she liked. Celeste picked up a blue and green one, draping it over her arm. But then saw a purple and white one. She draped that over her arm as well, then spied a coral and teal one. I can't decide, Marcus. Which do you like? Marcus picked the 3S. Carves from her arm and headed for the counter. Marcus, no, that's too much, she protested, following him. He ignored her while paying for the items, then handed her the bag with a kiss. From me to you, my love. She gave him a hug, shaking her head. All right, I'll accept them, but that's it. She then turned to see a small vendor's cart, a sign of a hand-drawn cup of gelato on it, and amended her statement. Can I have some chocolate gelato, please, Marcus? The ancient vampire laughed at her question. Making sure his mate was spoiled was going to be more difficult than he thought. Handing her a cup with the cold confection in it, Marcus looked around, not seeing Arrow anywhere. It was only a few more minutes, when he appeared after exiting a small shop. He drew Celeste aside and sat her on the edge of a low concrete wall. He took the cup of gelato and set it beside her. Arrow, what's wrong? She asked, confused by his behavior. Amore mio, I chose something for you myself. I know you didn't ask for it, but I want you to have it. He gave her a small velvet box. When she opened the box, she saw a gold heart-shaped locket on a gold chain. She unclasped the heart to see an inscription inside. What does it say, Arrow? Al mio cuor più caro. Io ti amerò per sempre. He translated, to my dearest heart. I will always love you. He slipped the chain over her head and leaned in to kiss her. Tears formed in Celeste's eyes. Oh, Arrow, it's so much. You all, I love you all. She gave Arrow a deep kiss, then moved to both her other mates, kissing them as well. It was hard to articulate her gratitude for their generosity and attempts to make her happy. How would she ever be able to repay them? The group returned to the villa, where Celeste placed her gifts in her room. She washed up and went back into the living room to see 3 motionless vampires. You can sit down, guys. At least pretend to be normal. Human, that is. Celeste loved them all, but she wasn't sure she could take much more of this. Polyamory. Who would even want to live that kind of life? And here she found she had no choice. The sun was beginning to set below the horizon. Marcus went to Celeste's side. Care to watch the sunset with me, love? Quote. He gave Arrow and Keys censuring looks, then holding out his hand to Celeste, left the room with her to go out to the patio. The sea air was cool enough that Marcus took Celeste in his arms. Trusting his clothing lowered his chill level enough. He kissed the top of her head, then asked, Did you have fine time today, my dear? Celeste looked up into Marcus's face and smiled. Yes, I did. You're all far too generous to me. It pleases us to make you happy. And in 2 days, we will enjoy the start of our 3-day sailing. I'm sure you will be pleased once more. He smiled at her and kissed her cheek. Never complain when we spoil you, child. A frown marred her face, and Marcus noticed. Pay no mind to Arrow, my dear. He can be a loving mate, but he is competitive. He would never harm you though. I know that, Marcus. We talked some, and came to an agreement we're both stubborn. I do love him though. She hugged Marcus tightly, her face pressed against his chest. Thank God you're here. You temper the other two. I'm here for you, child. Always. Celeste pulled back, looking up into Marcus's handsome face. Thank you. I appreciate that. But Marcus, when you and I are together, remember not to call me child. It would be weird. He laughed and embraced her again. The pair went back inside once the sun had dipped below the horizon, and darkness fell. Keys walked up to his mate, anxious to begin his time alone with her. He took her hand and drew her to his side. Are you done with these rakes, Celeste? Keys, don't you dare cast aspersions on Marcus. He's a very dear man, helping me to adjust to this insanity. Celeste knew not everything was peaceful in this relationship, but she wanted it to be as equitable as possible. Hoping the jealousy would eventually dial down. I won't entertain any insults about him. Not even in jest. Keys teased. Not even in jest, she replied firmly. As for Arrow, he is many things, but not a rake. If there was to be any trouble, it would come from Arrow or Keys. If Marcus was experiencing any issues with sharing Celeste, he never mentioned it. Perhaps because of his lengthy mourning for Didymu. Their budding relationship was less urgent to the ancient vampire. All right, love, I will defer to you. Now, shall we? Keyes placed his arm around Celeste, eager to have her alone with him. Do you want to come to my room? Keyes, Celeste asked her mate as they headed for the hall that led to the bedrooms. Keyes didn't want to say anything to her, but he really didn't relish having arrows scent floating around him. He assumed it still permeated her room. No, my love, let's go to my room. There will be more space for us there. It was true, Celeste's room was smaller, but it had the 2 doors leading out to the patio. Therefore a nice cross breeze. She liked the brightness of the morning sun streaming through those doors, waking her naturally. Leading Celeste to the privacy of his own room, Keyes allowed his mate to look around. He didn't have much with him here, but he planned to show her more about himself when they returned home to Volterra. Pulling her into his arms, he nuzzled her neck. It's my turn now, sweetheart, sweetheart. That's a very human affectation I don't hear from any of you, Keyes. If you don't like it, I can choose another. He kissed her several times, tasting the sweetness of her breath. No, I like it. I like the way it rolls off your tongue, she replied, gazing at him. Part of her feared he would be more into the taking of pleasure from her, he wouldn't be gentle. So far, he seemed opposite of that. Still, she had this gut feeling Arrow would not like what Keyes would do to her. Celeste looked over her mate, feeling bolder than she had been with Arrow. Keyes was dressed in dark blue jeans and a thin gray sweater, looking more like a member of this time rather than someone who was a 3,000-year-old vampire. She smiled, peering at him, saying, "Good enough to eat." She embraced him around the waist and kissed him deeply. She thought she heard a low sound coming from Keyes' chest. It sounded like a cat purring. Did that Ian he was enjoying what she was doing to him. She had a lot to learn about these vampire mates of hers. Reaching under his sweater, Celeste started to remove it, pulling it over her mate's head. She threw it at a chair that sat in the corner. Keyes waited to see what his mate had in mind. He had expected he'd need to slowly entice her, make her feel comfortable with him. Apparently, that wasn't going to be necessary. His arms drew her against him, his chest bare and cold. Celeste looked over Keyes while his eyes followed hers. He was thinner than Arrow, but he felt like hard muscle. When he reached down to run his hand up her thigh, lifting her dress up teasingly, Celeste felt her heartbeat increase. Keyes felt it too. Celeste stepped back, pulling herself from his embrace. She slipped the sundress over her head, tossing it on top of Keyes' sweater. She removed her earrings and Arrow's locket, setting them on the side table. She held up her hand, waiting for Keyes to remove the bracelet he had given her. Adding it to the other jewelry, then turned to her mate. She noticed the darkening of his eyes, and went to stand close to him. Keyes wanted Celeste, his desire so great, he didn't need much encouragement physically. His hands reached out to her, running down her arms, then back up to entangle one hand in her silky dark hair, while his other hand held her head. He kissed her, then pulled back to see the desire in her eyes, before he leaned in to kiss her again. He picked her up in his arms and carried her to his unused bed. He unzipped his jeans and let them fall down his hips. Lying next to Celeste, Keyes continued to kiss her, feeling her arms snaking around him. She wriggled in his arms, eager to take him within her heated core. Keyes wasn't ready to take his mate just yet. He hovered over her, kissing her mouth, trailing downward where he teased her neck with his teeth, causing her to shiver beneath him. He trailed kisses over her breasts and belly, finally reaching the center of her body. Keyes lay cool hands on Celeste's thighs, spreading her legs apart. He could smell her arousal, satisfied just being with him was enough. Celeste held her breath, the expectation of Keyes' touches too much for her. When his tongue buried itself within her wet folds, she let out a gasp, her hands knotting up the bedspread. Keyes, the vampire, licked at his mate's wetness, the taste of her inciting his desire further. He swirled his tongue around her hardening clit, sucking on it while 2 fingers teased her entrance before thrusting into her. Celeste's hips arched off the bed under Keyes' ministrations. She called to him, feeling as if she should just scream with pleasure. Her hands tugged on the blanket under her, her gasps becoming more urgent, until her muscles tightened around his fingers. then relaxed when her orgasm hit. Keys. Oh God. Keys didn't let Celeste rest for long. Hovering over her once more, he plunged his hard cock into her wet heat, thrusting hard and deep. Her legs wrapped around him, holding him tightly. He nuzzled her, inhaling the sweetness of her lust for him. Her arms and legs wrapped around her mate, Celeste closing her eyes fully enjoy the sensations Keys was giving her. It wasn't long before another orgasm rolled through her body. She clung to Keys, feeling him come inside her, the sensation different from that of human men. Her breathing was finally calming down when Keys placed gentle kisses on her lips and cheeks. Grazie agli dei per te. As much as Keys had felt Marcus was wrong, as frustrated as he was initially having to cater to a mere human, he was grateful to have her. As foreign as the emotion was, he loved her. Celeste curled up against Keys, sighing with contentment. When he felt she had rested enough, he rolled her onto her stomach, and whispered explicit endearments, putting images into his mate's mind of his intent. Hands grasping her shoulders, he took her from behind, thrusting even more deeply than before. Concediti a me, amore. Give yourself to me, Celeste. Hold nothing back. His thrusts increased in speed and intensity, until he felt her come hard around him. He allowed himself to finish, spilling his cold seed inside her. Celeste collapsed on the bed, Keys lying beside her, one arm draped over her body. He pulled a light throw that lay at the foot of the bed up over her, holding her close. They looked at one another, understanding shared even with the silence. It was dark out, but the full moon cast enough light for Celeste to see, not as well as she assumed Keys could see. So she had to trust him to keep her safe. They waded out into the water, Keys holding onto his mate's hand. When we return to Volterra, I want to show my collections, he said, hoping she would enjoy his interests. Things he wanted to share with her. What do you collect, Keys? She asked while sinking into the warm water, the bottom a soft sand with no rocks. Besides weaponry, art and literature. He kept close to her, one hand holding hers while she floated on the small waves. Weapons. What kind? I love swords and small blades. Bows too. Not the horrid skull splitters like maces though. Then I'm sure you'll like my collection, sweetheart. I'll show you as soon as we get home. I used to collect spaceship models. But as I grew up, they sort of got lost. You could create a new collection, Keys suggested. Curious as to what she might like to collect. I suppose I could. After all, you have a collection of ancient artifacts. I could start my own collection of, say, shot glasses. Except it won't be considered ancient for another 2,000 years. Why did talking with Keys appeal so much to her sense of humor? Instead of being cold and selfish, he was proving to be a wonderful man and a fantastic lover. They left the water hand in hand, Celeste going to sit on a towel she draped over a flat boulder. Keys sat next to her, his arm resting on her waist. He leaned over to kiss her temple. It was a very romantic setting, but there was a group of gulls, making noise and flying over them. Celeste watched as Keys ran around the beach, chasing after the annoying gulls. Don't they ever sleep? She heard him growl. She laughed, the sound pleasant to Keys' ears. He stopped and looked at his mate. You find this amusing, amore? Yes, well that, and I am enjoying watching you. In a sort of for my eyes only way. How do you and Arrow, and I will assume Marcus, manage to traipse around in the buff with such lack of shame? Keys sauntered over to Celeste, whose eyes took in every inch of the gorgeous vampire body that reflected the moonlight off his skin. Approve of what you see? Well, you've been eager enough to show me, she replied, waiting for him to reach her. And I do approve. He rested his cool hands on her bare thighs as he leaned in to kiss her. Then he picked her up and ran with her to the shoreline, entering the water, his arms holding her while she wrapped her legs around his hips. While the couple made love in the warm ocean waters, Arrow silently watched from his bedroom window, his ruby eyes unblinking. It was morning, and Celeste, wrapped in a long cotton robe, headed to the kitchen, to make her routine cup of coffee. The day could not start until she had drunk that first cup. Keys had asked if she wanted him to bring her breakfast to eat in bed. But she wasn't very hungry just yet, so declined his offer with a kiss. They had showered together before throwing on the robes, Keys washing Celeste with a soft washcloth and fragrant soap. He shampooed her long hair, then she reciprocated. They hugged while standing beneath the warm water, kissing while their hands roamed over each other's body. He sucked gently on the soft skin of her neck, igniting the flame of passion again. Entering the kitchen, Celeste spotted her two other mates waiting for her while she felt Keys behind her, his hand on the small of her back as he followed her from his bedroom. As soon as she stopped at the counter, he rubbed his nose on the back of her neck, inhaling deeply. Keys, I love you very much, but coffee first. She turned to face him, giving him a quick kiss, then went back to making the coffee. Marcus waited for Celeste to get the pot brewing, then he reached out to her. Pulling Celeste to him, Marcus kissed her. Good morning, my love. I see you survived your night with Keys. Looking back at the blonde, she nodded and chuckled. There may be a bruise or two, but nothing too painful. I am tired though. Keys kept me up almost all night. She watched the coffee maker, looking over at a silent Arrow who was ignoring the other three. No morning greeting for me, my heart? Celeste asked. Arrow walked to her side and kissed his mate, one arm winding its way around her waist. You smell of Keys, he remarked low in her ear. His eyes darkened when he looked her over. Pulling down one sleeve of her robe, he noticed several bruises on her shoulder. His eyes blazed darker. Even one such bruise was unacceptable to Arrow. Celeste was a fragile mortal and easily subject to physical damage. Keys should have known better and been more careful. Celeste didn't care about what Keys had done to her during their love-making. She did care about Arrow's continued rudeness. That was uncalled for. If you don't like of whom I smell, you can step away. Celeste tried acting as if his words didn't touch her, but she was angry and hurt. This entire setup hadn't been her idea. She added sugar and creamer to her coffee mug, waiting for the coffee to finish brewing. You know, Arrow, that's the difference between a gentleman and a cad. Neither Marcus nor Keys made such a remark about your smell on me. She twisted out of his arms and poured the hot coffee into her mug. Arrow didn't let it go. Keys, Celeste is human. I was very careful with her, yet you feel free to harm her, thinking only of your own pleasure. When she didn't back him up, it was now Arrow who felt hurt. He had only her safety in mind. He glanced from her censuring expression to Keys, whose smirk seemed to challenge him. Marcus said nothing. Arrow knew he too disapproved of his words. Knowing he had been dismissed in his concerns, he cursed himself for his overt jealousy. During their night together, Arrow had felt almost happy, an emotion that had grown nearly foreign to him over the centuries. He loved his human, but she was not just his. And this was the crux of his difficulty in sharing her with his brothers. He burned all the while thinking of her with Keys. His hands touching her, his body over her, inside her. His hand formed a fist and in a flash of anger, he slammed it on the counter, crushing several tiles into ceramic dust. Both Marcus and Keys flew to Celeste's side, ready to protect her from Arrow's temper. But Celeste was in no mood to deal with Arrow's jealousy. If you do not leave right now, Arrow, I will remove your skin inch by inch. An idle threat, but that was how angry she was. You've been around Keys too long, my dear, he grumbled. She gave Arrow a glare. If you think Keys is the problem, you're very wrong. In seeing her anger so directed at him, Arrow fled the villa in a flash. She sighed heavily, looking to both Keys and Marcus. Now where do you think he went off to? Marcus came to stand at Celeste's side, knowing her unhappiness when it came to Arrow's behavior. He wanted to cheer her up. My child, I know we haven't talked about it much, but we'll have 3 days sailing around the island. Do you want to see our yacht for tomorrow's sailing? It's here. Celeste grinned, excited about the sailing. She'd never been on a yacht before. He led her outdoors to the patio, and with one arm around her shoulders, he pointed off into the distance with his other. It's moored over there at that marina, to the right. Oh, the one with the brown designs on the hull. No, my dear, the one next to it. Oh my God, it's huge. Nothing is too good for our days with our beloved mate. Celeste blushed. Are the crew humans or vampires? They're vampires. We won't have to be so guarded, and can enjoy the days of sun without fear of revealing ourselves. Do not worry, Celeste. They will have fed before departure. They are also aware of how important you are to us. We have a captain, an engineer, 2 operational crewmen, a chef, and 3 servants, 1 to tend only to your needs. The chef will actually enjoy cooking for you. He hasn't had much opportunity in a while. Marcus, we don't call them servants anymore. Call them crewmen or stewards. Very well, Celeste, he replied, understanding the ideals of today's modern world. The Volturi were old world, and workers who had served over the centuries had gone from slaves to servants, with room and board. In these modern times, their positions had improved again, with pay and vacation days. Turning to the tall vampire, Celeste hugged him tightly and laughed. I'm so excited, Marcus. This is my first time on a yacht. Frankly, I've never been treated to such luxury before. You're all amazing and far too generous to me. It needs to stop. In the short time she'd been with them, and no matter how many times she said that, they just countered her protests and spoiled her anyway. Marcus leaned down to kiss his mate. Her excitement lent a pink hue to her cheeks, drawing him to her. Once she was changed, that blush would never appear to brighten her cheeks again. Nothing is too good for you, my love. Taking one of his hands in hers, Celeste kissed and rubbed her cheek against it. Tomorrow is all well and good, Marcus. You and I still have tonight. Marcus leaned down and kissed his human mate, tasting her lips while brushing his fingers over her neck, giving her goosebumps. What would you like to do today? My darling, I'm so tired from Key's attentions. Would it be okay if we just hang around the villa? I'd love to lie by the pool in the shade. Maybe take a dip. Do you swim? I shall join you, if it pleases you, Marcus replied, planting a kiss on Celeste's forehead. Celeste was lying on a lounger in the shade of the patio. The late morning sun already mildly warm. Her eyes were shut, but when she felt a familiar breeze, she opened them to see Arrow standing over her. Arrow, where have you been? She asked him. May I? He asked, pointing to the lounger and the spot next to her. When she nodded, he sat down. I'm sorry, Celeste. Let me explain my behavior. He looked toward the villa. Marcus insisted I do. Your arrival has revived within me emotions I long thought dead. That's no excuse for me to be rude to my mate. Celeste, the pull to be with you is strong in all of us. I don't like that. I want you all to myself. Celeste listened to Arrow's confession, admitting to herself that she was feeling that pull as well, the result, making her want all 3 of them. As the only female in the foursome, her feelings were obviously tied to them as individuals, while she alone was the object of their desires. She feared there would be hundreds of years of unhappiness, pain, misunderstandings and jealousy. Not an existence she wanted. She reached out to Arrow's hand, clasping it within her own. Arrow, I forgive you. The fact you're just as confused as I am makes me feel better. We'll work this out, together. Tonight, I'm with Marcus. Tomorrow, we begin our 3-day cruise around the island. I'm so looking forward to that. She laughed. As long we don't get hit by some sudden storm and end up marooned on an uninhabited island. Arrow gave her a frown. Gilligan's Island. Television. Never mind. Arrow shook his head at his very human mate and leaned down to kiss her. He was rewarded with warm arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him down to her. I love you, amore mio, he said. I love you too, il mio piccolo idiota geloso. Arrow's eyes widened. What did I say? Celeste though. She had pronounced something incorrectly. Where did you learn that? Arrow demanded. He's taught me a phrase, Celeste began, before being interrupted. Keys. Arrow looked angry, for a brief moment, before laughing. You called me your jealous little idiot. Celeste bit her lip, embarrassed, until Arrow laughed again and gathered her in his arms, kissing her deeply, then nuzzling her neck. She reminded herself to speak to Keys later, about his lessons in Italian. Celeste later found Keys sitting in the living room and glared down at him, one hand resting on her hip. Keys, why did you teach me an insult in Italian? Was that just to make Arrow upset with me? Did you think it was funny? He laughed when he saw annoyance on her face. Yes, in fact, I did. Was he upset with you? Actually not. Once I informed him who my teacher was. I'm sorry, Celeste, I couldn't resist. He stood and hugged her with a kiss, and apologized once more. Well, I won't be taking any more Italian lessons with you. She turned from him. flipping her ponytail when she stalked off. The blonde vampire smiled, watching his human mate leave. Now he would have to wait for Arrow's censure for his little jest. Little did Keyes know at the time, Arrow had no plan to even confront him. The head of the Volturi leadership had other things on his mind. The 3 vampires and their human readied for tomorrow's boarding on the yacht. No one would need formal dress, and the sailing was only for 3 days and nights, so little preparation was needed. Once she was done packing, Celeste left the bedroom dressed in the swimsuit and cover-up Chelsea had helped her pick out, her long hair pulled up into a ponytail. She carried a canvas tote that held her sunglasses, a bottle of water, and some SPF lotion. She had just lain back on the lounger by the pool, putting on her sunglasses and closing her eyes to relax, when Arrow came to sit beside his mate. "Kara, I feel I need to discuss with you something that is of a delicate nature." Celeste turned her head to face Arrow, but kept on the sunglasses. "What's that, my heart?" She was enjoying the sun and sea air too much to get serious with her vampire mate. "Shish, he just wanted him to leave her in peace today." When he didn't reply right away, Celeste said, "Arrow, if you have something to say, say it." She wanted to go back to enjoying the day's warmth and avoid any of his mind games. Arrow spoke, sounding solemn. "Now that we will soon have all bedded with you, I suppose I owe you the warning that some birth control would be necessary, at least until you've been changed. Years back, we discovered when a male vampire mates with a human female, it is possible she might become pregnant with the vampire's offspring." She removed her sunglasses and stared at Arrow in disbelief. "Is that even possible? And how? You have no blood in your veins, your internal organs remain in disuse your entire existence. Can you still produce sperm? We don't know how it happens, but if it does, certain death would follow for the human mother. I could not bear losing you, Kara. None of us could." She sat upright. "Thank you for the heads up, Arrow, but you have no need to worry. My doctor said I can't have children." Arrow placed a hand on her shoulder in a comforting manner. "Are you sure, Celeste?" "Well, he told me that after he removed my childbearing organs, so I assume he knew what he was talking about. I had stage 1 uterine cancer, so you see, you have no need to worry about me getting with child by you or Marcus or Keyes." She smiled and kissed him for his concern. No matter, it seemed a bit like shutting the barn door and all that. She wondered if Arrow was disappointed. He had said death was the end result. Would it be worth the risk to their mate to try and have a child? And was there any way to protect the mother and keep her from dying? Not that it matters, she thought. "Arrow, don't worry about me. I kicked the cancer thing and I'm well now. Besides, in no time I'll be an immortal like you, and won't have to bother with such things as illnesses." He placed an arm around her, reassuring Celeste her good health was paramount to all of them. After Arrow had left her, Celeste rose from the lounger, took off her sunglasses and cover-up, and dove into the deep end of the pool. She swam underwater to the shallow end, standing when she reached the wall. Reaching up to squeeze the water from her ponytail, Celeste gasped when she felt cold hands on her waist. She turned to see a wet-haired Marcus smiling down at her. "Marcus, you decided to join me." She tilted her head back, where he leaned down and kissed her. She saw his dark swim trunks and grinned. Except for his pale skin and red eyes, he looked so human. "Celeste, you look distracted. Is it Arrow?" He pulled himself out of the pool to sit on the tiled edge, then easily lifted Celeste out of the water to sit beside him. "Who else?" she replied, slightly annoyed. "He apologizes to me, but after he does that, Marcus. He then returns later to do something stupid to negate the previous apology. He can't just act like an idiot and expect a flippant apology will fix everything, at least until the next time he offends me. I'm tired of it." Marcus placed an arm around her shoulders, leaning in to kiss her temple. "Be patient, my love. It's been too long since any of us has had a mate to deal with." "You mean it's not like riding a bike?" She saw him slightly shake his head, she clarified. "It's a saying. It's like riding a bike means once you learn how to ride, you never forget." Marcus nodded, understanding her meaning now. He gave her a brief smile. "Arrow, Keyes, and I have been without mates for hundreds of years, me longer than the others. We do not forget how to treat our women, but we can forget how to act around them. It's the only explanation for his poor behavior." Celeste laughed, winding her arm within Marcus's, leaning against him. Not the best excuse, but it is an excuse. So why don't you act like an idiot, Marcus? He smiled to hear she didn't find him to be like Arrow, for which he was grateful. Perhaps I'm thankful enough to have you, my love, that I won't do anything I feel would displease you. We are Volturi, we are vampires, and we are killers. But around our mates, we are like any man in love. Does that surprise you? Celeste thought about that. She was surprised at their behavior overall. Kind, generous to a fault, but bound by human emotions as well, even if they denied it. Because I love Arrow, I'll give him another chance, Marcus. He can ask for no more than that, Celeste. Celeste decided she had to know the point of Arrow's earlier questioning. Marcus, Arrow just told me that male vampires can impregnate human females. I told him I had surgery a few years ago that necessitated my female organs being removed, so I can no longer have children. Do you think he was disappointed when he heard that? Marcus was surprised Arrow had given Celeste that bit of information. Since discovering about hybrid children from the Cullen clan over a decade ago, the talk of creating their own hybrids was brought up and closed down almost immediately. Here was too much risk and no need really. Would Arrow care if Celeste had become pregnant by one of them, and what would he have done, knowing the risk to her life? My love, I don't think Arrow would care if you were fertile or not. The mating bond pulls us together regardless of your breeding capabilities, just as if we three were unable to propagate. Believe me, prior to our meeting with the Cullens, we never thought it possible. Put it all out of your mind. Come, let's swim together. He suddenly picked up Celeste and tossed her into the water. Then he followed her in, swimming to the far end of the pool. He waited for her to reach him, then wrapped his arms around her, holding onto her. That wasn't funny, Marcus. I swallowed pool water. She clung to him while she coughed up the chlorinated liquid. Despite her impromptu dunking, she was still curious about their ability to stay underwater for long periods of time. So you could literally sit on the bottom of this pool for an indefinite amount of time. If I chose to. Yes. You're not asking me to, are you? Celeste laughed. No, not at all. Well, not now. She tightened her arms around Marcus's shoulders, then wrapped her legs around his hips. Letting him keep her afloat. She nuzzled his neck, then kissed his lips. When she pulled back, she stared into his crimson eyes, watching him slowly smile. She loved his smile, since it had been something rarely seen. And its return was due to her arrival. Marcus kissed his human mate, hugging her before bobbing in the water, teasing her with another baptism of chlorinated water. Arrow was watching the pair from the kitchen window, when Keys came up behind him. Arrow, you know how Celeste feels about your jealousy. I'm not jealous. I'm only watching out for her. I'm just making sure she's safe. And you think Marcus would harm her? I know you can lie better than that, brother. Keys left the kitchen to go to his room. When Celeste was tired of feeling waterlogged, she went to her room and put on a sundress. Then returned to the kitchen to make something for a late lunch. When she opened the fridge, it was as if someone had read her mind. She found some salad makings and began to prepare some lettuce, with cut up tomatoes and cucumber, then poured an Italian dressing over it all. She found a box of croutons in the cabinet and tossed on a few of them. She grabbed a cold fruit drink from the fridge and sat at the dining room table and began to eat. She thought about the cruise that was starting tomorrow, hoping it would be as fun as she imagined. Only her companions could ruin that for her. As if he knew her thoughts, Keys appeared and seeing Celeste, sat at the table with her. Good afternoon, love. How are you doing? Excited for tomorrow? Yes, Keys, I am. Tell me about the boat you rented. Celeste continued her lunch while she listened. It has 3 passenger levels with 5 bedrooms. The largest will be for you, in case you wish to be with any of us. We will have the other 3 for our use, and the last one with bunks is for the staff in case they wish to relax away from everyone else. There's a very small pool on the 2nd level on the outdoor deck. You won't be able to do laps, of course, but consider it a soaking pool. A cold hot tub. It all sounds wonderful, Keys. Thank you for doing this. She took his hand in hers, to which he responded by lifting hers to his lips. And of course, I will want to be with you. She gazed at him intensely for a moment, knowing he understood her meaning. Once her fork reached the bottom of the bowl, Celeste took her dish and washed it in the sink. She felt arms move around her and assumed it was Keys, but when she turned around, she saw it was Marcus. Nuzzling the back of her neck, the tall vampire whispered terms of endearment in her ear, unfortunately in Italian, so she had no idea what he was saying. She did understand part of what he said next. Ti amo, Celeste. Ho basano di te adesso, amore mio. Marcus held Celeste's hand while leading her to his room. Once there, he sat her on the edge of his bed. She waited and watched, while he walked around his room, from the dresser to the closet and back to the dresser. He pulled the leather cord that kept his hair in place, allowing it to fall over his shoulders, then began to unbutton his shirt and tossed it on a chair. Celeste observed her mate, his lean body muscular but not too much so. She admired his flat belly where his happy trail disappeared below the waist of his jeans. She licked her lips, her mouth suddenly dry. Marcus was different than Arrow in his protestations of love, and different from Keys and his apparent desires he didn't bother to hide. Marcus said nothing. Maybe he was waiting for her to come to him. Before she could rise, Marcus came over to the bed. He stood in front of Celeste, and holding her chin with one hand, he leaned down to kiss her. When he straightened up, he merely peered down at her, waiting. Celeste smiled up at Marcus. She slowly reached up, caressing his smooth cold chest before resting her fingers on the waist of his jeans. When he said nothing, she undid the button, then slid the zipper down. The only sound she could hear in the room. Her heart beat wildly in her chest, but she wanted this. To be close with her mate and to give him pleasure. Her hands slid the jeans down over his slim hips, until they landed around his feet. Celeste waited for him to step out of them, then leaned back to take in all his glory. She had feared he might be too large for her, but she knew he would do nothing that would hurt her. He was now fully naked before her, and his scent began to affect her, increasing her desire. She looked up at him. Marcus. Marcus was already finding himself aroused by his lovely mate, but he longed to see her exposed to him as he was to her. But his thoughts were instantly diverted when he felt her warm mouth encircle the head of his manhood. Her touches excited him, but it was the warmth of her hands and mouth on and around him that he loved. Marcus couldn't wait to invade the full heat of her core. Celeste swirled her tongue around the head of Marcus's cock, her hand stroking his cold length. Her mouth drew him deeply within her mouth. She heard her mate groan, his hips thrusting forward into her mouth. Marcus accepted the physical worship of his mate, until he could not bear being separate from her any longer. He stopped her, bringing her to stand before him. He drew her sundress up over her head and then tossed it to land on his shirt that was lying on the same chair. By the time he turned back to Celeste, she had removed her underwear. His dark crimson eyes gazed upon her beauty. He may have been the last of her lovers, but he didn't feel slighted at all. He had seen the threads of their relationship, his and Celeste's, and knew it would be strong. Marcus picked Celeste up in his arms, kissing her when she placed a hand on his cheek. He lay her down on the bed, and settled next to her. The ancient vampire enjoyed the feel of his mate against him while he kissed her, his passion compelling him to taste her lips again and again. He nuzzled her neck to inhale her scent that was arousing him further. His leg draped over her possessively, forcing his erection against Celeste's belly. "My love, do not make me wait for long. I need you now." Celeste's hands roamed over his hard cold body until Marcus moved his leg to pull hers over him. He shifted his weight to partially cover her body. Celeste parted her legs to give Marcus room to nestle between them. She couldn't stop the sounds of pleasure she made when her vampire lover's mouth laved one breast while a hand caressed the other. "God, Marcus, now please." When he rose up, then plunged down into Celeste's heated body, hearing her gasp, making him suddenly pull back. He hadn't wanted to hurt her, but when he heard her protest, he moved into her again, feeling her legs wrap around his hips. They moved as one, until Celeste gripped at Marcus's back when she came, crying out his name. He filled her with his cold semen, spurred by her inner muscles pulsing around him. When she got her breath back, she told Marcus not to leave her. She assumed he could stay hard as long as he wanted. "Flip us over," she ordered him. Once she was on top, she smiled down at him, then kissed him. running her tongue over his lips. She dared not let her tongue enter his mouth due to the sharpness of his teeth. Her kisses trailed from his lips to his cheek, then to his neck. She was unable to nibble on it. His flesh too hard. One day soon, that would no longer be an issue. Placing her hands on his chest, Celeste rode her mate, her hips moving back and forth, then in circles. Her pants of pleasure filled Marcus's ears when his hands rested on her hips, guiding her. Both came together, Celeste finally collapsing on Marcus. His arms embraced her, until she rolled off him, nestling against him. His body felt good to her, the warmth of the afternoon permeating the entire villa. "You're better than air conditioning," Celeste murmured. "Although to get any benefit, I will have Ida lie very close to you for some time." Marcus smiled. "I have no issue with that, my love." He kissed her forehead. "Just let me know if I feel too cold for you." Celeste and Marcus talked into the night as she had with Arrow and Keys. He told her about his life in Greece, what he could remember of it, how he had met Didymus and how he'd lost her. His centuries of mourning her to the point he only wanted final death. Celeste was moved to tears on hearing about his love for his first mate. How could she ever hope to fill Didymus's shoes? She couldn't, that she knew. Marcus, seeing tears on Celeste's cheeks, reached up to wipe them away. "My dear, do not weep for me. If I was unhappy then, I am no longer. You've given me a reason to want to continue existing, don't you realize that? When I smile now, it's because of you." He kissed her cheek where a couple of tears lingered. He pulled Celeste into his arms, holding her as the cherished human she was. Celeste had never felt such love for anyone before. No one. Cool arms held her, making her feel safe and secure. Marcus pulled back, his fingertips stroking her cheek. "Celeste, will you mourn your humanity once you're like us?" It wasn't as if she hadn't thought about that very question. She hadn't often. "What good is being human if I don't have you? Arrow and Keys. You've offered me a life I never thought possible and now can't imagine not having." The pair kissed one another in a need to share the love each was feeling for the other. And Marcus knew, in time, their love would grow stronger. "I need you, Marcus, all of you. And I hope your need for me is as great." Marcus's heart agreed with his mate, with his body wanting her again. He made love with her into the early morning hours. By the time the sun had risen, Celeste was asleep in his arms. On awaking, Marcus and Celeste showered together, enjoying slowly coming to life for the day she had waited. The around the island cruise. Marcus dressed and followed Celeste to the door of her room. He had offered her a robe, but the distance to her room was nothing, and she assumed Arrow and Keys were in the living area or outside on the patio. She gathered up her dress and underwear, and went to her own room. She quickly dressed, getting her makeup on and hair dried. She tied one of the scarves Marcus had bought her around her head, her long hair hanging down her back. She put on Arrow's locket and Keys' bracelet, to show them how much she treasured their gifts. Grabbing her bags, Celeste headed to the living room, setting them by the front door. Needing coffee, Celeste started the pot and saw Arrow and Keys come in from the patio. Their eyes followed her movements, but they said nothing. When Marcus entered the kitchen, having put his bag next to Celeste's in the entrance hall, he gave her a hug from behind while she fixed up her mug with sugar and cream. Celeste smiled and turned in his arms to kiss him. Then she looked to her other mates, going to each and giving them a kiss. "Good morning, Arrow. Good morning, Keys. The weather looks wonderful, perfect for a cruise, Arrow smiled at her. "Of course, Kara, I promise you a wonderful time. We all do." Keys came up to Celeste, taking the carafe of coffee and pouring her a cup. "It will be nice to get away from other humans for a while." He had to amend his words last second. He never wanted to be apart from Celeste. But he hoped she knew that. Celeste hid her smile. She knew how Keys felt about most humans, present company excluded. She accepted the mug of hot coffee from him and patted his chest. "It's okay, love," she said, taking a drink from the mug. "I know you love me." "Ah, this hits the spot, thank you. So, when do we leave?" The day was cloudy and warm, perfect for the vampires and their human mate to begin their sea journey. They were picked up by a car at the villa and driven to the pier, where they boarded the yacht together. Celeste's eyes widened when she took in the dream vessel before her. She'd never been on a yacht, but one this luxurious was more than she could expect. It was huge and beautifully appointed. Celeste couldn't wait to check out every square foot. They were greeted by the staff who were lined up, waiting on deck. "Did you know it looked like this?" she asked Arrow. Of course he knew. "Nothing is too good, Kara, if it pleases you," he replied, his fingers stroking her chin. The captain turned to speak with Arrow, Marcus, and Keys, while the chef came over to talk with Celeste. "Buongiorno, Miss Celeste. I am Chef Emilio Costa. I understand you love international cuisine. I do hope to present you with some excellent choices for your meals. The Volturi masters do not eat human food, so it will be my pleasure to treat your palate to some of my original dishes." Celeste flashed a smile at the vampire in the chef hat. "Grazie, Chef Emilio. Frankly, I was surprised to hear a vampire would want to remain a chef while being unable to eat his own creations." Chef Emilio laughed. "If you would be so kind as to tell me if you enjoyed them, I would be most appreciative, Miss Celeste. It will be my honor to serve you. And if you have anything special you'd like, let me know, and I'd be happy to share my thoughts with you. I'm truly looking forward to seeing your daily menus." She noticed Marcus waving to her, and excused hers. Elf to go to him while the staff returned to their duties. When she reached Marcus's side, he slid an arm around her waist, drawing her close. He leaned down to kiss her temple. "Are you enjoying yourself, my love?" "It just started, Marcus. But I am excited to get underway." She gave the tall vampire a tight hug and excused herself to go to her cabin. Marcus, which cabin is mine by the way?" He led her away from the others and inside the boat. There was a sizable living area, with comfortable-looking furniture, a large HD TV set into one of the walls. It had a built-in music system as well. Celeste liked listening to music. So was happy to see that. A dining table sat in a sectioned-off area just past the living room. Marcus led Celeste downstairs to a short hall. Pointing to the first door on the right, he said, "This is my cabin. Across the hall is Keys' cabin, and next to his is Arrow's. Your cabin is here, my dear." He opened the last door on the right to reveal a very large room with a king-sized bed. There was a dresser, a chair in each of the opposite corners, and an elegant ensuite bathroom. Side tables held lamps providing light within. "Marcus, it's gorgeous. I love it. I could live here for more than just 4 days." She moved around the room, checking out everything. She smiled and turned to her mate. "Thank you again for all this. I love you so much." She hugged him, then tilted her head back, waiting for him to bend down and kiss her. His cold lips captured hers with a passion he had not felt in ages. He knew he would again be the last to spend any time with her privately. But he was a patient man. Had he not waited for thousands of years to feel this happy again? The time he had to wait to be alone with her was nothing in comparison. "Get comfortable, my love. Unpack and begin relaxing. I will see you up on deck." "Yes, Marcus. I'll wash up and change, and be right out." The boat was underway, apparent by the low rumbling of the engine. It felt so comforting. She knew she'd have no trouble falling asleep to its hum. Unpacking, she chose a swimsuit to wear, deciding on the one that was Heidi's choice. But sudden shyness made her put on the matching cover-up. She grabbed the bottle of SPF lotion, and put on one of her new scarves and her very dark Jackie O iced sunglasses. Celeste left her cabin and walked down the short hallway to the stairs, then up to the living area. She stepped out onto the rear deck and into the sunlight, where 3 pairs of red eyes turned to stare at her. "Your suit is not the same one you had at the villa, my dear," Arrow said, obviously distracted. Celeste was trying not to feel embarrassed. These were her mates, after all. Heidi didn't feel the suit Chelsea picked out for me showed enough skin. This was her choice. Celeste spun in a circle. The white with teal polka dots cover-up flaring out, displaying the teal bikini beneath it. Keys couldn't help but stare, his eyes darkening. "It's very pretty, Celeste. You're very pretty." "It's entirely too revealing," Arrow chided. But he had to admit, if only to himself, Heidi had made an excellent selection. Celeste noticed Arrow and Marcus were dressed in swim trunks and loose-fitting t-shirts, while Keys wore a lightweight open jacket. The fact they had impervious skin meant no need for SPF. She smiled at them all, thinking how cute they looked, sitting on the deck chairs like any human. She planted herself on the lounger next to Marcus, who had said nothing, but she knew his eyes had been following her since she had appeared through the living room doors. "Love, may I ask a favor of you? I need to have this sun protectant smeared on my back, and I can't reach. Would you mind?" "Not at all, Celeste. I would be happy to assist you." Marcus ignored the stare Arrow was giving him, weary of his brother's continued jealousy. When Celeste sat on her lounger, Marcus sat next to her and began to apply the lotion on her back. Her flesh was warm, made more so by her being in the sun. She sat upright while he rubbed her back and shoulders, making sure to cover every inch of her exposed skin, from her neck down to her waist. After a few minutes, He felt her relax under his ministrations as she sighed with pleasure. "That feels marvelous, Marcus." His cold hands actually felt good against her skin in the warm Mediterranean sun. She accepted the bottle from him, putting a bit of the lotion on her ears before applying some on her arms and legs. She set it next to her lounger and lay back, stretching and sighing. It got very quiet. She opened her eyes beneath the sunglasses to see her mates were still there, unmoving. They were just watching her. "Can you not do that? It's making me uncomfortable." "What would you have us do, love?" Arrow asked. "Talk, play cards, go for a dip in the small pool." Celeste smiled. Surely their existence didn't depend on her. It was all too strange. A steward silently brought Celeste a cool drink, setting it down on the table beside her. "Thank you. It looks delicious," she said to him, before he left with a smile while she observed his skin sparkling in the sunlight. "I forget they're vampires too," she laughed, grabbing Marcus's hand and squeezing. The movement of the boat was creating a slight Kulong breeze. Celeste wondered if there were any shipboard activities, something to distract her mates. "Keys, my darling, is there any skeet shooting equipment on board?" The blonde vampire thought a moment. "I'll go ask someone." "You like to shoot?" "I've done some target shooting. Handguns, rifles, bows." The warrior in Keys was impressed by his mate. "If I find anything, you'll shoot against me." Celeste waved an arm in the air. "I will, and I'll beat you too." "Challenge accepted," he replied. He hoped they did have such diversions aboard and went off to find it. Success made Keys a happy man. He and Celeste stood at the stern of the boat, taking turns shooting at the clay discs. Celeste was good, but Keys was better. That this was a rifle and not his usual sword impressed Celeste. She really didn't know how modern these vampires were. They used technology such as cell phones and laptops, yet at times they seemed locked in time, their time being long ago. Well, if they were going to be her mates, they'd have to just keep up. When they had finished, Keys put away the equipment and returned to Celeste's side in no time. She was gazing down at the passing water, her arms resting on the railing. Keys came up behind her, one hand on the railing while the other sat on her far shoulder. He kissed her cheek, smiling at her when she turned to face him. Celeste kissed her mate back, and told him how fun it was to shoot with him. "We need to do that more often when we return to Volterra." Keys assured her they would do more in future. "Now, Celeste, sing for me that song you were singing in the shower." "The one I interrupted, the one about the vampire and his human lover." Arrow and Marcus both looked up. "What song?" Arrow asked. "It's nothing, Arrow, Marcus. Keys caught me singing a song I knew from years ago while I was showering. He came in and I was never mind. Not making things better. In any case, it humored me to think how apropos it was to my current situation." "Then sing it for us, my dear," Marcus insisted. "All right, but it will have to be a cappella, so maybe not as good as if I had music." Celeste looked out to the ocean to gather the music in her head. She began to sing the tune and words, looking at none of her mates. In the darkest hour of nighttime, as the moonlight's silver mist crawled along the streets of passion, disregarding earthly sins, 'twas the night I left my home, threw away my old key, looking for a new beginning. Trod I on the fallen leaves, slowly walked I to the chapel, peeking through the misty haze. Found myself among the tombstones, looking for familiar names. There I saw him in the shadows, standing still and all alone, full of hope and excitement. In my heart I welcomed love, Celeste turned to face her mates, glancing at each one at a time for the chorus, since it was exactly how she felt about them all. I want to be with you forever. Till the last breath of the universe. Keys joined her for the second round of chorus, his voice very good as a singer. He remembered the next few lines as those being sung by the male vampire. Do not speak about forever. Death will end your mortal love, leaving me with grief and sorrow. No forgiveness from above. Celeste sang the next part alone, her eyes gazing at Keys now. Can you help me conquer death? I'll surrender to your kiss. Give me your eternal promise. Fill me with immortal bliss. I want to be with you forever, till the last breath of the universe. Keys nuzzled her neck from behind while she continued the song, his teeth teasing her soft skin. Shivered I with tingling pleasure, as his mouth touched my vein. Phantom hands of sweet sensations gently soothed my blood-red pain, as I dreamt about forever, and the ecstasy of flight. Sheltered he my freezing body from the early morning light. I want to be with you forever, till the last breath of the universe. Both sang the chorus several times. Then the song was finished. Keys, you have a beautiful voice, Celeste said with admiration. She impulsively hugged him. The song suits us, my love, he replied, kissing her once more. That is, until someone cleared their throat. It was Arrow, who applauded politely, even as he fumed inside. Brava, Celeste, brava. You sing very well too. His expression when he ooped to Keys was not one of appreciation. Celeste had the stereo on one of her favorite songs. She started dancing to it, spinning and swaying where appropriate. She loved using her arms and hands to emphasize the beat. Arrow come to stand in front of her. His expression changed when his eyes lit up as he smiled at her. His hand reached out to her. She took his hand with her right and placed her left one on his shoulder. His eyes never left hers as he started to move, leading her in the steps he knew so well. How long had it been since he had danced? Arrow and Celeste moved in tune to the music with one another. Celeste felt as if she were in another time. The very atmosphere changed when she was with Arrow. It was bizarre, yet felt wholly normal at the same time. When the music stopped, neither let go of the other. Arrow held her eyes with his. He leaned in to kiss her, satisfied when he heard a moan low in her throat. Without warning, Celeste disengaged herself from him. That was lovely, Arrow. Thank you for the dance. Of course, my dear. We do dance well together, don't we? He wondered why she had broken away from him so abruptly. Celeste sat at the outside deck table along with Arrow, Marcus and Keys. Lunch had been served, and she has eaten every morsel on her plate, thanking Chef Emilio for such a tasty meal. Afterwards, she explained the rules of poker to her three mates, a smirk on her face. Keys' face lit up. He was glad to be sitting on her left and scooched his chair a little bit closer to her. Marcus and Arrow looked at one another, but were willing to humor their human. It could be an interesting engagement. She was just happy to have found a deck of cards in the living room desk drawer. Celeste dealt the first hand, picking her cards up, then waited to see what would happen. Her hand wasn't the best, 2 tens, a queen, a 6 and a 3. She went around the table to ask her mates if they needed new cards. Keys tossed down 3, to which Celeste gave him 3 new cards. Arrow tossed down 2, while Marcus tossed 1 card. So you must have a good hand, love, she asked her tallest mate. He merely gave her a small, almost non-existent smile. In fact, Marcus had drawn 2 pair and then another card to match for a full house. Are you sure you've never played poker before, Marcus? I'm sure. My game of choice was whist. She frowned, saying, I've heard of that, but don't know how to play. Maybe you can teach me some time. She took back the cards and dealt a new round. Keys was playing with her thigh beneath the table, his hand sliding up and down her warm flesh. Celeste looked at him, frowning. You're just trying to distract me. Brother, please keep your hands to yourself, Arrow demanded. I have the right to touch my mate, Arrow. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Keys retorted. Celeste listened while Arrow and Keys argued, accusing each other of carrying favoritism from her. She tried to intercede, but she finally lost her temper with them completely. Stop it, both of you. I'm sick of this. Arrow, you tell me you love me, then act this way. Is it love, or just a desire to possess me. I won't be owned property. Celeste took a deep breath, trying to calm down. She turned to Marcus, whispering to him, "Please, Marcus, do something. Brothers, stop this now. You're not making our mate happy by this bickering." "Here we are," Celeste said, standing on this luxuriously fabulous yacht, with beautiful weather and this wonderfully calm ocean, and you're making me want to jump overboard. I'm done. She turned to stomp back to her cabin when she tripped over the edge of the step-up, falling against the low side of the boat, and tumbling over it into the water below. Celeste was suddenly disoriented, sinking into the ocean, unsure which way was up. The water was growing darker and colder, as she sank, and fear was taking hold of her mind. It took Arrow a quarter of a second to jump over the side and into the water. Beneath the surface, his eyes scanned for Celeste, seeing her slowly sinking downward. With a few kicks of his legs, he was reaching out to her. He grabbed her arm and pulled, rising to the surface and pushing her head above water. Marcus hung over the side, reaching for Celeste while Keys hung the movable ladder over the edge. When Arrow pushed her to the ladder, 2 sets of eager hands brought her on board. He swung his body up and over the edge onto the deck and stood there, soaking wet. Celeste was lying on the deck, coughing up water. Keys flew to the cabin and was back in moments with a large towel in his hands. He wrapped it around Celeste, who was now sitting on a deck chair, courtesy of Marcus. She was shaking from the cold water and shock. Keys sat on one side of her while Marcus sat on the other. They both held their mate in their arms, careful not to press too close and chill her. Arrow brought her the cover up and waited. He noticed her shivering. "Is she all right, Marcus?" Arrow was worried about his mate, but grateful she had not drowned. "I'm fine, just cold. I can swim, believe me. I was just disoriented. Then when it got darker, I was scared. The next thing I know, I'm being pulled up toward the lighter water." She looked up at Arrow, examining his stance and expression. She took the cover up from his hands, and once she had donned it, Marcus's strong arms picked her up and took her to her cabin. He left her in the bathroom, where Celeste removed her swimsuit and left it in the sink. She dried off with the white fluffy towels hanging on a rack, then put on the robe that was hanging on the door hook. She wound the towel around her head and went back into the cabin to see 3 worried vampires waiting for her. Arrow must have changed, since he was now in dry clothes. Sitting on the bed, she waved her hand to them, silently asking them to sit with her. She piled up the pillows and lay back against them. "Thank you, everyone, for taking such good care of me. And you, Arrow, for pulling me from the drink." Celeste gave him a genuine smile of gratitude. "Are you feeling well, amore mio?" Keys asked. He held out a hand out to her. Celeste took his hand and squeezed it as hard as she was able. "I'm fine. It's odd how even small trauma can affect someone. Do you mind getting me some hot tea, Keys?" "Of course not," he said, nodding with a smile. "You rest, Celeste. We'll behave, so you'll have no more accidents." He flashed from her cabin into the kitchen to ask one of the stewards to fix up a tray for the tea. Marcus took her hand. "Are you sure you didn't hit your head, Celeste?" He peered at her with concern. "I'm fine. It was my own fault, Marcus. I wasn't watching where I was going. I'm just sorry I blew up at you all." She looked to Marcus when she asked if she could speak with Arrow alone. He gave her a knowing smile and left the cabin. Keys had only just returned with the tray and was less agreeable. "You'll be able to hear everything we say anyway, Keys, so no sour looks." She waited for him to leave. Arrow turned to Celeste, his brows raised. "You wish to speak with me, Kara?" "Yes, Arrow. Look, I know you and I have had some issues, and at times they seem ridiculous. But then I end up angry at you, even though I love you very much." Arrow's expression softened on hearing her words. "And how do we resolve these issues, my dear?" He slid over on the bed so that his body was next to hers as he lay back against the pillows. "I'm not sure. I just wanted to thank you for saving me." She leaned over and kissed him. Arrow held her hand and kissed her temple. "I could not lose you, persona amata. You are too important to us all. And this is why we must discuss your change soon. Until you are like us, you're not safe. Humans are too fragile." Celeste laughed, then nestled even closer to Arrow. His body was cold against her, but she was finally warming up from her impromptu dunking. She closed her eyes, once she felt his arm move around her. His fingers began to caress her forehead. "You're going to put me to sleep, my love. That is what I'm hoping. I will awaken you before supper is served. Now stop talking and let me help you to relax." Out on deck, Keyes mumbled to himself. Arrow is always snaking his way into her attentions. Jealous, brother. Arrow has the hardest time of us all at letting her build any trust in him. She loves you and me already. We make it easy for her. Arrow does not. Today he saved her life. That should have a positive effect on her feelings for him. Keyes huffed, but sat back. Very well. Perhaps now he will not feel jealousy himself. It was becoming annoying. Around 6 p.m., Celeste woke up, her stomach growling in hunger. She saw Arrow had gone, so quickly dressed in a lightweight sundress and sandals, and left her cabin to go to the dining room. Chef Emilio already had her place set. One of the stewards stood at the side of her seat, then held it for her so she could sit. He poured her a glass of wine. Looking up suddenly when the three masters flashed into the room, he gave them a slight bow of his head and backed into the kitchen. Marcus bent to kiss Celeste on the cheek. "Did you have a nice nap, my dear?" "I did, but I almost slept through supper. Please, everyone sit down." She noticed their change of clothing. "You all look so handsome this evening." One of the stewards ced a plate of appetizers in front of Celeste. Today's meal would be centered around seafood, Chef Emilio had told her after lunch. When Chef Emilio came out to see how Celeste was enjoying his offering, he brought her main course himself. Sicilian swordfish with roasted potatoes. "I hope you enjoy this dish that I prepared for you, Miss Celeste." He watched while she took a bite, nodding to the Volturi masters seated at the table. "It's delicious. Oh Arrow, it's too bad you, Marcus, and Keyes can't enjoy human food." Chef Emilio: "I love seafood, but have never had swordfish. The combination of spices and the addition of the Kalamata olives perfetto. Thank you for the introduction to something I have not tried." He leaned down and kissed Celeste's hand. "And you honor me with your praise." Arrow waved his hand at the vampire, dismissing him. "That was rude, Arrow. He was only happy I enjoyed his cooking." She sighed, but finished her meal. For dessert, Celeste was served a pair of cheese blintzes with strawberry sauce. As an ending to her meal, she was more than satisfied. Standing, she told her mates she would be right back, and headed for the kitchen. "Chef Emilio, I wanted you to know I enjoyed everything today. I also would like to apologize for Arrow's behavior. At times he can be. You do not have to apologize for me, Kara." Arrow walked into the kitchen and stood behind Celeste, his hands resting on her waist. "I am sorry if I insulted you in your talent, Chef Costa." Celeste does not approve. "You have served her well. It's good that she enjoys your cuisine. When she is happy, I am happy." Arrow's words held a hidden threat as well as an apology. Chef Emilio was aware of the Volturi reputation. "Thank you, Master Arrow." Miss Celeste. When he saw Arrow lead his mate from the kitchen, he went back to cleaning up and preparing for tomorrow's menu. As long as Miss Celeste backed him, Master Arrow would not dare touch him. Celeste and Arrow joined Marcus and Keyes on deck. The stars sparkled overhead, while the sea was calm, allowing the yacht to sail through the waters with little motion. She turned to her obstinate mate and thanked him for apologizing to Chef Emilio. "Do you see my side of things, Arrow? I love you, but I can't seem to say it enough for you." She saw Marcus and Keyes beside her and directed her words to them as well. "We will have to be a family, all four of us. Or this is not going to work. Now tonight, Arrow will be with me, but it doesn't mean I don't love you, Keyes, or you, Marcus." She went and kissed each of them, adding a tight hug. Then she and Arrow left, heading for her cabin. Maybe she could convince him once and for all, his attitude was more harmful to their relationship than anything he feared. She had to show Arrow that she loved each of them individually when she was with each of them. That had to be the mate bond at work, and he would have to accept it. She could not love one more than the others. Celeste's reverie was interrupted by Arrow's arm moving around her as he led her to her cabin. Arrow opened the door to Celeste's cabin, letting her enter before him. Arrow was a gentleman if he was anything. He shut the door after entering himself and went to stand behind Celeste. his hands on her shoulders. Are you hungry, my love? Do you require anything? Celeste shivered from the cool breath on the back of her neck. Maybe later, Arrow. She turned around to gaze at him. She had to admit to herself how beautiful he was. He seemed to think the same about her, warming her heart at the idea he found her beautiful. She had butterflies in her stomach whenever she was alone with him like this. Celeste hadn't been with these vampires for long, so why did it feel like she had been their companion for some time? Considering what they were, she shouldn't feel so at ease with them, but she wasn't afraid. She knew down deep they would never physically hurt her. Are you at least enjoying yourself? Arrow asked, one hand playing with the gold necklace he had given her. It satisfied him to see she rarely took it off. Aside from nearly drowning, I actually am enjoying myself. It won't be long, though, before we head for home, she said, going into the bathroom to get ready for whatever Arrow had in mind for them this evening. She hung her dress on the door hook, knowing her personal stewardess would make sure everything was tidied up. After they left the room in the morning, she exited the bathroom after washing up and brushing her hair. Arrow had heard her words, and it made him stop in his tracks. Home, my dear. His eyes searched her face. She was dressed only in her bra and panties when she walked up to Arrow and slid her arms around him. Volterra is my home now. Her hands slid up his back when she embraced him. She nuzzled his neck, then whispered in his ear, where your home is, my home is. She brought her hands up to his chest and started to unbutton his shirt, sliding it off his shoulders, down his arms, and off his body. She walked over to the corner chair, dropping the shirt there, then turned back to face him once more, staring into his darkening crimson eyes. Staring at his mate, Arrow said, come here. No, Celeste replied. She smiled at him. You come here. She raised one brow, not meaning for it to be a power game. She was merely playing with him, and luckily Arrow knew that. He took the few steps needed to reach her, and placed his hands on her waist, pulling her to him. Kissing her, Arrow then rested his forehead against hers. Relief flooded him. She had finally accepted them all as her mates and Volterra as her home. His arms embraced her when she nuzzled his neck, letting his spicy scent fill her nose. The fact he felt happiness amazed Arrow. He had never expected that emotion to ever touch him again. Celeste and Arrow lay side by side on the bed, talking, just talking. It was something she never expected of the vampire. For once, he seemed almost human. The sex was incredible. She could grow addicted to him for that alone. But she wanted more than just sex from her mates. Why am I here, Arrow? She asked, while her hands caressed his bare chest. We decided to take you on a vacation, my heart, he replied. Confused by the question. No, I mean, why am I here? She touched her chest where his unbeating heart was. Now he understood. It's something even we do not comprehend, Celeste. We don't question it. Why do you? His hand brushed a strand of hair from her face. I love you already, Kara. I will only love you more once you have accepted the change. We will be the same then. Have you any doubts? Doubts? No. I just wondered how I was the one from so many women to be chosen to be so lucky as to be loved by such a. She was finding it difficult to articulate to Arrow her deeper feelings. He smiled and pulled her closer, kissing her forehead. I could read you if you prefer. It would be easier for you if you let me see your thoughts. I don't know if I want you that close to the feelings I have for you. Not yet, anyway. She was still hesitant to let Arrow have free rein in her head. I can't control my gift, Kara. I read everyone the same. Can't you ignore what you see and just store it away for a day that may never come? She asked. Celeste rolled onto her back, one arm thrown over her eyes while she thought about her situation. Arrow took a fingertip and circled her mouth, running it over her lips. Then he trailed his finger down her neck to her chest, moving it between her breasts, circling her nipples until they peaked into hard buds. His finger continued its path down over her belly, causing her to inhale sharply. Arrow smiled and let his finger feather over the center of her body in teasing touches that made Celeste want to beg for him to do more. When Arrow leaned over her to kiss her, his hand cupped her feminine core, the middle finger sliding in her wet heat where he stroked her into a needy frenzy. In a way, he would miss her humanity, their temperatures being so different. She loved the coldness of his hands and body, as he favored the heat of her body, especially when he was buried deep inside her. The sounds she was making as her hips twisted in need brought Arrow back to the present. He pleasured her, bringing her to an orgasm manually before thrusting into her where his thrusts led her to another orgasm, and then enjoyed his own. Arrow teased her neck with his teeth, careful not to break the skin, even though she probably would not have objected in her current mood. After they had slaked their lust, Celeste and Arrow lay together, their bodies entwined. Heat and ice as one. Celeste wanted to sleep, while Arrow kissed and nuzzled her. He knew by morning, they would have to leave the cabin and begin the day. Celeste wanted to swim in the ocean with all three of her mates, and they would indulge her. By sunrise, Celeste woke to an empty cabin. But only moments later did Arrow return with a tray laden with a delicious breakfast consisting of a cheese-egg omelette with sausage links, and buttered toast and coffee. I had hoped to beat your wakening, my love. I convinced Chef Emilio to let me serve you breakfast in bed. Arrow set the tray over Celeste's lap once she sat up against the headboard. He sat on the other side of the bed while his mate enjoyed her meal. Do you think you will miss human food? Arrow, you all eat one thing, well, drink one thing. How do you not grow bored of that? Meal time is a necessity, Kara. We crave blood when we're thirsty, but otherwise, we do not think of it. You will adapt. Once she finished her morning repast, Celeste set the now empty tray on the floor beside the bed and laughed. I doubt I will adapt that quickly, Arrow. Wait until the bloodlust takes over for the first time, dear one. You will change your tune. Quote, she reached over to the side table, grabbing her cell phone. Have I shown you these yet, Arrow? I've been taking them so I will always have you with me. Smiling, she displayed the photos she had been taking of them during the cruise. Arrow raised a brow at the impromptu photos Celeste had stored in her device, when he saw one that amused him. He shook his head, but was still delighted. He watched as she ran her fingertip over the phone's screen, seeing photos of Marcus, Keys and himself. He frowned, knowing his mate would not be happy with his next words. My dear, you must delete those photos. If that phone were to fall into the hands of humans. Celeste interrupted him. It won't. Arrow, I love you all and want to have you all with me even when we're apart. Now it was Arrow's turn to interrupt. Apart? When were you planning to be apart from us? Both went silent. She knew her mates were sparkling in their vampire way in some of the outdoor photos. But what harm was it for her to have these photos? Then Celeste broke the silence. I'm not, Arrow, I'm not. She suddenly straddled his lap, then pushed him down on the pillows. She leaned forward, lacing her hands on either side of his shoulders to hover over him, then leaned down and kissed him deeply. When she pulled back, she smiled at him and said, I only meant if we're ever apart. I'm here with you now, and I'm not planning on going anywhere. Arrow flipped Celeste onto her back, his arms around her. He sighed when he felt one of her legs press against the outside of his thigh. Bossy. Callie opening herself to the insinuation of his hips against hers. I'm glad to hear that, my dear heart. He leaned in and nuzzled her neck, the tip of his tongue slowly running along her warm skin. Arrow, are you tasting me? Should I be nervous? She asked, half joking. He only responded with a low chuckle, then continued to stimulate her flesh into goosebumps. Today revealed a beautiful day for swimming. Something Celeste had been looking forward to. She and Arrow had showered together, slowly and intimately, before Celeste started feeling like a prune. They left the shower to dry off, with Celeste putting on her swimsuit and cover-up. She pulled her hair up into a ponytail and put on her sunglasses, then followed Arrow to his cabin. There, he dressed in his swimsuit while she looked around. It's a beautiful cabin, but must feel utilitarian to you, Celeste pointed out. Arrow pulled her to him, embracing her tightly while nuzzling her neck, his favorite thing to do with no objection from his mate. Her skin smelled of lavender soap. It was a wonderful night, cara mia. It was an amazing night, Arrow. They kissed, knowing this was the last of their intimate moment, for now. They left Arrow's cabin and went upstairs to the living room. A steward was waiting for them. Celeste, actually, Chef Emilio has something he'd like you to try, Miss Celeste. If you will just be seated at the dining table, he will bring it out to you. I wonder what he made, Celeste said. Currying your favor. No doubt, Arrow said, sounding put out. Arrow, please, Celeste chided. Arrow pulled the chair out for his mate, then sat on the chair beside her at the end of the table. At that moment, Marcus and Keyes entered from the outside deck, each giving Celeste a kiss before taking their seats around the table. Good morning, my loves, Celeste said warmly, a smile lighting up her face. Chef Emilio came into the room, carrying a tray that held some delicious-looking pastries and a carafe of coffee. Miss Celeste, I would like you to try these and let me know whether or not you like them. Coffee is a must. He used tongs to place several of the pre-cut desserts on a small plate, and offered them to her. He poured her coffee in a cup, setting it next to her, and stood back, waiting for her review. She used a fork to try one of the sweets. It was so smooth and creamy, it made her realize what she would be giving up once she had changed. It's so wonderful, not too sweet, but still, just enough so. And the cream filling, oh my god. She tried another after sipping from her coffee cup. The peach fruit filling was exquisite, along with the whipped cream that surrounded it and the cake. Another divine dessert, Chef Emilio. Perhaps it's best I be changed, or I'd become big as a house with you on staff. He gave her a look that said he appreciated her critique, but Arrow's look told him he'd better go back to the kitchen. Grazie, Miss Celeste. Finish what you wish and the steward will return the rest to me. With a bow to the masters and Celeste, he departed the room. Later, Keyes was lying on one of the loungers, with Celeste sitting next to him. She leaned close, her knuckles caressing his cheek. She straightened his hair being blown in the light breeze, then gave him a kiss, but before she could sit up Keyes pulled her back down onto his bare chest, kissing her hard. He held the back of her neck, continuing to kiss her until he finally released her, his hands roaming down her back to her waist, tickling her. Celeste laughed, wriggling in his hold. You're making this hard, Keyes. He took her hand and placed it on his lap. You're the one making it hard, amore mio. The smirk on his face made her blush. She allowed him to pull her forward to lie on his chest while he kissed her again, his lips moving to her throat. Arrow watched while Celeste was being kissed by Keyes, her laughter an unpleasant sound to his ears. Her attention seemed to shift so easily from one of them to another. It had to be the effect of the bond. He glared at the couple, then saw Marcus watching him, a look of disapproval on his face. Arrow turned and walked inside into his cabin. He had been pacing the floor when Marcus entered the cabin. He quietly sat on a chair and leaned back, waiting. Why are you here, brother? Arrow asked, turning to Marcus. Arrow, if you wish to tell me what you are feeling, do so. Perhaps speaking with me will keep you from burdening our mate with your jealousy. Arrow sat on the bed, then remained still as a statue while he spoke. We have been without our mates for a very long time, brother. When Sulpicia was destroyed, I never thought to replace her. It didn't feel necessary. Now this human walks into our lives, or rather was dragged kicking and screaming into our lives. I cannot help how I feel, Marcus. I have tried to keep my jealousy to myself. If I were to step aside. Marcus understood what Arrow was talking about. He could never think of replacing Didim after he had lost her. He never imagined there would ever be another woman who could touch his dead heart as Celeste had. Right now, their relationship seemed casual, but Marcus knew their bond would grow stronger over time. We are 3 parts of her soul now, Arrow. Would you deprive her 1/4 of that soul just so that you won't have to make any effort to change? This was the first time Arrow had to share anything or anyone with his brothers. It was his nature to be first in line. Since Sulpicia had met her final death, Arrow had been with a handful of women. He would satisfy himself with sex, then with their blood. After a time, it no longer mattered to him, and he never had any other women after that until Celeste. Arrow considered Marcus's words. He knew he loved their human mate, and that could not be altered by thoughts alone. It was a physical thing for vampires to feel a bond with another person, a vampire generally, but if they were a human, they would have to be transformed in order to exist with their mate. Thank you, brother. I am grateful that Celeste is with us, and I will do what I can to make her feel welcome and safe, until her transformation is complete. Then let us go outside to be with our mate, Arrow. She wants to go swimming. He gave Arrow a smile, then left the cabin to be followed by an ancient and contrite vampire. "Are there sharks in these waters?" Celeste asked. The ocean was filled with all kinds of creatures, but sharks were her nightmare. "Yes, but none specifically in this area," Arrow answered. "Are you sure about that?" Celeste asked, attempting to look deeply into the water. "We are here to protect you, Kara," Keys reassured her. "All right then, but if you see any sharks, punch them in the nose." "They hate that." Celeste chewed on the side of the boat and dove into the sparkling blue ocean. Keys dove in after her, with Arrow and Marcus close behind. They surrounded their mate, who was smiling and laughing. She turned and began to swim away from the yacht. The water this far from shore was colder, but it felt good to Celeste in this warm sun. Turning on her back, Celeste floated, using her arms and feet to keep her atop the water. She looked up at the sky, dotted with small fluffy clouds. Feeling something brushing along her back compelled Celeste to swim upright. Then she felt hands holding and realized it was Keys. Using the heel of her hand, she splashed water at the blonde vampire. "Very funny, Keys. You know how scared I am of sharks. I don't need you to try and frighten me from the ocean. As it was, movie, Jaws, kept me out of the ocean for years." He pulled her to him. "I'm sorry, Celeste. I didn't mean to do anything but play with you. I forgive you." She gave him a deep kiss before slipping from his hands. Marcus swam after her, causing Celeste to scream when he caught her. Then she laughed and wrapped her legs around him when he embraced her. They kissed for a while, Arrow watching for a few minutes. Before heading back to the boat, he quickly climbed the ladder and once aboard, grabbed a towel. He dried off and sat on one of the loungers, trying to appear as casual as possible. When everyone had had enough of the ocean, they all climbed aboard and picked up towels to dry off. "Arrow, you didn't enjoy the ocean." "It was fine, my dear. I thought to enjoy the sun instead." "May I see you inside, Arrow?" She saw the brief frown on his face, and held out her hand. "Please." He relented and rose from the lounger, taking Celeste's hand and followed her into the living room. Turning to Arrow, Celeste said, "Arrow, you still don't get it, do you? And as intelligent as you're supposed to be." Celeste slipped her arms around Arrow, pressing herself against him. "You are always with me. When I'm with Keys or Marcus, you're right here in my heart. And when I am with you, they're here as well. I can't go anywhere now, without the three of you here, inside my heart. And despite what you might think, there's room for all of you and more." The vampire leader felt his mate against him. He gazed into her eyes, sensing her sincerity when he felt her thoughts fill his mind. She loved him as much as she did Marcus and Keys. He had been foolish, but now that he knew everything, he vowed to be the mate she deserved. He kissed her and smiled. "Let us get you something cool to drink. Perhaps Chef Emilio still has the leftover desserts. Then we can join Marcus and Keys outside." They went into the kitchen to see what they could find for Celeste. There were still 2 more full days left for their cruise. Arrow was going to make it as enjoyable as possible for his mate, before they headed for home. By noon, the fog had dissipated and the sun was out, warm and inviting. The ocean waters remained calm, something that pleased Celeste, since so far, she had not been seasick once on this short cruise. She was dressed in the bikini Heidi had bought for her, lying on her stomach on the loon. While Marcus rubbed SPF lotion on her back and shoulders. He never seemed to mind helping her with this task, and she enjoyed it too. His hands would be cold, sending a shiver down her back, to he would respond by kissing her shoulder. Once he had finished, she turned and reached up, hugging him and whispering, "Thank you, Marcus. Your touch never fails to give me goosebumps." His crimson eyes locked onto hers, his expression one of love and desire. That would come later for them, and he was ever the patient one. Seeing a flash out of the corner of her eye, Celeste's mouth fell open. When she saw Arrow standing on deck and quite without his swim trunks. "Arrow, what are you doing?" Celeste stared at the man who was now completely nude, pale skin shimmering in the sunlight. He stepped up onto the side railing, ready to enter the water. "I'm going for a swim. Is there a problem, my dear?" Arrow looked at his mate, a playful smile on his face. Celeste smiled back at her mate, love for him swelling her very human heart. Arrow was so different from any man she'd ever met. It was these differences that both attracted and intrigued her. She suppressed her smile and said, "Not unless you enjoy flashing your sparkly behind to all the passing boa." She looked around while she spoke, not seeing one boat anywhere in the area. "Never mind. Enjoy yourself," she said quickly while waving her hand. Arrow gave her a wink, then gracefully dove off the yacht and into the water with very little splash. Celeste rose from the lounger and went to the railing to watch Arrow while he easily swam strokes. She turned to Keys, who had moved behind her, a sly smile on her face. "Why don't we all go skinny dipping?" Keys kissed her neck just below her ear, whispering, "If you wish to, Kara, I'm willing." His mouth formed a slow smile, his thoughts never far from his physical desires. She turned to her other mate. "Marcus, will you join us?" He gave her a small smile and nodded. Pointing a finger at Arrow, Celeste asked, "Does he always do that?" "Do what, amore mio?" Keys questioned in return. "Walk around naked in front of you too?" "Sometimes. Not often," Keys intoned while removing his swim trunks. "What? Sometimes?" She wondered. Well, I'd be more comfortable if he didn't." Celeste had wondered about vampire morals. Was this free expression and nothing to them? And what if they asked her to have a four-way? Orgies weren't her thing, but these were her mates for life, something which could be endless. And perhaps she might have to agree to being with all three at the same time, just to keep things from getting dull for them. Perhaps by then she might find she had no objections to the idea. "Celeste, stop it," she told herself. Oh God, what if Arrow reads her? He would know her imaginings of a four-way sexual interaction. How mortified would she feel, knowing he was so familiar with her deepest thoughts? Why in hell did he have to possess such a gift? She would never be able to hide anything from him. "Are you all right, love?" Marcus interrupted her musings. "Yes, Marcus, I'm fine. Everyone ready to jump in?" "Keys already has. Didn't you notice?" He smiled, thinking he knew her distraction had something to do with all three of them. "Let's go on in." Marcus held out his hand to Celeste after she had shrugged off her swimsuit, helping her climb up and onto the railing. She dove on in, sensing Marcus right behind her. This was their last full day on board the yacht, and tonight after supper, she wanted to have a talk with her more sensible mate before they returned to the villa. Celeste floated on her back, the sun warming her exposed skin. How could she leave this behind? She hoped she could convince her mates to take such a vacation again next season. Arms came up from beneath her to pull her down into the water, her back pressed up against a hard body, leaving her head above the surface. "I hope I didn't frighten you, love. After all, sharks don't have arms." "I'm getting used to your tricks, Keys," she replied, laughing. "I'll just have to think harder then," he teased as he pulled her flush against him, his obvious erection pressing against her buttocks. "Keys, well, I see cold water doesn't affect vampires like it does human males." The blonde vampire nuzzled her neck below her ear. Celeste tried swimming away from Keys, but his arm was locked around her waist. Marcus swam up to Celeste. "Brother, let her go." Keys scowled, but did as he was bid. "We're here if you need us, cara mia." Surrounded by both men, she felt safe and protected. She wondered what kind of life she would have with them. Would boredom become an issue for her? Once she was bitten, and it would happen, she would have no choice but to adapt to her new existence. For now, Celeste enjoyed having two of her mates with her. Still, she wondered, where was Arrow and why was he ignoring her? Once the foursome had come back aboard, Celeste returned to her cabin to shower quickly. Then donned another sundress chosen for her by Chelsea. She dug around the closet, trying to find her white sandals, when she came across a box. She left the cabin, taking the box with her. "I don't know who rented this boat before you, but they obviously did not have vampires with them. Look what I found." Celeste set the box down on the table where Arrow, Marcus and Keys were sitting, enjoying the morning's warm and sunny weather. Being outside for so long a time was something Arrow and Keys rarely allowed themselves in Volterra. Marcus had his garden, where he spent me time each day tending to the roses he had planted in Didym's honor. "What did you find, Kara?" Arrow asked, barely curious. Still, He wanted to please Celeste any way he could. It's a game, like chess. I found it at the back of my closet while I was dressing. Chess is a game of strategy, and not for children, Keys said, feeling insulted, considering himself a chess master. Excuse me, but I'm not a child. Celeste let Keys poke at her so easily. She gave him a glare and continued, this can be a game of strategy too, sometimes, based on the cards you choose. She felt she was trying to convince herself as much as her mates. But it was a game she knew and she wanted to play. She sat at the table, pulling out the playing board, the cards and pawns. She frowned when Keys gave her a smirk, then a pat on her thigh. Of course, my love. Do not be condescending to our mate, brother, Marcus warned. Celeste winked at Marcus, and began to explain the rules until Arrow said with some impatience in his voice, all right. My dear, let's move along and begin the game. Everyone picked the color of the pawns they wanted. The first round, no one picked a 1 or 2 card. The next round, Arrow's card was a 2. Grinning while he moved a pawn out of the start box. He chose another card and moved his piece on the board. Celeste's card was a 1, and she moved her pawn out. The game progressed until at some point, Celeste found herself on a slide zone. She glanced at Keys, from beneath dark lashes, waiting for his next move. He drew a 7 card, meaning he could move one of his pieces down the slide zone, sending Celeste back home, and that was exactly what he did. Keys. Celeste gave a heavy sigh, frowning at her blonde mate. You're supposed to say, sorry, when you do that to another player. I play to win. I am decidedly not sorry, cara mia, Keys said, grinning. You never are, Celeste replied, pouting. He lifted Celeste's chin with one fingertip. Didn't I apologize for those bruises I gave you last night? He replied, his eyes flashing dark for only a moment at the memories of last night with his mate. I was going to talk to you about that, brother, Arrow began. Until he felt Celeste clasp her vocal mate's hand. Arrow, it's all right. It isn't an issue, or it won't be much longer. Please. Let's just play a bit longer. Arrow brought his hand up, then kissed Celeste's while it lay on his. Yes, my dear, whatever brings you happiness. The game eventually ended with Marcus the surprise winner. Celeste rose from her chair and walked around the table to his side. She bent to hug him tightly from behind, then kissed his cheek. She found herself looking to him more and more in the short time they'd been together. He was much quieter than either Arrow or Keys, even pensive at times. But she felt she could depend on him in a pinch. She peered into his crimson eyes and saw something that threatened to bring tears to her eyes. The deep sadness she had seen only recently was not there. Instead, Celeste noticed a sparkle in them, and wondered if she had anything to do with it. She hoped so. This was her night with Marcus, and she felt anticipation in being able to talk with him, among other things. Supper was extra special this last night of the cruise. Chef Emilio made roast stuffed quail marinated in wine. They were on the small side, so he made 2 for her, along with some roasted vegetables. For dessert, he had prepared a simple but exquisite raspberry mousse cup. Celeste ate beside her mates, talking with them while she enjoyed her meal. Once she had finished, she thanked Emilio for the delicious supper. She was going to miss his creations and his solicitous behavior with her. She never imagined before coming to Volterra that creatures like these surrounding her existed, and that they were not the monsters legend pictured them. Seeing the staff lined up, Celeste took a few moments to thank each one, for everything from keeping her cabin in declothing clean to providing her with snacks and drinks while out on deck. Marcus took his place at her side as they left the dining room. As always, Celeste gave her other mates a hug and kiss. She wondered if this ritual would continue once they were back at the castle. As the leaders of the Volturi, she knew they would be busy with whatever vampire duties they had. Perhaps Felix could introduce her to the guards he felt might be beneficial to know. Soon, she felt Marcus's hand resting on the small of her back, the couple heading for Celeste's cabin. Once there, they embraced, savoring the taste and smell of each other. Both removed their clothing, then stood before one another. Marcus moved the 3 steps it took to reach Celeste and picked her up in his arms. He lay her on the bed and sat next to her. one hand tracing her breast, tickling his fingers down to her belly. Celeste slid her arms around his neck, pulling him down over her. "Love me, Marcus," she whispered, her eyes begging. Marcus kissed the mortal woman who was his life now. Gently, he pleasured her with his hands and mouth, bringing her to several orgasms, before thrusting deeply into her wet heat. He growled his own release, his hips moving forward but not as fiercely as he might, had he not been holding back. Both lay still, Marcus quiet compared to Celeste's pants as she tried to get her breath back. "You are such a wonderful lover, Marcus. But I am sorry you can't be yourself with me just yet. Soon, my love, you will see and appreciate the difference, I am sure of that," he said, smiling. Celeste was lying across the bed, her head on Marcus's stomach. They had spent time talking about the history of the Volturi and his time with them. "So do you identify yourself as Greek or Italian?" While Marcus was caressing Celeste's head and playing with her hair, he realized he never really cared after Didyme had been destroyed. "I have not thought about that for many centuries, dear heart. I know the history of both Greece and Italy. Although my mortal life is a blur of half-forgotten memories. I speak many languages: Greek, Latin, Italian, French, English." Celeste smiled. Okay, I already feel humbled. I'll never catch up with your educational level." Marcus laughed heartily, something Celeste heard from him only rarely. "My dear one, you will have all of eternity to learn." "Marcus, I know you loved Didyme very much. If you can love me half as much, I know we will be happy. All of us have lost our mates over time, my dear. And we will all love you. Our emotional connections will get stronger as the years pass." His fingertips brushed over her flushed cheek. Celeste lay contentedly in her mate's arms once he'd pulled her against his body. When she felt his cold lips kiss her forehead, a tear slipped from one eye to roll over her cheek to her ear. It tickled as it slid in, forcing her to raise her hand to wipe it away. The tear in Celeste's action to hide it was not missed by Marcus. "What is it, dear heart? Why do you weep?" "It's nothing, Marcus. I can never know what it is to lose one's mate after so long. I guess it makes me sad for you. All of you. But I swear on my human heart that I will be loyal to you. To be there for you whenever you need me, and to love and support you always." Marcus knew the relationships he and his brothers had with this mortal were preordained, yet on a personal level. He would cherish Celeste forever. He planned on making sure Arrow and Keys regarded her as the treasure he knew her to be. Hugging her, Marcus peered into Celeste's eyes. "Ti amero sempre, tesoro mio. Faremo nostra questa vita, pertuta l'eternità." Celeste smiled. "First thing when we get back home, I need to start learning Italian. I will love you always, my darling. We will make this life our own. For all eternity," Marcus said, translating for her. He bent to capture her lips, kissing her deeply. When he heard her moan, he pushed her onto her back, hovering over her. Celeste let Marcus fill the space between her parted legs, eager to feel him inside her again. "Take me, love," she thought briefly, comparing the three vampire masters. Arrow was a lover Ho commanded the moments they were together. Celeste knew he cared for her, but with the slightest arrogance on his part. Keys lit a fiery desire within her, as he had once said, only he could quench. But when she was with Marcus, she felt he was a true lover to her, as if his existence centered around her and only her. When Marcus moved lower to allow his tongue to lave at her nipples, Celeste stopped thinking. And merely enjoyed pleasure at his hands. Unlike Keys, who could keep Celeste awake all night, Marcus allowed his mate to rest. He enjoyed hearing the steady beat of her heart while she slept. She didn't seem to mind his cold naked body lying next to her, but he would leave a few inches between them even while holding her. Feeling her shift as if to get more comfortable, Marcus bent to kiss her warm forehead. He felt such happiness that had been unknown to him for so long. Marcus whispered, "I will do all in my power to make you happy, dear heart." When morning arrived, and Celeste rolled over to give Marcus a kiss, he told her to shower and dress while he would get her breakfast. By the time he returned, Celeste was in one of the sundresses, trying to brush a few knots from her wet hair. Marcus set the tray down, where Celeste could see chocolate-filled croissants lying on a small platter. The smell of hot coffee filled the cabin. Her solicitous mate poured her a cup, and after adding sugar and cream, handed it to her. Chef Emilio thought you might enjoy something sweeter this morning. He sat on the bed against the headboard, waiting for her to sit beside him so she could eat. After Marcus had left to dress in his own cabin, Celeste had returned the tray to the kitchen, thanking Chef Emilio for the delicious croissants. Then she went out onto the aft deck to breathe in the cool morning air. She noticed Arrow sitting alone on the cushioned bench. She walked to the end of the deck and sat beside him. Arrow gave Celeste a welcoming smile. "Good morning, my dear." He leaned over and kissed her. Celeste looked over her handsome mate. So now everything is back to business normal, even before the boat has docked. Black suit, black shirt, black tie. Is there something wrong with our attire? My dear. No, I actually find it quite attractive. Celeste's eyes told Arrow what he needed to know. His tactile telepathy told him the rest. I mean, you're my 3 men in black. She assumed none of them would know the movie reference. I just think you don't want the guard to see you in swim trunks and a t-shirt. It might take away from your established authority. Celeste had her hand resting on Arrow's chest. The pendant he wore was touching the tips of her fingers. She picked it up off his chest, looking it over. Where did you get this? All Volturi wear them, Arrow replied. His eyes on her hand while she caressed the metal jewelry. As the ruling coven of the vampire world, I decided many centuries ago we needed something to distinguish us from all other covens. This crest does just that. It sets us apart. Several designs were created by a craftsman many centuries ago, the finished product made of gold, although some of the guards wear silver pendants. Will I get one as well, once I've been changed? Of course, my dear. As our mate, you will always be one of us. Is there any significance in the design? It looks like there are trees and birds. Her fingertip traced over the design of the crest, noticing the large V, obviously referring to the Volturi. These things here on top, are they leaves? Celeste wished she had a magnifying glass with her. Laurel leaves to be precise. Marcus, Keys, and I, along with our mates, came from Greece, and to the Greeks, leaves represent rebirth and new beginnings. For a human, to become a vampire after they have been brought to the point of death, is for them a rebirth, from the weak life of a mortal to the superior existence of our kind. Celeste listened with interest. There was so much she wanted to know. Not only about Arrow, but vampires in general, and the Volturi specifically. Trees are also associated with life renewal after death, or immortality, if you will, he continued. The ruby stone at the top of the crest represents a drop of blood, that precious elixir we must drink to survive. Celeste dropped the pendant at those words. Arrow had reminded her she would have to drink human blood too. Once she had been changed. She smiled at him to let him know she was okay, just in case he wondered. The hawk was a favorite of the god Apollo, and served as his messenger. But did you know, although they are solitary birds, they are monogamous, and will seek out their own mate each mating season. Arrow took Celeste's hand in his, holding it while he continued High's exposition on the meaning of the crest. Hawks represent leadership, and are highly intelligent and adaptable. Celeste questioned her mate. Do you equate them with vampires then, Arrow? Of course, my dear. We have had to be adaptable in this world. The smarter humans became, and with their greater numbers, the more dangerous they've become to us. By our intellect and adaptability have we been able to survive for so many thousands of years. He noticed the expression on Celeste's face. What is it, dear one? I would think you'd be more a danger to humans, she said. There are 8 billion humans on this planet, and only a few thousand of us at best. We have never done a complete census of our kind, but there are often wars between factions that reduce the population. Even as armies of newborns are created, others are destroyed, like during the Egyptian and Romanian wars. Marcus told me. Arrow wondered how the Volturi appeared to Celeste during that conversation. He hoped Marcus realized there were some things Arrow wanted to keep from their mate for the time being. Lastly, there is the tree. It is not leafing, as you can see. The roots symbolize our leadership, keeping the coven firmly grounded, while the limbs symbolize our guard, the protectors of the coven. Arrow brushed his fingertips over his mate's cheek. A leafing tree is essential to the environment, while a leafless one displays a static existence. It can be the one weakness we have. Perhaps you will help us change that, my dear. Celeste removed her hand from Arrow's and placed both her hands on his chest. I have so much to learn, my love. She leaned into the inexplicable creature in front of her, and kissed him with all the passion she felt for him. Thank you for sharing with me some of your history, but I wish to know more. And in time, you will know more, Arrow said, pleased in her interest in the coven. A few hours had passed, and the 3 vampires had spoken with the yacht's captain who would take care of paying the staff. Since vampires used money for things like housing, transportation, and clothing, they worked if they were not as independently wealthy as the Volturi were. And the Volturi had a reputation for paying those who worked for them very well. Celeste took the time to bid Chef Emilio goodbye. I wanted to thank you for taking such good care of my stomach, Chef. I have never been treated to such a varied and delightful menu. He took her hand and bending over it, placed a kiss on top. You're very welcome, Miss Celeste. I am happy for the opportunity to create dishes for a very kind and lovely human. I hope to see you again sometime. Just then, they heard a voice behind them. It's time to go on deck, my dear. It was Arrow, who smiled at his mate, then the vampire who kept her happily fed. His eyes shined for Celeste, but they glared at the talented chef. He hoped she would not ask for him again in the future. He had promised her he would not feel jealousy for his brothers. But he had not made such a promise about anyone else, and he knew she would want Emilio safe. Celeste smiled at her friend. Yes, Arrow, I'm coming. Thank you again, Emilio. She turned and took Arrow's extended hand, letting him lead her outside. The shoreline was now visible in the distance, with the marina off to the left. I will miss this, Arrow, but I am eager to get home. I'm sure there are plans that need to be made. He peered at her with no guile in his expression. Just so, Celeste. Just so, Arrow. Marcus, Keyes would discuss with Celeste the requirements for her transformation. But first there was another matter Arrow wanted to discuss with his brothers, once they returned to the villa. By noon, the fog had dissipated and the sun was out, warm and inviting. The ocean waters remained calm, something that pleased Celeste, since so far, she had not been seasick once on this short cruise. She was dressed in the bikini Heidi had bought for her, lying on her stomach on the lounger while Marcus rubbed SPF lotion on her back and shoulders. He never seemed to mind helping her with this task, and she enjoyed it too. His hands would be cold, sending a shiver down her back, to which he would respond by kissing her shoulder. Once he had finished, she turned and reached up, hugging him and whispering, "Thank you, Marcus. Your touch never fails to give me goosebumps." His crimson eyes locked onto hers, his expression one of love and desire. That would come later for them, and he was ever the patient one. Seeing a flash out of the corner of her eye, Celeste's mouth fell up. And when she saw Arrow standing on deck and quite without his swim trunks. "Arrow, what are you doing?" Celeste stared at the man who was now completely nude, pale skin shimmering in the sunlight. He stepped up onto the side railing, ready to enter the water. "I'm going for a swim. Is there a problem, my dear?" Arrow looked at his mate, a playful smile on his face. Celeste smiled back at her mate, love for him swelling her very human heart. Arrow was so different from any man she'd ever met. It was these differences that both attracted and intrigued her. She suppressed her smile and said, "Not unless why? Oh, you enjoy flashing your sparkly behind to all the passing boa." She looked around while she spoke, not seeing one boat anywhere in the area. "Never mind. Enjoy yourself," she said quickly while waving her hand. Arrow gave her a wink, then gracefully dove off the yacht and into the water with very little splash. Celeste rose from the lounger and went to the railing to watch Arrow while he easily swam strokes. She turned to Keyes, who had moved behind her, a sly smile on her face. "Why don't we all go skinny dipping?" Keyes kissed her neck just below her ear, whispering, "If you wish to, Kara, I'm willing." His mouth formed a slow smile, his thoughts never far from his physical desires. She turned to her other mate. "Marcus, will you join us?" He gave her a small smile and nodded. Pointing a finger at Arrow, Celeste asked, "Does he always do that?" "Do what, amore mio?" Keyes questioned in return. "Walk around naked in front of you too?" "Sometimes. Not often," Keyes intoned while removing his swim trunks. "What? Sometimes?" She wondered. Well, I'd be more comfortable if he didn't. Celeste had wondered about vampire morals. Was this free expression and nothing to them? And what if they asked her to have a four-way? Orgies weren't her thing, but these were her mates for life, something which could be endless. And perhaps she might have to agree to being with all three at the same time. Just to keep things from getting dull for them. Perhaps by then she might find she had no objections to the idea. Celeste, stop it, she told herself. Oh God, what if Arrow reads her? He would know our imaginings of a four-way sexual interaction. How mortified would she feel, knowing he was so familiar with her deepest thoughts? Why in hell did he have to possess such a gift? She would never be able to hide anything from him. Are you all right, love? Marcus interrupted her musings. Yes, Marcus, I'm fine. Everyone ready to jump in? Keys already has. Didn't you notice? He smiled, thinking. He knew her distraction had something to do with all three of them. Let's go on in. Marcus held out his hand to Celeste after she had shrugged off her swimsuit, helping her climb up and onto the railing. She dove on in, sensing Marcus right behind her. This was their last full day on board the yacht, and tonight after supper, she wanted to have a talk with her more sensible mate before they returned to the villa. Celeste floated on her back, the sun warming her exposed skin. How could she leave this behind? She hoped she could convince her mates to take such a vacation again next season. Miss came up from beneath her to pull her down into the water, her back pressed up against a hard body, leaving her head above the surface. I hope I didn't frighten you, love. After all, sharks don't have arms. I'm getting used to your tricks, Keys, she replied, laughing. I'll just have to think harder then, he teased as he pulled her flush against him, his obvious erection pressing against her buttocks. Keys, well, I see cold water doesn't affect vampires like it does human males. The blonde vampire nuzzled her neck below her ear. Celeste tried swimming away from Keys, but his arm was locked around her waist. Marcus swam up to Celeste. Brother, let her go. Keys scowled, but did as he was bid. We're here if you need us, cara mia. Surrounded by both men, she felt safe and protected. She wondered what kind of life she would have with them. Would boredom become an issue for her? Once she was bitten, and it would happen, she would have no choice but to adapt to her new existence. For now, Celeste enjoyed having two of her mates with her. Still, she wondered, where was Arrow and why was he ignoring her? Once the foursome had come back aboard, Celeste returned to her cabin to shower quickly. Then donned another sundress chosen for her by Chelsea. She dug around the closet, trying to find her white sandals, when she came across a box. She left the cabin, taking the box with her. I don't know who rented this boat before you, but they obviously did not have vampires with them. Look what I found. Celeste set the box down on the table where Arrow, Marcus and Keys were sitting. Enjoying the morning's warm and sunny weather. Being outside for so long a time was something Arrow and Keys rarely allowed themselves in Volterra. Marcus had his garden, where he spent some time each day tending to the roses he had planted in Didym's honor. What did you find, Kara? Arrow asked, barely curious. Still, he wanted to please Celeste any way he could. It's a game, like chess. I found it at the back of my closet while I was dressing. Chess is a game of strategy, and not for children, Keys said, feeling insulted, considering himself a chess master. Excuse me, but I'm not a child. Celeste let Keys poke at her so easily. She gave him a glare and continued, this can be a game of strategy too, sometimes, based on the cards you choose. She felt she was trying to convince herself as much as her mates, but it was a game she knew and she wanted to play. She sat at the table, pulling out the playing board, the cards and pawns. She frowned when Keys gave her a smirk, then a pat on her thigh. Of course, my love. Do not be condescending to our mate, brother, Marcus warned. Celeste winked at Marcus, and began to explain the rules until Arrow said with some impatience in his voice, all right. My dear, let's move along and begin the game. Everyone picked the color of the pawns they wanted. The first round, no one picked a 1 or 2 card. The next round, Arrow's card was a 2. Grinning while he moved a pawn out of the start box. He chose another card and moved his piece on the board. Celeste's card was a 1, and she moved her pawn out. The game progressed until at some point, Celeste found herself on a slide zone. She glanced at Keys, from beneath dark lashes, waiting for his next move. He drew a 7 card, meaning he could move one of his pieces down the slide zone, sending Celeste back home. And that was exactly what he did. Keys. Celeste gave a heavy sigh, frowning at her blonde mate. You're supposed to say, sorry, when you do that to another player. I play to win. I am decidedly not sorry, cara mia, Keys said, grinning. You never are, Celeste replied, pouting. He lifted Celeste's chin with one fingertip. Didn't I apologize for those bruises I gave you last night, he replied, his eyes flashing dark for only a moment at the memories of last night with his mate. I was going to talk to you about that, brother, Arrow began, until he felt Celeste clasp her vocal mate's hand. Arrow, it's all right. It isn't an issue, or it won't be much longer. Please. Let's just play a bit longer. Arrow brought his hand up, then kissed Celeste's while it lay on his. Yes, my dear, whatever brings you happiness. The game eventually ended with Marcus the surprise winner. Celeste rose from her chair and walked around the table to his side. She bent to hug him tightly from behind, then kissed his cheek. She found herself looking to him more and more in the short time they'd been together. He was much quieter than either Arrow or Keys, even pensive at times. But she felt she could depend on him in a pinch. She peered into his crimson eyes and saw something that threatened to bring tears to her eyes. The deep sadness she had seen only recently was not there. Instead, Celeste noticed a sparkle in them, and wondered if she had anything to do with it. She hoped so. This was her night with Marcus, and she felt anticipation in being able to talk with him. Among other things, supper was extra special this last night of the cruise. Chef Emilio made roast stuffed quail marinated in wine. They were on the small side, so he made 2 for her, along with some roasted vegetables. For dessert, he had prepared a simple but exquisite raspberry mousse cup. Celeste ate beside her mates, talking with them while she enjoyed her meal. Once she had finished, she thanked Emilio for the delicious supper. She was going to miss his creations and his solicitous behavior with her. She never imagined before coming to Volterra that creatures like these surrounding her existed, and that they were not the monsters legend pictured them. Seeing the staff lined up, Celeste took a few moments to thank each one, for everything from keeping her cabin and clothing clean to providing her with snacks and drinks while out on deck. Marcus took his place at her side as they left the dining room. As always, Celeste gave her other mates a hug and kiss. He wondered if this ritual would continue once they were back at the castle. As the leaders of the Volturi, she knew they would be busy with whatever vampire duties they had. Perhaps Felix could introduce her to the guards he felt might be beneficial to know. Soon, she felt Marcus's hand resting on the small of her back, the couple heading for Celeste's cabin. Once there, they embraced, savoring the taste and smell of each other. Both removed their clothing, then stood before one another. Marcus moved the 3 steps it took to reach Celeste and picked her up in his arms. He lay her on the bed and sat next to her, one hand tracing her breast, tickling his fingers down to her belly. Celeste slid her arms around his neck, pulling him down over her. Love me, Marcus, she whispered, her eyes begging. Marcus kissed the mortal woman who was his life now. Gently, he pleasured her with his hands and mouth, bringing her to several orgasms, before thrusting deeply into her wet heat. He growled his own release, his hips moving forward but not as fiercely as he might, had he not been holding back. Both lay still, Marcus quiet compared to Celeste's pants as she tried to get her breath back. You are such a wonderful lover, Marcus. But I am sorry you can't be yourself with me just yet. Soon, my love, you will see and appreciate the difference, I am sure of that, he said, smiling. Celeste was lying across the bed, her head on Marcus's stomach. They had spent time talking about the history of the Volturi and his time with them. So do you identify yourself as Greek or Italian? While Marcus was caressing Celeste's head and playing with her hair, he realized he never really cared after Didymus had been destroyed. I have not thought about that for many centuries, dear heart. I know the history of both Greece and Italy, although my mortal life is a blur of half-forgotten memories. I speak many languages: Greek, Latin, Italian, French, English. Celeste smiled. Okay, I already feel humbled. I'll never catch up with your educational level. Marcus laughed heartily, something Celeste heard from him only rarely. My dear one, you will have all of eternity to learn. Marcus, I know you loved Didym very much. If you can love me half as much, I know we will be happy. All of us have lost our mates over time, my dear. And we will all love you. Our emotional connections will get stronger as the years pass. His fingertips brushed over her flushed cheek. Celeste lay contentedly in her mate's arms once he'd pulled her against his body. When she felt his cold lips kiss her forehead, a tear slipped from one eye to roll over her cheek to her ear. It tickled as it slid in, forcing her to raise her hand to wipe it away. The tear in Celeste's action to hide it was not missed by Marcus. What is it, dear heart? Why do you weep? It's nothing, Marcus. I can never know what it is to lose one's mate after so long. I guess it makes me sad for you. All of you. But I swear on my human heart that I will be loyal to you, to be there for you whenever you need me, and to love and support you always. Marcus knew the relationships he and his brothers had with this mortal were preordained, yet on a personal level. He would cherish Celeste forever. He planned on making sure Arrow and Keys regarded her as the treasure he knew her to be. Hugging her, Marcus peered into Celeste's eyes. Ti amero sempre, tesoro mio. Faremo nostra questa vita, pertuta l'eternità. Celeste smiled. First thing when we get back home, I need to start learning Italian. I will love you always, my darling. We will make this life our own, for all eternity, Marcus said, translating for her. He bent to capture her lips, kissing her deeply. When he heard her moan, he pushed her onto her back, hovering over her. Celeste let Marcus fill the space between her parted legs, eager to feel him inside her again. Take me, love, she thought briefly, comparing the three vampire masters. Arrow was a love who commanded the moments they were together. Celeste knew he cared for her, but with the slightest arrogance on his part. Keys lit a fiery desire within her, as he had once said, only he could quench. But when she was with Marcus, she felt he was a true lover to her, as if his existence centered around her and only her. When Marcus moved lower to allow his tongue to lave at her nipples, Celeste stopped thinking, and merely enjoyed pleasure at his hands. Unlike Keys, who could keep Celeste awake all night, Marcus allowed his mate to rest. He enjoyed hearing the steady beat of her heart while she slept. She didn't seem to mind his cold naked body lying next to her, but he would leave a few inches between them even while holding her. Feeling her shift as if to get more comfortable, Marcus bent to kiss her warm forehead. He felt such happiness that had been unknown to him for so long. Marcus whispered, I will do all in my power to make you happy, dear heart. When morning arrived, N.D. Celeste rolled over to give Marcus a kiss. He told her to shower and dress while he would get her breakfast. By the time he returned, Celeste was in one of the sundresses, trying to brush a few knots from her wet hair. Marcus set the tray down, where Celeste could see chocolate-filled croissants lying on a small platter. The smell of hot coffee filled the cabin. Her solicitous mate poured her a cup, and after adding sugar and cream, handed it to her. Chef Emilio thought you might enjoy something sweeter this morning. He sat on the bed against the headboard, waiting for her to sit beside him so she could eat. After Marcus had left to dress in his own cabin, Celeste had returned the tray to the kitchen, thanking Chef Emilio for the delicious croissants. Then she went out onto the aft deck to breathe in the cool morning air. She noticed Arrow sitting alone on the cushioned bench. She walked to the end of the deck and sat beside him. Arrow gave Celeste a welcoming smile. Good morning, my dear. He leaned over and kissed her. Celeste looked over her handsome mate. So now everything is back to business normal, even before the boat has docked. Black suit, black shirt, black tie. Is there something wrong with our attire? My dear. No, I actually find it quite attractive. Celeste's eyes told Arrow what he needed to know. His tactile telepathy told him the rest. I mean, you're my three men in black. She assumed none of them would know the movie reference. I just think you don't want the guard to see you in swim trunks and a t-shirt. It might take away from your established authority. Celeste had her hand resting on Arrow's chest. The pendant he wore was touching the tips of her fingers. She picked it up off his chest, looking it over. Where did you get this? All Volturi wear them, Arrow replied, his eyes on her hand while she caressed the metal jewelry. As the ruling coven of the vampire world, I decided many centuries ago we needed something to distinguish us from all other covens. This crest does just that. It sets us apart. Several designs were created by a craftsman many centuries ago, the finished product made of gold, although some of the guards wear silver pendants. Will I get one as well, once I've been changed? Of course, my dear. As our mate, you will always be one of us. Is there any significance in the design? It looks like there are trees and birds. Her fingertip traced over the design of the crest, noticing the large V, obviously referring to the Volturi. These things here on top, are they leaves? Celeste wished she had a magnifying glass with her. Laurel leaves to be precise. Marcus, Keys, and I, along with our mates, came from Greece, and to the Greeks, leaves represent rebirth and new beginnings. For human to become a vampire after they have been brought to the point of death, is for them a rebirth, from the weak life of a mortal to the superior existence of our kind. Celeste listened with interest. There was so much she wanted to know. Not only about Arrow, but vampires in general, and the Volturi specifically. Trees are also associated with life renewal after death, or immortality, if you will, he continued. The ruby stone at the top of the crest represents a drop of blood, that precious elixir we must drink to survive. Celeste dropped the pendant at those words. Arrow had reminded her she would have to drink human blood too. Once she had been changed. She smiled at him to let him know she was okay, just in case he wondered. The hawk was a favorite of the god Apollo, and served as his messenger. But did you know, although they are solitary birds, they are monogamous, and will seek out their own mate each mating season. Arrow took Celeste's hand in his, holding it while he continued. His exposition on the meaning of the crest. Hawks represent leadership, and are highly intelligent and adaptable. Celeste questioned her mate. Do you equate them with vampires then, Arrow? Of course, my dear. We have had to be adaptable in this world. The smarter humans became, and with their greater numbers, the more dangerous they've become to us. By our intellect and adaptability have we been able to survive for so many thousands of years. He noticed the expression on Celeste's face. What is it, dear one? I would think you'd be more a danger to humans, she said. There are 8 billion humans on this planet, and only a few thousand of us at best. We have never done a complete census of our kind, but there are often wars between factions that reduce the population. Even as armies of newborns are created, others are destroyed, like during the Egyptian and Romanian wars. Marcus told me. Arrow wondered how the Volturi appeared to Celeste during that conversation. He hoped Marcus realized there were some things Arrow wanted to keep from their mate for the time being. Lastly, there is the tree. It is not leafing, as you can see. The roots symbolize our leadership, keeping the coven firmly grounded, while the limbs symbolize our guard, the protectors of the coven. Arrow brushed his fingertips over his mate's cheek. A leafing tree is essential to the environment, while a leafless one displays a static existence. It can be the one weakness we have. Perhaps you will help us change that, my dear. Celeste removed her hand from Arrow's and placed both her hands on his chest. I have so much to learn, my love. She leaned into the inexplicable creature in front of her, and kissed him with all the passion she felt for him. Thank you for sharing with me some of your history, but I wish to know more. And in time, you will know more, Arrow said, pleased in her interest in the coven. A few hours had passed, and the 3 vampires had spoken with the yacht's captain who would take care of paying the staff. Since vampires used money for things like housing, transportation, and clothing, they worked if they were not as independently wealthy as the Volturi were. And the Volturi had a reputation for paying those who worked for them very well. Celeste took the time to bid Chef Emilio goodbye. I wanted to thank you for taking such good care of my stomach, Chef. I have never been treated to such a varied and delightful menu. He took her hand and bending over it, placed a kiss on top. You're very welcome, Miss Celeste. I am happy for the opportunity to create dishes for a very kind and lovely human. I hope to see you again sometime. Just then, they heard a voice behind them. It's time to go on deck, my dear. It was Arrow, who smiled at his mate, then the vampire who kept her happily fed. His eyes shined for Celeste, but they glared at the talented chef. He hoped she would not ask for him again in the future. He had promised her he would not feel jealousy for his brothers. But he had not made such a promise about anyone else, and he knew she would want Emilio safe. Celeste smiled at her friend. "Yes, Arrow, I'm coming. Thank you again, Emilio." She turned and took Arrow's extended hand, letting him lead her outside. The shoreline was now visible in the distance, with the marina off to the left. "I will miss this, Arrow, but I am eager to get home. I'm sure there are plans that need to be made." Quote. He peered at her with no guile in his expression. "Just so, Celeste, just so, Arrow." Marcus, Keyes would discuss with Celeste the requirements for her transformation. But first there was another matter Arrow wanted to discuss with his brothers, once they returned to the villa. It was late morning when the party of 4 disembarked from the luxurious yacht, tearing the car that was waiting for them at the pier. They headed to the villa, with Celeste eager for nothing to do. The cruise was fun, but at times she felt she had to keep her mates entertained, and it proved tiring. She might have been wrong, and the 3 vampires may have been perfectly content doing nothing, but she didn't want them to see her as boring. Their disdain for humans had never been hidden, even if they never exhibited that disdain at her. As their mate, she was different, special, and they let her know that time and again in the short time they had been together. Arrow took Celeste's bags to her room and left them near the door. "My dear, Marcus, Keyes, and I need to leave you here for an hour or so. We hope you won't be upset at us for leaving you so soon after our return. But we will be back as soon as possible." Celeste gazed at Arrow with surprise. "What, you're leaving now?" "We'll return soon, I promise. Will you be all right?" he asked, placing his hands on her shoulders. Celeste pasted a smile on her face. "Of course, Arrow. I'll unpack and get some laundry started. The stewardess wasn't able to wash everything before we left. And maybe later I'll see if there's anything left in the kitchen to eat. Is there something I should know?" "No, dear one, we just have a task to complete before we return to Volterra. Rest, if you need to. We will see you in a blink of an eye." With that, Arrow sped off in search of his brothers. Celeste felt oddly abandoned. Arrow hadn't even bothered to kiss her, something he never failed to do whenever he had the chance. But she went ahead and unpacked, tossing the dirty clothes into a small pile on the bed, while leaving the clothes that had already been washed by the yacht stewardess in the suitcase. Celeste put her other bag in the corner of the room, since the car would be arriving early in the morning to take them to the airport. A short flight to Pisa where another car would be waiting, and they would soon be home. Celeste wondered if Felix would be the one to pick them up. She found she liked the big tree. Anyone seeing him for the first time might be frightened by the dark scowl he often gave to strangers, but he had eventually warmed up to her. And was not only helpful, but friendly as well. Her main concern was what would happen once they reached Volterra and the castle. Arrow was already back in his usual men in black uniform. Would they return to ruling the vampire community and give her little thought? Until night at least, they did seem to enjoy spending time with her then, and she couldn't deny she enjoyed their company too. Once the laundry was done and most of her things packed, Celeste made up a meal with whatever she could find in the cupboard. Since she had been away with the masters, the kitchen had not been stocked. There was a can of minestrone soup and the remainder of a package of chocolate chip cookies. She brewed a half pot of coffee and after eating the soup, finished off the cookies with the hot beverage. She cleaned up the kitchen just enough to make it easier for the staff who would follow behind them preparing for the next guests. She wanted to nap, but was too distracted over what Arrow and her other mates were doing, and why she hadn't been allowed to go with them. Instead, she decided to take a swim, and since her swimsuits were clean and packed, she decided to go without. It wasn't like anyone was around. Calm down, she told herself. No need to be snarky, just because Arrow, Marcus, and Keyes went off God knows where and had left her behind. She huffed and went back to her room. Celeste took off her sundress and left it on the bed. Then she headed out to the patio through her private entrance and dove into the pool. She swam several laps before just floating on her back, looking upward. The sky was dotted with small, fluffy clouds and the air smelled of salty ocean water. She would miss it here, but was excited to begin her future life in Volterra. Life was a funny thing though. She was sure she would end hers homeless, and eventually die of starvation. But fate stepped in, not only for her sake, but for the sakes of 3 lonely men, okay, vampires who should not even exist. And she was mate to all 3, an undesirable situation in a human world. She had watched 1 episode of Sister Wives and decided, no fucking way. Was polyamory going to be any more acceptable in this preternatural world of the Volturi? Still, she had to think these vampires were far superior to any man on that show. None of them were worth being alone with, let alone being shared with other women. But the Volturi were worth her being shared. Too much to think about. Cel, she said aloud, sighing. Celeste decided to finish up her swimming before she began to feel waterlogged, and went inside to shower and dress in case her mates returned. Now wearing her sundress with a towel wrapped around her head, she went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. Once she had emptied the glass, she paced the kitchen floor. What could Arrow, Marcus, and Keyes possibly be doing, and why should she be worried? Surely they wouldn't leave her. Returning to her room, she dried her hair and pulled it up into a high ponytail. She slipped on some gold hoops and headed to the living room. Turning on the sound system, Celeste found a station apparently playing New Age rock, if that was an actual genre. She let the music enter her body and began to move to it. She closed her eyes and swayed with the tempo until a version of Bittersweet Symphony came on. She loved this song, and would often exercise to it at home in America. Celeste used her arms more than any other part of her body when she danced. She knew Arrow was a more than adequate dancer, since they had danced together on the yacht. She wondered if Keyes and Marcus were likewise capable. Perhaps one day she could get them to take her to a club that had dancing, just to see. She imagined they knew the old court dances. But how would they fare at dancing to modern music? After 20 minutes, she heard the front door open. Running to the entryway, Celeste saw her 3 handsome mates, all with smiles on their faces. "Why do you look like cats who shared a canary?" she asked, greeting them with narrowed eyes. Arrow took her by the hand and led her to the living room couch. His eyes told her to sit down. Looking up at all 3 of her cats, Celeste asked, expecting an answer, "Okay, so what have you all been up to? And why was I left behind? We wanted to buy you a very special gift, one which necessitated us leaving the island. You left Sicily. What was I supposed to have done if you hadn't returned?" Celeste began in disbelief. They were usually so concerned about her safety. "We planned on returning, Kara," Marcus replied. He sat at her left on the couch, while Arrow sat on her right. Keyes sat on the coffee table in front of her. "We notified Felix in case anything went amiss," Keyes reassured her. "Well, you don't know how worried I was." Then she realized how ungrateful she sounded. They'd left to get her a special gift. "I'm sorry, Arrow." Marcus Keyes. "Please, go on." Arrow handed Celeste a red velvet box. It looked large enough to contain a bracelet. She slowly opened the box. Inside was not a bracelet but a ring. She saw a large, tri-cut violet blue gemstone edged in tiny diamonds and set in silver. "The ring is set in platinum, in case you wondered," Keyes explained proudly. Arrow said you like silver, but he would not consider anything that base. "It's probably far too expensive." "I can't." She tried to hand the box back to Arrow. "You cannot give it back, Cara Mia. Would you hurt us in this way? To refuse the gift that solidifies what we are to one another." "It was only 13,875 euros, Keyes remarked, hoping the amount would mean nothing to her as it did them. "And what is that in American dollars?" Celeste asked. "About $14,800. You do know it's not proper to question the cost of a gift," Arrow scolded her. "Isn't that a human affectation, Arrow? You know I don't mind you spending money on me for the essentials. Clothing, toiletries, etc., but jewelry like this is too much." His hand reached out to lift the small locket he had given her, his knuckles resting cold against her chest. "Yet you accepted this. It's simplicity." He understood now. "Since the ring is from all of us, you have only to divide the cost by 3. Then it's not so bad." Celeste tried not to smile, but failed. Seeing Arrow losing control of the conversation, Marcus stepped in. He held her free hand gently. "Kara, this is not just a gift. It's a symbol. You must realize, vampires do not have massive celebrations when they find their mates. It becomes more a private thing between them. But we wanted to get you something you could keep. Something we all chose together." His eyes drifted to his brothers, who understood. Keys grinned as he explained further. "My darling, we wanted you to have something that you'd not only admire but would have meaning for you. The tri-corner design represents the three of us, and the stone is you as the soul in the middle, binding us together. The large stone is the highest quality tanzanite." Celeste's face lit up as she smiled. "Tanzanite. I love tanzanite, and it's not your everyday common stone. How did you know?" "Oh, you read my memories," she said, turning to Arrow. Arrow nodded. "Yes, and one in particular, where you went into a jewelry store and saw a ring with such a stone. Nothing so fine, of course, but I saw your expression when the sales clerk told you the price of the ring. You walked out so sad. We had to make a memory that would forever supplant that one. Does it please you?" "Yes, it pleases me very much. But I'll never be able to keep anything from you, will I?" She accused Arrow with a smile. Arrow gave her an enigmatic smile in return, knowing she was right. "And what could you possibly have to hide from me?" Keys took Celeste's left hand, holding it up, while Marcus slipped his arm around her waist. Arrow then slipped the ring on her third finger, kissing her in her wrist. "For our mate and queen. It's beautiful. Wait, queen. I don't want to be a queen. I surely don't deserve the title." Arrow rolled his eyes while Marcus and Keys looked at one another. You had to have known, he recalled not having told her they thought of themselves as kings in the vampire world. "We will discuss this later, when we return home." "Please." "Agreed, my love." "You do like it?" Arrow asked. She looked at all her mates, nodding. She did not want to hurt them, obviously. Celeste looked at the ring which now sat on her finger. Tears filled her eyes when she again examined each man in turn. They were her men who loved her. But they were vampires too. Vampires who wanted to change her so she would be like them. "I love you all," she said. In turn, Celeste hugged and kissed each one. Later they would receive a more private expression of her gratitude. For now, these were her mates, and she was theirs. Nothing else mattered. Celeste was happy to be back at the castle. The vacation had been short but sweet, and she felt she was finally able to bond with the supernatural creatures she'd stumbled upon. She felt a breeze behind her and turned to see Keys behind her. "Hello, my love, where have you been?" Keys did not answer her. His eyes were staring at her, dark crimson in color, an unpleasant smile slowly forming on his face. She backed away a step at a time, until she bumped into someone. It was Arrow. Celeste grabbed his arm, exhaling in relief. "Arrow." Something's wrong with Keys. Although Arrow's eyes appeared dead, there was still a hunger in them that frightened Celeste. She released his arm and looked around to find a way to run. She saw Marcus coming toward her, his eyes almost black in color. He was licking his lips as he stepped closer to an increasingly frantic Celeste. She ran for the door of her bedroom only to find the three vampires had flashed to her side, encircling her. She screamed. Celeste awoke with a gasp, the scream only in her mind. Her door suddenly opened, the ambient light revealing a half-dressed Arrow entering her room. "Cara Mia, is something wrong? I heard you making sounds." He flashed to her side, startling her, in light of the same action that terrified her in her dream. Celeste sat up in bed, her hands covering her face. She was in a cold sweat, the dream still with her. Arrow turned on the bedside lamp, sat on the bed next to her, and reached out to move her hands from her face. He held them, seeing the dream she had as if he were experiencing it himself, instantly understanding her fear. Arrow listened to the quickened beat of her heart. "Celeste, are you afraid of us?" Celeste looked her mate in the eyes. "No, of course not. Maybe my subconscious mind is, but my conscious mind is not. I know you care about me. You showed me a wonderful time on the cruise. This ring," she said, holding up her hand. "In the morning, we'll be going back to Volterra, and I'm looking forward to it. You should sleep, my dear," Arrow said, rising from the bed. Celeste's hands held him fast, pulling him back down. "Please, stay with me. I know you wanted me to get some rest alone, but I don't want to be alone. Please. Arrow kicked off his shoes and lay next to his still upset mate. When Celeste snuggled against him, he wrapped his arms around her, kissing her forehead. Better. Very, she replied. Her fear was dissipating, and with Arrow comforting her, she felt silly to have let a dream bother her so much. Arrow, do you mind just staying with me until morning? It would have been your turn anyway, but you insisted I get some rest, so I complied. But I don't want to be alone after all. Is that all right? Of course it's all right, Kara. With a fingertip, Arrow lifted her chin, leaning in to kiss her deeply. Celeste buried her face in his neck, inhaling the comforting, and at times, arousing scent of the vampire she was to spend eternity with. She placed her hand on his cheek while she kissed him back. Arrow allowed this display of affection, but he felt she needed rest. Hey, we're going to leave early come morning. Still, her hands and lips were distracting, and his body began to respond. He slid one hand up her thigh to push aside her silken nightgown, to find she was not wearing any underwear. His self-control was lost, and he reached beneath him to unzip his slacks and shove them down off his hips. He moved between her parted legs and took her with little prelude. He found Celeste already wet. Her desire for Arrow was that strong. They took their pleasure of one another, the nightmare forgotten. Arrow had seen it, and he understood her fear, but he wanted to express his love and need for her. He didn't want her to be afraid of them. Finally, after Celeste had come, crying out Arrow's name into his shoulder, he came within her. His hips slowed, but he did not leave her body yet. The heat of her body was like a balm to him, and Arrow relished the feel of his cock inside his mate. When he felt her legs unwrap themselves from around him, he slipped out from her. Arrow felt her hot breath as she panted against his cheek. I needed you, Arrow. Thank you. She gave him a deep kiss. I love you. I really do. And I trust you. I trust you all, dream or no dream. I think I needed you as well, Kara. Arrow couldn't tell her how much he wanted her for himself, but even so, he had accepted he would be sharing this mortal and future vampire with his brothers. Arrow, I have to apologize to you. I didn't mean to question your extravagance. I love the ring, and what it means. There is no need to apologize, Lamia Amata. Sleep now. I will be here for you all night. Arrow held Celeste in his arms, a hand caressing her head while it rested on his chest. He waited for her pounding heart to slow to a steady beat as she began to fall asleep. Marcus arrived at Celeste's room, knocking on her door. He opened it a few inches, calling to her. My dear, are you decent? He heard laughter in response. Come in, Marcus. She rose from the bed and ran over to him, giving him a tight hug. Is the car ready? I'm all set to go, if that's why you're here. You seem excited to return home, dear one. He picked up her remaining bag, and followed her out of her room. I guess I am. There is so much I must learn. Marcus, if you're all busy, perhaps Felix could educate me. I trust him more than any of the others. And I have to learn Italian. A tutor perhaps. We have much to discuss, Celeste. Do not worry. Marcus went outside and put her bags in the car's trunk while she kept her purse. Arrow sat up front with the driver, while Celeste sat in back between Keys and Marcus. Once they reached the airport, Arrow led the small group to the private jet waiting for its passengers. I will speak with the pilot first. Please see to Celeste's comfort, brothers. This time, Celeste was not afraid of crashing. She took a seat next to Marcus and across from Keys. She hoped Arrow would not be annoyed she hadn't left the seat next to her empty, but she assumed they would talk on the flight. Once the jet had become airborne, Celeste rose from her seat and ventured to the back cabin. Arrow was waiting for her, a drink in his hand. He handed it to her and patted the spot beside him. You seem to take this takeoff in stride, my dear. And you did not come sit with us. She accepted the drink and looked to the rear of the cabin to see Marcus and Keys talking in low whispers. So was this pre-arranged? She would never know when it came to the Volturi leaders and a simple thing called transparency. When we reach the castle, you will get organized, unpack, and relax. We three will have much to catch up on. Correspondence and such. Who knows, we may even have a trial or two to judge. In case you wish to watch how Volturi justice works, my dear. And we have our own discussion. As well as finding a tutor for me to learn Italian. I suppose Marcus may have mentioned it. Celeste took a long drink from her glass. Arrow peered at his mate. She seemed rather distant towards him this morning. After the passion of last night, her behavior only served to confuse Arrow. They would speak later, the four of them. It was becoming more vital that they did, and in all honesty, Arrow had never felt closer to Celeste. So why was she seemingly pulling away now? Celeste asked Arrow to leave so she could shower and dress. She also asked if they could use the ante-room of his chambers for the meeting with her mates, to discuss her future. It was not only comfortable, it just seemed appropriate. Arrow agreed and gave her a kiss, then left her room to go speak with Marcus and Keys. At last, he thought, everything was working out. All Celeste had to do now was set the date for her transformation. Celeste dreaded this talk with her mates. The decision she felt she was not really free to make, had to made, and now there would be two elephants in the room. When and by whom? The when would be easier to decide, but Celeste wanted a bit more time to be human. The who would be harder. After her nightmare, she had decided having all three bite her was not as desirable as it initially seemed. Different venom from three different vampires. Even they didn't know what might happen, or if it would make any difference at all. She knew they'd agree if that was what she wanted. If she gave them her final decision to have only one of them initiate the change, whom would she choose? During the entire shower, she thought about the options. Arrow, who would want the job, if she knew her vampires? Keys seemed the most volatile, but in fact, he was in more control than she thought from her first impressions. Marcus would be the best choice for his patience, and, she imagined, his willingness to explain everything first. While brushing her hair, Celeste was looking into the bathroom mirror. She set the brush down and brought her hand up to her face. She was blessed with good skin, but tried to imagine it as flawless and pale. Her eye color would alter to vampire red, but thankfully, fangs would not be part of her physical change. Having watched a few vampire films, she did find them sexy but seemingly impractical. How did one talk with them? Celeste knew that her teeth would become razor sharp, able to easily rend human flesh. Celeste shook her head, forcing herself from her reverie. She missed her favorite cologne and could have asked her mates to buy her some, but she was aware of how much they preferred her natural scent. After putting on some lip stain, Celeste left her room to follow the corridor she knew would take her to Arrow's rooms. She knocked on the heavy wooden door and pushed it open. Inside, she saw Arrow, Marcus, and Keys sitting in the ante-room, waiting for her. "Kara, come in, Arrow said, rising to welcome her with a kiss on her lips. He too okayed her hand and led her to the couch to sit beside him. "We're so happy you've decided to tell us your desires at last." Celeste smiled at each of her handsome mates. A woman would be lucky to find even one man such as these Volturi. And she had three. She could only hope sharing her would never be a problem. She just had to remain firm and remind them this was her life, even if the rules were theirs. "So, Celeste, what have you decided?" Keys asked from his place on the chair near the window. Celeste watched wide-eyed when she saw the sunlight illuminating Keys' skin, causing it to sparkle. How beautiful they all were. It was almost mesmerizing to watch. She cleared her throat, saying, "As I see it, we have three things to consider. Whether I say yes or no, I have no choice but to say yes. I agree to accept the change." "Perfetto," Marcus murmured. "As it must be." "Exactly, so that's done. Next, I have to decide who gets to do the deed. And lastly, when the deed is to be done." Three vampires glanced at each other and then focused on Celeste. "And your decision?" Arrow asked, his unblinking eyes never leaving her face. Celeste felt almost spellbound by his intense gaze. But no, she wasn't going to let him take control of this meeting or her. "Marcus, how many humans have you changed?" Surprised by the question, Marcus looked at Celeste. "Why, none, my dear." "And Keys?" "I tend to kill things, Celeste. Not give them immortality," the blonde vampire replied with a smirk. She smiled, despite her reservations about his response. At least he was being honest. Keys was her one mate who readily admitted he enjoyed killing. "Arrow, what about you?" She knew he had changed at least some of his coven members. "There were my sister, Didym, and my mate, Sulpicia. Later, I changed Felix, Chelsea. And finally Jane and Alec. So quite a few. It was decided then. With no offense to you, Marcus, or you, Keys, I'd prefer Arrow to be the one to change me. He is the more experienced. And I need to know nothing can go wrong. Arrow lowered his head, a subdued but triumphant smile on his face. He, and not his brothers, would have the honor of bringing their mate over into their world. I think you've made the correct decision, my dear. Of course you'd feel that way, brother, Keys protested. Marcus gave Celeste a small nod of his head. He would not say anything against this. But knew Keys wouldn't like it. Celeste expected Keys' reactions, and rose from the couch to stand before his chair. She knelt at his feet, and placing her hands on his thighs, looked up at him. Keys. The Volturi was scowling when he looked down at his human mate. Celeste reached out with one hand and cupped his cheek. She leaned up to kiss him, then pressed her forehead against his. I love you, Keys. But my decision has nothing to do with that. Can you understand my reasoning? His expression softened, then he sat back. He raised Celeste up off her knees, and set her on his lap. Yes, my love, I do understand, they whispered together, Celeste nodding. She rose from his lap and smiled down at him. Knowing Keys agreed with her, she turned to Arrow, discerning his satisfaction. And as much as he tried to hide his own reaction. Arrow, wipe that grin off your face. This isn't about whom I love best. It's more about whom I trust to do it right. But I want you all there. I need you all to be there, with me. Her voice became a bit more frantic as she realized she had just given final consent to the change, and Marcus, recognizing the stress of the situation, rose from his chair and flashed to her side. He gathered her in his arms, feeling her relax into his body as she let go a halting sigh. Arrow, Keys, please. This isn't as easy for Celeste as she'd hoped it would be. He stroked her hair and whispered, Amore. Do you have a date in mind yet? Then you will no longer have to think about this. We will take care of the rest for you. Looking around at her three mates, Celeste said with only some conviction. Yes, next weekend, Sunday evening, after dark. Before then, I would like my mates to spend time with me doing human things. I want to walk to the village and eat some Italian. And visit a winery and drink red wine, and see the countryside. But, Kara, you can do all those things once you have changed and are past your newborn stage, well, except for eating human food, Arrow said. Chuckling until Celeste glared at him. Very well, my dear. Anything you wish, we will take care of for you. And now, everything is settled. He stood and walked over to the couch. Pardon me, brother, my mate and I have a date. He pulled Celeste away from Marcus's embrace, scooped her up in his arms, and left Arrow's rooms. Keys had no idea what he and Celeste would do this evening, but he would let her decide. If she wanted him to love her, he would. If she wanted to talk, he would do that. Marcus was right. He and his brothers, in doing what they always did, were making this decision too stressful for Celeste. He would be glad when it was all over. Arrow and Marcus looked at one another. We did the right thing, Marcus. She has decided. I understand that, Arrow, EV. And if you do not comprehend the effect it had on Celeste. Once the transformation is complete, it will be fine. There won't be any going back for her, but it will be up to us to make sure she doesn't want to. In Key's rooms, Celeste lay on her side on the large bed, her feet bare. She watched while Keys had kicked off his shoes and socks, then removed his jacket, hanging it in his walk-in closet. Is there anything you want, Tessero? Are you hungry or thirsty? He asked, sitting on the side of the bed. Do you think the chef would have any baked leftovers, like bread or cookies maybe? And some cold milk would be nice. Oh, and a glass of red wine, for later. After kissing Celeste's hand, Keys flew off to the kitchen and fixed a tray with help from the chef, who was just about ready to go home for the day. Returning to his rooms, Keys set the tray down on the bed. He noticed Celeste had removed her sundress, and was sitting against the headboard, now attired in one of his dressing robes. He unbuttoned his shirt but kept it on. Now that he was comfortable, he went to see to his mate. We have some cookies here, a croissant leftover from lunch, several slices of fresh baked bread, some strawberry jam, and milk. Wine for later. His eyes darkened a bit, knowing wine relaxed Celeste. But he had no intention of forcing her to give in to his desire for her. Being a mate meant also providing solace, which seemed more imperative while she was still human. Leaning against the headboard, Keyes watched while Celeste ate leisurely. "Is there anything you wish to talk about, my love? Questions you may have. I am here for you, always." Swallowing a bite of a cookie, she followed it with some of the milk, then turned to Keyes. "We've already decided what needs to be done. Can we please discuss something else, Keyes?" Quote, "Yes, of course we can. Anything you want." He waited for his mate to finish eating. Celeste didn't seem very hungry, but the tray Keyes brought her filled her just the same. Once she was done, he took the now empty tray and set it on his desk, then flashed back to the bed. He handed her the glass of wine, before settling next to her. The silence hung comfortably between them, neither needing conversation for the moment. Celeste sipped the wine, feeling it warm in her belly. She nestled a bit more into the mattress, sighing. Her free hand lay on Keyes' leg. She felt his arm move around her, creating a circle of comfort for her to relax within. Looking up at him, Celeste murmured, "I love you so much, Keyes. I love you, my pet." He kissed her forehead, but saw her still looking up at him. He leaned down and kissed her lips, tentatively, then with more pressure when she didn't seem to object. Celeste ran her hands over his bare chest, pushing his shirt off one shoulder. She waited while he took the hint and removed the shirt completely. Keyes leaned over his mate, kissing her deeply before moving his lips to her neck. He slipped the sleeve of his robe off her shoulder, then kissed it. Pulling the robe open, he bared her breasts, sucking on one, feeling the nipple harden above his tongue. The one thing Celeste loved about being with Keyes was he seemed to enjoy giving attention to her body, all of her body as individual parts. He might work to stimulate her by kissing slowly up her legs to hover over her heated core, slipping his tongue between her wet folds or fingering her cunt until she came with a cry. She might lie on her stomach and enjoy him dancing cold fingertips over her back, massaging her while she let out sighs of contentment. Then he'd kiss down her back to her butt, blowing cool air to tease her. Keyes wanted Celeste to enjoy their love-making while she was still human. Things would change once she was a vampire. He could hardly wait for the first time they'd be together. The next morning, Celeste had spent time in the shower being pleasured by her mate. The water was hot and Keyes was hotter. They stayed in there until the water began to run cold. Keyes didn't care, unaffected by the temperature, but when he felt the goosebumps on Celeste's skin, he knew it was time to stop. Grabbing one of the towels off the rack, Keyes dried the water from Celeste, kissing her shoulder and neck. Celeste giggled, his kisses tickling her. "All right, love, we'd better finish up. You don't even know what has been scheduled for you today." "That is true. I'm sure Arrow has something lined up for us." "He usually does," Keyes huffed. Now, you are a Volturi leader who has the duty of policing the vampire community." "I know," he said, smiling at her. She slipped on her sundress and sandals, and gave Keyes a kiss and final hug. She left him to finish his own dressing. Celeste was walking down one of the corridors, heading to the kitchen. She could smell something delicious the closer she got. Suddenly, she was hit from behind, arms wrapping around her body, a face buried in the crook of her neck. "Arrow, what are you doing? How did you know it was me, cara mia?" he asked, nuzzling her from behind. "For one thing, you're slightly shorter than Marcus and Keyes, plus it's getting to where I recognize your touch and scent." She turned in Arrow's arms, and kissed him. "I'm on my way to the kitchen. I'm hungry and something smells good." Arrow could smell the cooking food as well, although he wasn't interested in it. There was only one thing he was hungry for at the moment. "You're too much of a temptation for any man to resist, even if that man is a vampire." His hand slid down Celeste's back to cup her buttocks, pressing her hips against his. "As they say, resistance is futile," she said, before kissing his cold lips. Being a Star Trek fan among her other interests, she loved throwing out the Borg reference. But she knew Arrow would have no idea what it meant unless he read her. Celeste was busily distracted when Arrow suddenly picked her up and threw her over his shoulder. She shrieked and kicked her legs, telling him to put her down. He did just that, but when she looked around, they were in his bedroom, and she was now lying on his bed. "You're so fast, I miss everything," she said, smiling, her heart pounding. Arrow kicked his shoes and socks, and stood at the foot of the bed, gazing down at Celeste. He unbuttoned his shirt and slowly removed it. Celeste watched Arrow, her tongue wetting her lips. Was he giving her a strip tease? In any case, she was enjoying the show and gave her mate her full attention. Arrow knew Celeste was aroused. He could hear her accelerated heartbeat, sense her increased body heat, and smell the change in her scent. He saw her eyes lower when his hands moved to his belt to remove it to drop it on the floor. His hands undid his black slacks, lowering the zipper, his eyes never releasing his mate's gaze. Arrow slipped off the slacks, letting them drop to the floor. Celeste inhaled with a slight gasp, taking in his naked beauty. She felt his cold hands remove her sandals, throwing them across the room. He held out his hands for her take, as he pulled Celeste to a kneeling position. Arrow reached for the hem of her dress and pulled it up over her head to find her naked. No underthings, my dear. I frown on walking the corridors naked, Arrow. It hasn't been that long since I was with Keys this morning, and I just threw on the dress before I left. I see. The better for me, I suppose. He grabbed her by her heels and pulled her down the length of the bed. She now lay before him, her long legs on either side of him. He noticed her eyes were wide with expectation. Arrow's hands slowly stroked her thighs, his cool fingertips causing her skin to feel extra sensitive. He observed her breathing through parted lips, whimpering from need. Arrow. She started to speak, but was stopped. She reached out for him with one hand, but was rebuffed. Shish Mia Amata, let me tend to you. He bent to kiss her warm skin, moving up one thigh, then the other. His kisses made Celeste tremble before he reached the center of her femininity. He blew icy air over her, sending chills over body. Arrow, please. When the king of vampires saw his human mate's desire, strong to the point she was begging for him, he moved one leg onto his shoulder, and kissed the inside of her thigh until he was at her heated core. His tongue pushed into her, parting her wet lips, her gasps and cry music to his ears. He laved her warm flesh, licking around her clit, causing Celeste to squirm, her hips thrusting upward. Celeste reached down, entwining her fingers in Arrow's hair. Oh God, Arrow, I'm there. Don't stop. When she felt the spasms of her orgasm, she cried out her mate's name, her hands now grabbing at the bedspread. Before she had time to relax, Arrow moved up to hover over Celeste. Thrusting into her soaked cunt, he took his pleasure of her while giving himself to her. Her scent filled his nostrils as he buried his face in her neck, careful not to scrape her skin with his teeth as he had before. He finally felt her inner muscles tighten around his cold hard member, drawing his icy cum from him. Celeste slipped her arms around Arrow's torso while she came down from her sexual high. The pair lying beside one another, one catching their breath, the other having no need. Arrow was merely feeling content in his mate. Are you all right, Cara Mia? He asked, kissing her below her ear. I'm more than all right, Arrow. I just feel bad. He looked at her flushed face. About what? I keep leaving Marcus out of my attentions. He never complains though. I was hoping he would let me help him in the garden. He said he might go out early this afternoon, so I thought I'd have some lunch first, before I was rudely interrupted. Arrow gave Celeste an expression of apology, making her laugh. She kissed his cheek and continued. So, if you will excuse me, my darling, your well-satisfied mate will find a quick repast, and then look for Marcus in the garden. My dear, I don't want you to ever feel neglected or that you are neglecting any of us. Go find Marcus. Enjoy your time with him. I'm sure he would love your help. He wrapped his arms around Celeste, hugging her, then with one more deep kiss. Arrow reluctantly let her go. Celeste returned to her room to shower, then changed into a pair of cropped jeans and a white sleeveless cotton shirt. She put on some tennis shoes and ran from her room down the corridor that led to the garden. Once she was outside, she headed for Marcus's corner of the garden where his bed of roses was growing. She saw him there, bending over a bush, clipping off some of the dead buds. Hello, Marcus, she called out as she ran to his side. The tall vampire greeted Celeste with a smile. He kissed her temple and hugged her close, asking, Why are you here, amore? I was wondering if you needed any work done in your garden. I'd love to help. Of course, if you would care to rake the rows between the bushes for any loose leaves. There is a bag for them over there. Thank you, Marcus, Celeste said as she looked around the collection of different breeds of roses. They're all so lovely. Where I come from, the most beautiful blooms have little fragrance. That is the fault of rose breeders. They opt for appearance over scent. You will find, my dear, all of my roses have scent. I could do no less for Didymu. Celeste was grateful Marcus loved her, even if not as much as he had loved his first mate. Perhaps one day, you will create a rose for me, Marcus. The vampire gazed at his human mate briefly, before embracing her. I will do that for you, Celeste. You are worthy of it. Thank you, love. Now I had better get to work. She stood on tiptoe to give Marcus a deep kiss, then went to her raking duty. Once the garden had been groomed, the pair looked around, satisfied in their work. It was already dusk by the time they'd finished. They picked up the equipment and went back inside where Marcus led Celeste to the storage room several levels below the main floor of the castle. Celeste clapped the dirt from her hands, then realized she had dirt on her arms and legs. Marcus, do you mind if I take a quick shower? I swear, between the three of you sexing me up all the time, and just everyday living, I may as well be a human prune. Or a mermaid. That could actually be interesting. Marcus smiled, gathering Celeste in his arms, pulling her close. Since I should shower as well, let us tend to that chore together. Celeste laughed. Chore. I wish all chores were so delightful. She gasped when she felt hers. Elf picked up in strong arms and carried to Marcus's chambers. They both disrobed, then Marcus ran the shower water until it was just a bit under hot. He stepped in, then held out his hand to bring Celeste under the wide head spray. This feels marvelous, Marcus. He did not respond, drawing his mate up against his cold body, now less so under the heated water. His arms surrounded her, his head bent to nuzzle her neck. His body began to respond to the stimulation of his mate's warm body rubbing against him. His cold hands caressed her smooth buttocks, then he lifted her up. Celeste wrapped her legs around Marcus's waist, feeling her body pressed up against the tiled shower wall for support. She whispered in his ear, I need to feel you in me, my love. Take me. In that instant, Marcus thrust into Celeste. Her gasp spurred him further, leaving her empty and wanting only to thrust in harder. Soon, he reached the perfect rhythm, eliciting cries from her with each thrust. Celeste was breathing hard, Marcus's hard length touching her G-spot, bringing about an orgasm stronger than she'd ever felt. She felt his cold emission fill her cunt, his cock throbbing inside her. She clung to him, while her hips pushed against him until the pleasurable spasms ended. She unwrapped herself from her mate's firm body, leaning on him until her wobbly legs steadied. That was incredible, Marcus, she said breathlessly. Looking up at her mate, she waited for him to lower his head so that she could kiss him, her warm lips brushing over his cool ones. Her tongue licked at them, careful not to move between them. Knowing his teeth could accidentally do a lot of damage, Marcus let Celeste dry off, then picked her up in his arms and carried her out to the bed, laying her on it. I do have legs, love. I thought you might still be wobbly, he replied. You knew, she said, laughing. I do know you, perhaps better than you know yourself, he responded, bending low to kiss her. I highly doubt that, but given time. We will have all the time in the world, Celeste, Marcus reminded her. An eternity together. Celeste crawled beneath the covers, Marcus lying next to her on top of the bedspread. He didn't want her to feel the cold of his body fresh out of the shower. He had slipped on pajama bottoms but remained shirtless. His arm lay over her waist above the spread, her back to him. They nestled together, Marcus eventually hearing her breathing become more steady as she nodded off. Marcus thought about what he could do with Celeste, something he thought she would like to do during her final days as a human. He would talk to her tomorrow, he decided, then went back to enjoying listening to his mate breathing, while he still could. The next morning, Celeste rose from Marcus's bed, and saw he was not in the room. Probably something to do with Arrow, she assumed. After she had showered and dressed, she went out into the ante-room, spotting a tray of food sitting on the desk. When she noticed a note lying on the tray, Celeste picked it up and read it. My sweet, I took the liberty of ordering breakfast for you. We have one important task to deal with this morning, and then I will be yours to command. If there is anything you wish to do today, see you soon." Celeste smiled, and sat down at the desk, while she ate her morning meal, consisting of a slightly spicy hash with a fried egg on top. She enjoyed the hot coffee and croissant that completed the meal, then washed up and brushed her teeth, returning to the outer room. She picked up the tray and left Marcus's room, heading for the kitchen to return the tray. She had tucked the note into her pants pocket, smiling. Last night had been intense for her. It seemed Marcus was learning to rival Arrow in their love-making. Sated and happy, Celeste hummed while she walked, wondering what she and her taller mate might do today. She didn't want to keep Arrow or Keys away, but neither had said anything to her about plans for the day. Celeste was walking back to her room, humming a favorite song, when she was suddenly shoved up against the stone wall, a pair of cold lips pressed against hers. When she managed to open her eyes after the shock, Celeste saw her blonde mate standing in front of her, a smirk on his face. "Keys, what the hell, you might have hurt me." She tried to shove him backward, but he was immobile to the pressure. He leaned in closer, his cool breath whispering against her ear. "How many times have I bruised you in expressing my love for you?" She smacked his chest, then laughed. "You don't think Arrow will care, do you? You're wrong." Keys' red eyes darkened when he leaned in to inhale her scent while he pressed his hips against hers. "What say you we retire for the morning, sweeting? I will show you such pleasure. The bruises will be forgotten." Pushing against the vampire's rigid body, Celeste said, "I'm sorry, Keys, but Marcus is taking me into the village for lunch." "No, he's not. I asked him to let me have you for myself this morning. He will be taking you to supper instead." "Keys, you had better not have lied to Marcus to get him to delay our time together." "I did nothing of the sort. He agreed to my request quite amicably." Celeste wondered if Arrow would care that she was not going to be spending any time with him. He had seemed to have tempered his jealousy lately, so why was she thinking about him? Maybe it was because he had infiltrated her heart in such a way she was actually missing him when he was absent. Hadn't she told him she loved him just a bit more than either Keys or Marcus? Did she really mean it? "You're taking me into the country, as you promised, smart guy. Let's go." Grabbing Keys' hand, Celeste dragged him down the corridor to the back door, and outside to the drive where his car was waiting. Once Keys had reached the open road, he drove well over the limit, sending Celeste into fits of nervous laughter. She trusted his innate skills, but it still made her nervous. She didn't want to die before she had the chance to gain immortality. How ironic would that be? At some point, she asked Keys to slow down so she could appreciate the views offered. The valley was dotted with several wineries while the hills had copses of different varieties of trees. When they passed a stand sitting on the side of the road, Celeste begged Keys to Saint Op so she could see what they were selling. It turned out to be a fruit stand that also sold jams and honeys. Keys let Celeste buy the chef a basket of everything to use at breakfast for the staff. He also let her buy some fresh fruits to eat on their drive. Biting into a ripe peach, Celeste told him, "You have no idea what you're missing, Keys. This is delicious, better than anything sold in a grocery store back home. I have eaten fruit when I was human, love. I just don't remember what they taste like." Placing her hand on the side of his neck, she pulled him down to her and kissed him thoroughly. "Can you taste that?" Keys licked his lips. "Yes, I can, but it doesn't appeal." "I'm sorry." Celeste hugged her mate, saying, "Don't be sorry. You are what you are. God knows eventually blow. OD with be the only taste I'll be craving." Keys returned her hug, kissing her neck below her ear. How much he wanted to bed this woman who seemingly bewitched him. But she had warned him not today, so he merely enjoyed being with her and showing her a good time. Lunchtime had arrived, and Keys searched for a place for his mate to eat. He pulled over at a roadside cafe that overlooked the valley. He requested a patio table, and with the extra euros he handed the waiter, it was given instantly. "Oh, look at this view. It's gorgeous." She reached out her hands to grasp Keys. "Thank you for today. I truly enjoyed it. I only want you to be happy." Keys' eyes never wavered from her face. A smile slowly appeared, a genuine smile and not his usual smirk. He raised one of her hands and kissed the palm. We'd better get going soon. I promised Marcus to have you home in time. They left the cafe hand in hand, and neither felt awkward at all. On the way back to the castle, Keys asked Celeste about the song she was humming. Was it about a vampire and his lover? Not this one, but the words make me feel as if it were made for me, for us. It's called, I'm Under Your Spell, from an old TV show I used to watch about a vampire slayer. The last two words, she barely whispered, but Keys heard them. A vampire slayer. Keys laughed. You must share this show with me sometime. It's not that we don't watch television. My love, it's useful to keep track of the world at large. And I like to be amused as much as anyone else. So, will you sing this song for us? Celeste enjoyed entertaining the masters. Why not? I'll find the music on Arrow's laptop if he lets me use it. Marcus had patiently waited for Keys to return to the castle with Celeste. He had agreed for his brother to take their mate out in the morning since it was Keys' plan to enjoy the sun away from humans. Their supper together would be better served after sunset. And Marcus knew Celeste liked music, so evening in the piazza would be her pleasure. When it played over the loudspeakers, locals and tourists alike danced, just having a good time. Marcus also wanted to be available for Celeste if she had questions about her impending change. Arrow had probably already answered some, but he could be so lacking in sympathy or compassion. What their human needed was understanding. Back in her room, Celeste showered and chose a dress more suitable for the evening. Pulling a lightweight sundress and cotton shawl out of the wardrobe, she quickly dressed and put on some makeup. She tied her hair into a bonnet. Aylin used one of the scarves Marcus had bought her to wind around the tieback. Checking the mirror, she pronounced herself ready. Marcus came to her room to pick her up, as was his preference. Celeste opened the door, letting him in. She twirled and asked him, "Do I look okay?" Her mate gathered her in his arms and kissed her. "Perfetto, tesoro," he replied. Leading her out the back gate, he asked, "Did you have a good time with Keys?" Quote, "Oh yes. We drove all over the countryside, and had lunch at a quaint cafe overlooking the valley. It was a wonderful morning." Taking her hand, Marcus walked beside his mate while they headed for the village. The shops and cafes were busy while people enjoyed the fall weather. Soon it would be winter, and it would become quieter in town. The locals would be preparing for the Christmas holidays. But tourism would be down. It also meant more work for Heidi in getting people interested in coming to Volterra. Since it hadn't been long since Celeste had eaten, Marcus bought her a glass of red wine once they reached the center of town. Sitting at a small table, the two talked about their respective days. The waiter kept trying to tempt them with pastries, until Celeste finally caved and asked for a cannoli. She had moved past feeling embarrassed eating alone. What would it matter soon anyway? Wiping her fingers of the remnants of the sweet cream, she looked at Marcus and held out her hand. "Dance with me." He took her hand and led her from the table to the square where the crowd of people were dancing to the music overhead. The next song was slow, and Marcus and Celeste moved together so closely, there was no room between them. Celeste leaned her head on his chest, reveling in the feeling his arm around her waist gave her. She felt secure, safe, and loved. Marcus could hear her heart beat, a sound that somehow reassured him. Soon, it would stop its familiar beating, but when that happened, she would be his for all time. He rested his chin lightly against her temple, her warmth seeping into his hardened skin. That too would be gone, but he knew the fire of her spirit would live on. When he looked down at her, her eyes looked up into his with absolute trust. He wished to be rended into 1,000 pieces if that trust was ever betrayed. It had been a busy day for Celeste and she was exhausted. She had asked to be shown a good time, doing fun activities this last week of her human existence, and two of her mates complied. Taking a quick shower, Celeste dried her hair with the blow dryer, and slipped on one of her nightgowns. She thought she might read the book Marcus had lent her, but when she lay down, her eyes started to droop almost immediately. "Oh, never mind, I'm too tired to read tonight." She set the book on the nightstand and lay back on her pillow. She tucked her arms behind her head and stared at the ceiling. Only one of her mates was missing in action as it were. All day long, she often wondered how He could keep Arrow from being underfoot so much of the time, yet when he was not around, it felt too weird. Even when she was peeved with him, he never took the hint to stay away for even a while. Now she missed him, the big bully. Well, I did have a wonderful time with Keys and Marcus. That's 2 out of 3, she said aloud. A figure stepped out from the shadows of the far corner of the room. Were you missing me, my love? Oh God, not again, Celeste thought, her mind filled with conflicting emotions. Why doesn't Arrow just knock on her door? It's always a stealth mission with him. So now he appears in her bedroom unasked. Expecting what from her exactly? And where had he been all day? She turned onto her side, facing away from her unwelcome intruder, her head resting on her hand while she lay on her bent arm. I'm busy right now, Arrow. Can I ignore you some other time? While she was looking away from him, Arrow divested himself of his shoes and socks, and unbuttoned his shirt, about to remove it. He stopped when he recalled Celeste liked him wearing the shirt open, revealing his pale, hard chest. He knew she found it sexy, or at least that was what she'd said. Walking around the bed, he knelt at its side and looked at his angry mate. He examined her face, finding her beautiful even in anger. How much more beautiful would she become once she had been changed? Her eyes were closed, but she was obviously waiting for Arrow to say something. I was delayed with business, my dear. I knew Keys and Marcus were taking good care of you, so I did not worry. Celeste finally opened her eyes to see Arrow peering at her with concern. Not one word for me, all day. Even when people are busy, a note would suffice. You can ask Marcus about that. He left me a sweet message this morning with my breakfast. Arrow's head dropped to the mattress, realizing he had erred. How to make it up to her? Raising his head, he reached out to take Celeste's free hand, his cool fingers entwining with hers. So where were you hiding out? She asked him. Hoping her words held an implied welcome, Arrow stood and lay on the bed opposite Celeste. The city, despite any human belief, is ruled by us, Kara. I have to meet with city officials regularly. There was a minor emergency, but both Marcus and Keys told me they had worked something out together, and would be taking you to the country and to the village, as you'd requested. I knew you were in good hands. Celeste forgave Arrow on the spot, her fingers squeezing his. All right, you blew it this time. Don't do it again. God, or all men, human or otherwise, so thoughtless. Scooting his body closer to his mate, Arrow smiled at her, coaxing a smile from her as well. I will make it up to you, I promise. He leaned in and kissed her, feeling her respond to him. His cool hand stroked her back when he pulled her over him. Celeste broke the kiss. Arrow, I am so tired, sex is out tonight. Nothing personal. The fact is, I didn't have sex with anyone today. We just had good times hanging out together. Well, not all together, but you know what I mean. See, I can't even think straight right now. Understood, my dear. May I just lie with you then? I will stay with you until the sun rises, then order you breakfast. Thank you, Arrow. She shifted her body to lie against the vampire, her hand caressing his chest as she liked to do. His skin was so cold, yet when she was in a heated state, he felt good to snuggle against. Do you think you will enjoy being an immortal, Kara? Arrow asked, his fingers gently brushing over her forehead. I never gave it that much thought. Once it's done, right? She smiled, giving it thought now. It's funny, when people talk about there being a foreverness about marriage, I can assume they weren't imagining this. Arrow felt a certain concern in the sudden direction of her thoughts. I have existed for 3,000 years, give or take, my love, and I can attest to the fact it doesn't seem that long. Plus, I do believe with you as our newborn mate, we won't be bored, having to punish you for every transgression you commit. Will you hush already? She said, laughing while punching Arrow on the chest. Knowing her knuckles would be bruised by morning, Arrow pulled Celeste against him, holding her within the circle of his arms. He heard her sigh of contentment while he enjoyed the intoxicating scent of her warm body. Arrow, I'm just not sure I can do this, Celeste said, the smile disappearing from her face. She had been given the chance to ask questions of her mate, but instead was telling him she wanted out. No, it wasn't that way at all. She just wanted him to know eventually she would be a vampire, but did it have to be so soon? The ancient vampire accepted his human mate's doubts. But he had to dissuade her from deciding against the change. There could be only one outcome if she refused. Death. He could not imagine stopping her breath or tearing her throat out. He would never be able to force himself to inflict such pain on her, yet would never allow anyone else to touch her, not even Felix. Of course, Arrow knew of the friendship blossoming between Celeste and the Coven's primary executioner. Felix might refuse any order to kill her. Kara, are you having second thoughts? Now, when you already know the benefits of accepting the immortality we offer you. Celeste thought a moment, then said, I always imagined I would find the perfect man for me, even with all his flaws. She saw Arrow smile at that statement. We would start our lives together, preferably by traveling. Then we would buy a house, have a couple of children, watch them grow up and eventually have families of their own. Then we'd grow old together, and hopefully die within hours of each other. And that is all you want. You said you cannot have children, therefore neither I nor my brothers could impregnate you. The having children part one gave up on long ago when I had my surgery. The rest never seemed to fall into place. As to the rest, Kara, why grow old together? Would you not prefer to live an eternity with those you love? To Arrow, an eternity alone was not the best state for a vampire. To have a mate and lose them was hell. The chances of finding another who would be so in tune with him was difficult to imagine, but to find a woman who was so in tune with all three of the Coven's leaders seemed impossible. Yet here she was. And remember all the vampire abilities you will have, Arrow reminded her. You're trying to make me see what you have to offer as so much more than what I would have as a human. Celeste sighed against Arrow's chest. So, is it working? When Arrow discovered the total connection she had, her saying when she was with each of them individually, that person had her absolute love. It was unexpected, but even Arrow had to finally accept the situation as it was. What do you feel, my dear? Can you live with us forever? I can. Celeste looked into the red eyes of her mate, sensing the disquiet. I will. I still wish I had more to contribute to the Coven, Celeste lamented. Brushing his fingertips over her warm cheeks, Arrow reassured her, you are what's important to us, my dear. When he looked down at Celeste, seeing her now closed eyes, and hearing her steady breathing, he knew she was close to sleep. He drew her into his body, her arm draped over him. Even as she was falling into sleep, she was able to tell him, I love you, Arrow dei Volturi. Arrow smiled, then whispered back, Ti amo, cor mio. The next day, Celeste was pleased when Arrow allowed her to sing for them again. She used his laptop, with his permission, to seek the music, without words, so that she could sing to it. She went to the throne room with the laptop to find her mates waiting for her. Arrow greeted her with a smile. Welcome, Kara, we look forward to your singing for us. Thanks, Arrow. I do enjoy it even though I don't feel I'm all that great, but I appreciated your praise just the same. She set the laptop on a step and started the music. Then she stood and began. I lived my life in shadow. Never the sun on my face. It didn't seem so sad, though. I figured that was my place. Now I'm bathed in light. Something just isn't right. I'm under your spell. How else could it be? Anyone would notice me. It's magic, I can tell. How you've set me free. Brought me out so easily. I saw a world enchanted. Spirits and charms in the air. I always took for granted. I was the only one there. But your powers shone. Brighter than any I've known. I'm under your spell. Nothing I can do. You just took my soul with you. You worked your charms so well. Finally, I knew. Everything I dreamed was true. You made me believe. The moon to the tide, I can feel you inside. I'm under your spell, surging like the sea, drawn to you so helplessly. I break with every swell. Lost in ecstasy, spread beneath my willow tree. You make me complete. Celeste looked at each of her mates in turn when she sang the final lines. You make me complete. You make me complete. You make me complete. When the music stopped, all three vampire flashed to her side, arms around her, with kisses on her cheeks. What a perfect song for us, as you say. My dear. And you are truly talented, Arrow said. We are touched, Tessero, Marcus chimed in. He's questioned her, do you truly feel this way about us? Yes, of course. He's embraced her. He whispered in her ear, Then I was wrong. You are a blessing to us all. He pulled back and gazed into her eyes. Promise you will never leave us. Celeste closed her eyes, that feeling of warm emotion flowing around her. I promise, she replied. The next morning, Celeste rose from Marcus's bed, and saw he was not in the room. Probably something to do with Arrow, she assumed. After she had showered and dressed, she went out into the ante-room, spotting a tray of food sitting on the desk. When she noticed a note lying on the tray, Celeste picked it up and read it. My sweet, I took the liberty of ordering breakfast for you. We have one important task to deal with this morning, and then I will be yours to command, if there is anything you wish to do today. See you soon. Celeste smiled, and sat down at the desk, while she ate her morning meal, consisting of a slightly spicy hash with a fried egg on top. She enjoyed the hot coffee and croissant that completed the meal, then washed up and brushed her teeth, returning to the outer room. She picked up the tray and left Marcus's room, heading for the kitchen to return the tray. She had tucked the note into her pants pocket, smiling. Last night had been intense for her. It seemed Marcus was learning to rival Arrow in their love-making. Sated and happy, Celeste hummed while she walked, wondering what she and her taller mate might do today. She didn't want to keep Arrow or Keys away, but neither had said anything to her about plans for the day. Celeste was walking back to her room, humming a favorite song, when she was suddenly shoved up against the stone wall, a pair of cold lips pressed against hers. When she managed to open her eyes after the shock, Celeste saw her blonde mate standing in front of her, a smirk on his face. Keys. What the hell? You might have hurt me. She tried to shove him backward, but he was immobile to the pressure. He leaned in closer, his cool breath whispering against her ear. How many times have I bruised you in expressing my love for you? She smacked his chest, then laughed. You don't think Arrow will care, do you? You're wrong. Keys' red eyes darkened when he leaned in to inhale her scent while he pressed his hips against hers. What say you we retire for the morning, sweeting? I will show you such pleasure, the bruises will be forgotten. Pushing against the vampire's rigid body, Celeste said, I'm sorry, Keys, but Marcus is taking me into the village for lunch. No, he's not. I asked him to let me have you for myself this morning. He will be taking you to supper instead. Keys, you had better not have lied to Marcus to get him to delay our time together. I did nothing of the sort. He agreed to my request quite amicably. Celeste wondered if Arrow would care that she was not going to be spending any time with him. He had seemed to have tempered his jealousy lately. So why was she thinking about him? Maybe it was because he had infiltrated her heart in such a way she was actually missing him when he was absent. Hadn't she told him she loved him just a bit more than either Keys or Marcus? Did she really mean it? You're taking me into the country, as you promised, smart guy. Let's go. Grabbing Keys' hand, Celeste dragged him down the corridor to the back door and outside to the drive where his car was waiting. Once Keys had reached the open road, he drove well over the limit, sending Celeste into fits of nervous laughter. She trusted his innate skills, but it still made her nervous. She didn't want to die before she had the chance to gain immortality. How ironic would that be? At some point, she asked Keys to slow down so she could appreciate the views offered. The valley was dotted with several wineries while the hills had copses of different varieties of trees. When they passed a stand sitting on the side of the road, Celeste begged Keys to stop so she could see what they were selling. It turned out to be a fruit stand that also sold jams and honeys. Keys let Celeste buy the chef a basket of everything to use at breakfast for the staff. He also let her buy some fresh fruits to eat on their drive. Biting into a ripe peach, Celeste told him, "You have no idea what you're missing, Keys. This is delicious, better than anything sold in a grocery store back home. I have eaten fruit when I was human, love. I just don't remember what they taste like." Quote, placing her hand on the side of his neck, she pulled him down to her and kissed him thoroughly. "Can you taste that?" Keys licked his lips. "Yes, I can, but it doesn't appeal. I'm sorry." Celeste hugged her mate, saying, "Don't be sorry. You are what you are. God knows eventually blood would be the only taste I'll be craving." Keys returned her hug, kissing her neck below her ear. How much he wanted to bed this woman who seemingly bewitched him. But she had warned him not today. So he merely enjoyed being with her and showing her a good time. Lunch time had arrived, and Keys searched for a place for his mate to eat. He pulled over at a roadside cafe that overlooked the valley. He requested a patio table, and with the extra euros he handed the waiter, it was given instantly. "Oh, look at this view. It's gorgeous." She reached out her hands to grasp Keys. "Thank you for today. I truly enjoyed it. I only want you to be happy." Keys' eyes never wavered from her face. A smile slowly appeared, a genuine smile and not his usual smirk. He raised one of her hands and kissed the palm. "We'd better get going soon. I promised Marcus to have you home in time." They left the cafe hand in hand, and neither felt awkward at all. On the way back to the castle, Keys asked Celeste about the song she was humming. Was it about a vampire and his lover? "Not this one, but the words make me feel as if it were made for me, for us. It's called, 'I'm Under Your Spell,' from an old TV show I used to watch about a vampire slayer." The last two words, she barely whispered. But Keys heard them. "A vampire slayer." Keys laughed. "You must share this show with me sometime. It's not that we don't watch television, my love. It's useful to keep track of the world at large. And I like to be amused as much as anyone else. So, will you sing this song for us?" Celeste enjoyed entertaining the masters. "Why not? I'll find the music on Arrow's laptop if he lets me use it." Marcus had patiently waited for Keys to return to the castle with Celeste. He had agreed for his brother to take their mate out in the morning since it was Keys' plan to enjoy the sun away from humans. Their supper together would be better served after sunset, and Marcus knew Celeste liked music, so evening in the piazza would be her pleasure. When it played over the loudspeakers, locals and tourists alike danced. Just having a good time. Marcus also wanted to be available for Celeste if she had questions about her impending change. Arrow had probably already answered some, but he could be so lacking in sympathy or compassion. What their human needed was understanding. Back in her room, Celeste showered and chose a dress more suitable for the evening. Pulling a lightweight sundress and cotton shawl out of the wardrobe, she quickly dressed and put on some makeup. She tied her hair into a ponytail and used one of the scarves Marcus had bought her to wind around the tieback. Checking the mirror, she pronounced herself ready. Marcus came to her room to pick her up, as was his preference. Celeste opened the door, letting him in. She twirled and asked him, "Do I look okay?" Her mate gathered her in his arms and kissed her. "Perfetto, tesoro," he replied. Leading her out the back gate, he asked, "Did you have a good time with Keys?" "Oh yes, we drove all over the countryside, and had lunch at a quaint cafe overlooking the valley. It was a wonderful morning." Taking her hand, Marcus walked beside his mate while they headed for the village. The shops and cafes were busy while people enjoyed the fall weather. Soon it would be winter, and it would become quieter in town. The locals would be preparing for the Christmas holidays, but tourism would be down. It meant more work for Heidi in getting people interested in coming to Volterra. Since it hadn't been long since Celeste had eaten, Marcus bought her a glass of red wine once they reached the center of town. Sitting at a small table, the two talked about their respective days. The waiter kept trying to tempt them with pastries, until Celeste finally caved and asked for a cannoli. She had moved past feeling embarrassed eating alone. What would it matter soon anyway? Wiping her fingers of the remnants of the sweet cream, she looked at Marcus and held out her hand. "Dance with me." He took her hand and led her from the table to the square where the crowd of people were dancing to the music overhead. The next song was slow, and Marcus and Celeste moved together so closely, there was no room between them. Celeste leaned her head on his chest, reveling in the feeling his arm around her waist gave her. She felt secure, safe, and loved. Marcus could hear her heart beat, a sound that somehow reassured him. Soon, it would stop its familiar beating, but when that happened, she would be his for all time. He rested his chin lightly against her temple, her warmth seeping into his hardened skin. That too would be gone. But he knew the fire of her spirit would live on. When he looked down at her, her eyes looked up into his with absolute trust. He wished to be rended into 1,000 pieces if that trust was ever betrayed. It had been a busy day for Celeste and she was exhausted. She had asked to be shown a good time doing fun activities this last week of her human existence, and 2 of her mates complied. Taking a quick shower, Celeste dried her hair with the blow dryer, and slipped on one of her nightgowns. She thought she might read the book Marcus had lent her, but when she lay down, her eyes started to droop almost immediately. "Oh, never mind, I'm too tired to read tonight." She set the book on the nightstand and lay back on her pillow. She tucked her arms behind her head and stared at the ceiling. Only one of her mates was missing in action, as it were. All day long, she often wondered how she could keep Arrow from being underfoot so much of the time, yet when he was not around, it felt too weird. Even when she was peeved with him, he never took the hint to stay away for even a while. Now she missed him, the big bully. "Well, I did have a wonderful time with Keys and Marcus." "That's 2 out of 3. She said aloud. A figure stepped out from the shadows of the far corner of the room. "Were you missing me, my love?" "Oh God, not again," Celeste thought, her mind filled with conflicting emotions. Why doesn't Arrow just knock on her door? It's always a stealth mission with him. So now he appears in her bedroom unasked, expecting what from her exactly? And where had he been all day? She turned onto her side, facing away from her unwelcome intruder, her head resting on her hand while she lay on her bent arm. "I'm busy right now, Arrow. Can I ignore you some other time?" While she was looking away from him, Arrow divested himself of his shoes and socks, and unbuttoned his shirt, about to remove it. He stopped when he recalled Celeste liked him wearing the shirt open, revealing his pale, hard chest. He knew she found it sexy, or at least that was what she'd said. Walking around the bed, he knelt at its side and looked at his angry mate. He examined her face, finding her beautiful even in anger. How much more beautiful would she become once she had been changed? Her eyes were closed, but she was obviously waiting for Arrow to say something. "I was delayed with business, my dear. I knew Keys and Marcus were taking good care of you, so I did not worry." Celeste finally opened her eyes to see Arrow peering at her with concern. "Not one word for me, all day. Even when people are busy. A note would suffice. You can ask Marcus about that. He left me a sweet message this morning with my breakfast." Arrow's head dropped to the mattress, realizing he had erred. How to make it up to her? Raising his head, he reached out to take Celeste's free hand, his cool fingers entwining with hers. "So where were you hiding out?" she asked him, hoping her words held an implied welcome. Arrow stood and lay on the bed opposite Celeste. "The city, despite any human belief, is ruled by us, Kara. I have to meet with city officials regularly. There was a minor emergency. But both Marcus and Keys told me they had worked something out together, and would be taking you to the country and to the village, as you'd requested. I knew you were in good hands." Celeste forgave Arrow on the spot, her fingers squeezing his. "All right, you blew it this time. Don't do it again. God, or all men, human or otherwise, so thoughtless." Scooting his body closer to his mate, Arrow smiled at her, coaxing a smile from her as well. "I will make it up to you, I promise." He leaned in and kissed her, feeling her respond to him. His cool hand stroked her back when he pulled her over him. Celeste broke the kiss. "Arrow, I am so tired. Sex is out tonight. Nothing personal. The fact is, I didn't have sex with anyone today. We just had good times hanging out together. Well, not all together, but you know what I mean. See, I can't even think straight right now." "Understood, my dear. May I just lie with you then? I will stay with you until the sun rises, then order you breakfast." "Thank you, Arrow." She shifted her body to lie against the vampire, her hand caressing his chest as she liked to do. His skin was so cold, yet when she was in a heated state, he felt good to snuggle against. "Do you think you will enjoy being an immortal, Kara?" Arrow asked, his fingers gently brushing over her forehead. "I never gave it that much thought. Once it's done, right?" She smiled, giving it thought now. "It's funny, when people talk about there being a foreverness about marriage, I can assume they weren't imagining this." Arrow felt a certain concern in the sudden direction of her thoughts. "I have existed for 3,000 years, give or take, my love, and I can attest to the fact it doesn't seem that long. Plus, I do believe with you as our newborn mate, we won't be bored. Having to punish you for every transgression you commit. Will you hush already? She said, laughing while punching Arrow on the chest, knowing her knuckles would be bruised by morning. Arrow pulled Celeste against him, holding her within the circle of his arms. He heard her sigh of contentment while he enjoyed the intoxicating scent of her warm body. Arrow, I'm just not sure I can do this, Celeste said, the smile disappearing from her face. She had been given the chance to ask questions of her mate, but instead was telling him she wanted out. No, it wasn't that way at all. She just wanted him to. Oh no, eventually she would be a vampire, but did it have to be so soon? The ancient vampire accepted his human mate's doubts, but he had to dissuade her from deciding against the change. There could be only one outcome if she refused. Death. He could not imagine stopping her breath or tearing her throat out. He would never be able to force himself to inflict such pain on her, yet would never allow anyone else to touch her. Not even Felix. Of course, Arrow knew of the friendship blossoming between Celeste and the Coven's primary executioner. Felix might refuse any order to kill her. Kara, are you having second thoughts? Now, when you already know the benefits of accepting the immortality we offer you? Celeste thought a moment, then said, I always imagined I would find the perfect man for me, even with all his flaws. She saw Arrow smile at that statement. We would start our lives together, preferably by traveling. Then we would buy a house, have a couple of children, watch them grow up, and eventually have families of their own. Then we'd grow old together, and hopefully die within hours of each other. And that is all you want. You said you cannot have children, therefore neither I nor my brothers could impregnate you. Quote, the having children part 1 gave up on long ago when I had my surgery. The rest never seemed to fall into place. As to the rest, Kara, why grow old together? Would you not prefer to live an eternity with those you love? To Arrow, an eternity alone was not the best state for a vampire. To have a mate and lose them was hell. The chances of finding another who would be so in tune with him was difficult to imagine, but to find a woman who was so in tune with all three of the Coven's leaders seemed impossible. Yet here she was. And remember all the vampire abilities you will have. Arrow reminded her, you're trying to make me see what you have to offer as so much more than what I would have as a human. Celeste sighed against Arrow's chest. So, is it working? When Arrow discovered the total connection she had, her saying when she was with each of them individually, that person had her absolute love. It was unexpected, but even Arrow had to finally accept the situation as it was. What do you feel, my dear? Can you live with us forever? I can. Celeste looked into the red eyes of her mate, sensing the disquiet. I will. I still wish I had more to contribute to the Coven. Celeste lamented. Brushing his fingertips over her warm cheeks, Arrow reassured her, you are what's important to us, my dear. When he looked down at Celeste, seeing her now closed eyes, and hearing her steady breathing, he knew she was close to sleep. He drew her into his body, her arm draped over him. Even as she was falling into sleep, she was able to tell him, I love you, Arrow dei Volturi. Arrow smiled, then whispered back, Ti amo, cor mio. The next day, Celeste was pleased when Arrow allowed her to sing for them again. She used his laptop, with his permission, to seek the music, without words, so that she could sing to it. She went to the throne room with the laptop to find her mates waiting for her. Arrow greeted her with a smile. Welcome, Kara. We look forward to your singing for us. Thanks, Arrow. I do enjoy it even though I don't feel I'm all that great, but I appreciated your praise just the same. She set the laptop on a step and started the music. Then she stood and began. I lived my life in shadow. Never the sun on my face. It didn't seem so sad, though. I figured that was my place. Now I'm bathed in light. Something just isn't right. I'm under your spell. How else could it be? Anyone would notice me. It's magic, I can tell. How you've set me free. Brought me out so easily. I saw a world enchanted. Spirits and charms in the air. I always took for granted. I was the only one there. But your powers shone. Brighter than any I've known. I'm under your spell. Nothing I can do. You just took my soul with you. You worked your charms so well. Finally, I knew. Everything I dreamed was true. You made me believe. The moon to the tide, I can feel you inside. I'm under your spell, surging like the sea, drawn to you so helplessly. I break with every swell. Lost in ecstasy. Spread beneath my willow tree. You make me complete. Celeste looked at each of her mates in turn when she sang the final lines. You make me complete. You make me complete. You make me complete. When the music stopped, all three vampires flashed to her side, arms around her, with kisses on her cheeks. What a perfect song for us, as you say, my dear. And you are truly talented, Arrow said. We are touched, Tessero. Marcus chimed in. He's questioned her, do you truly feel this way about us? Yes, of course. He's embraced her. He whispered in her ear, then I was wrong. You are a blessing to us all. He pulled back and gazed into her eyes. Promise you will never leave us. Celeste closed her eyes, that feeling of warm emotion flowing around her. I promise, she replied. Lately, Celeste was feeling like a newly built building, abandoned after the money runs out. Her mates had started out fawning over her, giving her clothes, jewelry, and gifts, and doing their best to please and entertain her. Lately, their attentions had been drawn elsewhere. She hadn't even been able to speak with anyone about her upcoming change. There were things she wanted, needed to know, and now it seemed it was going to be delayed. Celeste preferred that, for reasons she wasn't yet able to convey to her mates, none of them. She was beyond frustrated at the moment. Her days lagged on for hour after boring hour. She would sit in the garden, enjoying its beauty and the fresh air, but feeling quite alone. She was not allowed to go into town without an escort, but no one had the time to take her. Not even the guards were free at the moment. Celeste's frustration only built up the longer she was ignored. She had actually been tempted to run away, not permanently, but just for the day. Get out, see the nearby market, and perhaps have a meal. Her enforced seclusion was damaging her mood. If the Volturi knew what was good for them and truly wanted her to stay with them, they'd give her a bit more freedom. It was a warm day when Celeste was outside, smelling the roses as she passed up and down each row. Marcus had not asked her to help with his portion of the garden, he was so busy. Yet he had not explained why the coven leaders were unavailable to her these recent days. He must have been taking care of them in the dark, since the bushes were not lacking in water or care. You can't even ask me to help. Marcus, just sneak out here while I sleep. Must be your only free time. Her voice sounded raspy with anger as she mumbled to herself. The sun became too warm, so Celeste went to the gazebo to sit in the shade. She had no desire to go back inside the castle. Why? She could go to the kitchen for lunch. She could visit the library. She could go to her room to nap or watch Italian TV. Or she could go up on the roof and scream herself hoarse. Would they even bother to come up to see what the ruckus was about? This was not the life she wanted. Her freedom was important, but even if she were to accept the change and become a vampire, what would she do? Living forever in boredom was a real fear for her. She'd thought long and hard about that, thus her growing doubts. Sitting in the gazebo among the scent of the hanging wisteria, Celeste's attention was drawn to a flock of birds circling in the sky above the town. She watched as they dipped and flew as one, a phenomenon she had seen on a nature documentary. Arrow stood off to the side of the building, observing his mate. He worried about her mental state, even if he'd said nothing to her the last few days. He could not yet tell Celeste why they had been ignoring her. That would come soon, but he decided to take a few minutes away from the others to check on her. Do you like birds, my dear? Arrow asked, stepping out from the shadow of the castle, and entering the gazebo. Celeste stood at Arrow's voice and held out her hands to him. When he took them in his, kissing one, she sat back down, waiting to see if he sat beside her. Yes, in fact, I do. Arrow did just that, sitting on her right, their bodies pressed against each other. He had briefly read her when he had taken her hand, now knowing how sad and neglected she was feeling. This was his fault, but it could not be helped. There was trouble in the vampire world that had to be resolved before he and his brothers would be free to continue the indoctrination of their mate into their world. He promised himself they would make it up to her, he and his brothers. I am sorry, my love. Our absence has been necessary. Then tell me, what is it? Maybe I can help, Celeste asked. Not sure if she should expect an answer. She didn't get one. My dear, this concerns the Volturi. Only we can take care of certain things, I'm afraid, and please do not be offended. You would merely be in the way. Celeste's face fell. Of course she would be in the way. She was only a human. Where's Felix, Arrow? I could always talk to him. Arrow felt a twinge of jealousy. Again, she was turning away from him, feeling unable to confide in him. He had to step back from that particular emotion since he trusted Celeste. If the guard was able to provide consolation to his mate, so be it. He knew he could trust Felix with this most precious human. I'll tell you what, perhaps I'll ask Felix to take you into town for a morning. Will that please you, cara mia? It wasn't her preference, but Felix was her friend. If Arrow and the others were too busy to be with her, better Felix than being stuck indoors. I accept, Arrow. Good, I will arrange it for you. Buy anything that pleases you. I'll make sure Felix knows what your heart desires, you will have. Celeste leaned into Arrow's body when his arm encircled her. Thank you, Arrow, but please know, this is no substitute for you, Keys or Marcus. Arrow smiled at her words. I know that, of course, Celeste. He turned to look at her. I will tell you everything soon. I promise. Have I ever broken my word to you? No, you never have. I just need to learn to be patient, my love. And that is why I think I love you a bit more than I love Keys and Marcus. She kissed him deeply, desperately wanting more. Thank you for coming to me. I was beginning to feel alone, but it's better knowing you haven't forgotten me. She gazed into his crimson eyes, wanting to convey her desire for him without words. Arrow already knew of her needs, and cupped her right cheek. He leaned in to kiss her in return. Her mouth responded, lips parting, a low moan escaping them. This drove Arrow mad, the way he could so easily light the flames within her body. But now was not the time. He sighed and moved back, stroking her hair. You will never be alone, not with us here at your side. Look, my dear, I will speak with Felix soon. I'm sure he would also enjoy the time spent with you. He doesn't like many humans, but more than tolerates you. Celeste gave her vampire mate a look of surprise, then smiled, wanting to reassure him how happy he'd made her with his promise. Yes, please, and thank you, Arrow. 3 days later, around 10 a.m. in the morning, there was an expected knock on Celeste's door. She opened it to see Felix standing before her. He was attired in his usual black suit, only instead of his dark turtleneck, he was wearing a black shirt and vivid blue tie. Hello, Felix, you look so handsome today. Hey, I love the tie, she said, reaching out to pull it up off his chest, then letting it fall back, then patting his chest. Very nice. He gave her a smile. Since I am taking you out, I thought I'd dress differently. Good, I'm glad to see something other than the executioner look. Giving the human female a cocked brow, Felix held out his large hand to Celeste, and led her out the back door to a waiting car. He held her door for her, then flashed to the driver's side, getting in and starting the vehicle. He perused her as she sat to his right, attired in a sundress of blue. May I say you look pretty yourself? Celeste smiled, truly happy right now. Thank you, kind sir. I needed that. Driving through town and to the far end of the village, Felix parked the car in a small parking lot off the main road. Is there any place in particular you wish to see? He asked as he helped her out. Felix, I just want to walk and breathe in the fresh air. Not that the castle is a dungeon by any means, but I need to be out of it for a while. Felix understood. The vampires had no need to breathe, and sunlight meant little to them. Shopping, of course, was done out of need. Lead the way, my lady, and I will follow, he said with a slight bow. Celeste laughed, happy to be free for a bit. She was going to make the most of it too. The pair walked among the stalls, and into the various shops, Celeste choosing items and Felix paying for them as per Arrow's instructions. Eventually, the human stomach began to grumble, wanting to be fed. She chose an outdoor cafe, with Felix finding a table for them to sit at. Celeste ordered a meal and glass of red wine, while Felix sat, waiting. Don't you ever miss food, Felix? It is one of life's biggest pleasures, you know. I hardly go without a proper meal, he replied, looking down. In response, his human companion made a face. Blood, she whispered, doesn't sound appetizing at all. You won't feel that way later on, Celeste, he said, smiling while examining her expression. At that moment, a waiter put a filled pasta bowl in front of her, then set a glass of wine just above it. Once he had left, Celeste stirred her food, admonishing Felix, "Okay, stop that, my friend. Don't spoil my desire to inhale this pasta." She began to eat, glancing up at the vampire, who was now making a face himself. The pair sat quietly discussing anything but what Celeste wanted to talk about. She didn't need to get Felix in trouble anyway. For this brief time, she was free. She wondered if it would be enough. During a lull in the conversation, Celeste set down her fork and became serious. "Felix, may I prevail upon you to ask Keys if I may speak with him tomorrow? Away from the castle, if not tomorrow, as soon as possible." "Do you mean away from Master Arrow?" Celeste glanced up sharply at the tall guard, then smiled in silent assent and nodded. He understood without her saying a word. "Felix, I need to speak with Keys without Arrow around." "Why, may I ask?" "You can trust me," he added. Celeste said nothing for a minute. Then, "I'm having doubts," she answered slowly. Felix was not surprised to hear her say this. "And why not speak with Master Arrow?" Finishing off the wine in one gulp, she said, "I'm afraid Arrow won't take me seriously. My doubts, that is. He'll talk with me, pretend to listen, and then tell me I'm overthinking everything. He can be very reassuring. But that is not understanding how I feel. Keys may be easier to speak with." Felix thought about it, then nodded. Perhaps Master Keys could do better in allaying the human's fears. He would also understood her concerns about Master Arrow. Celeste reached out and grabbed the guard's hand. She pleaded with her eyes, something the former gladiator could not refuse. "Please." Felix promised he would get a message to Master Keys, somehow. "It may not be easy, but I will try." He knew if Arrow found out Celeste wanted to speak with the blonde warrior vampire, he'd want to be part of that conversation. Smiling with relief, Celeste finished her meal, and with Felix grabbing most of her packages, the pair returned to the car. The morning had gone by so fast to Celeste, but she had enjoyed herself immensely. On their return to the castle, she thanked her friend after he dropped her purchases off in her room. She gave him a knowing smile, and after she kicked off her shoes, she began to put her items away. A mere hour later, Felix came to her room and handed her a note, then quickly left. He had succeeded in contacting Keys. She read the note by the light coming through one of the windows. "Celeste, Felix asked me to let you know if I had time to talk with you, out of the range of a certain set of ears. I completely understand, love. Be ready any time today. I will come get you and there may be no warning. Just wait for me." Holding the note close to her chest, Celeste closed her eyes. Well, that was done in any case. She stuffed it under her bed mattress, and went to wash up in the bathroom. She slipped her shoes back on and sat in the bed, waiting. It was more than 2 hours later when she heard a knock on the door. Trying to look casual, just in case, she opened it to see Keys. "Oh, thank God, it's you. Celeste, come with me." He grabbed her hand and pulled her after him down the corridor and out the back door to his waiting sports car. Celeste hadn't even noticed it sitting there, the look of surprise apparent on her face. He opened the passenger car door for her, then flashed to the other side and got in behind the wheel. Taking off through the now open gate, Cos drove through the city streets as fast as was possible without hitting anyone. Once on the highway, he stepped on the accelerator. "I think we're clear now," he said, turning to Celeste. "Thank you in advance, Keys. I hope Arrow wasn't upset with you. We had finished for the day." "No worries, dear one. So Felix said you really needed to talk with me. Can you say what about?" "Keys, can we stop somewhere? Somewhere private?" "Sure, my love, I know just the place." With that, he went a bit faster until they came to a winery, where he pulled into the near-empty parking lot. They're not so busy on weekdays. There's a park where tourists can relax before or after having a taste of the product. Keys helped Celeste out of the car, and taking her hand, led her to a grove of trees where a small lake sat. The water rippling in the slight breeze. "It's beautiful, Keys." She walked up to the shoreline, watching a flock of ducks swimming and slipping below the water's surface to eat whatever lived in the lake. "I need to talk with you, and I didn't want Arrow to hear us." Keys felt something was wrong, so he hugged her, enjoying the warmth of her body close to his. Then he leaned in and kissed her. Don't worry, he can't hear us this far out. Tell me then, what's troubling you? They sat on a bench facing the lake. You can tell I'm troubled. She wrung her hands, trying to make it seem she was merely warming them. Her mate reached up with his free hand and caressed her cheek, truly concerned. I know you. Celeste hated saying what needed to be said. Keys, I don't know if I can do this. His hand slowly fell to his side. The polyamorous relationship you have with us. Celeste slipped her hand out of Keys, and looked down, trying to gather her thoughts. He looked down at her tightly clenched hands. And she felt him suddenly standing behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders. She abruptly turned, looking up and facing him. All of this, the three of you, the life you're offering me. She gave a huff. Life. Keys knew what she meant. I thought you believed us alive. Have your views changed, love? He removed his hands from her shoulders, no longer touching her. He only let her talk. No, it hasn't, but I'm not sure I want it anymore. It's too hard, having to handle all of you. And the existence being a vampire. It's not me. Keys could not suppress his smile. Celeste, it's not any of us. It just happened. Well, actually, only Arrow really wanted it. In any case, we're not forcing you, if you want to delay the change. He dreaded his next suggestion. Because he had come to care about this human more than he had anticipated. Do you need a break from us? Some time to yourself perhaps? What if I want to leave the coven? Would you allow me to go? Of all of you, you didn't even want me there in the first place, Keys. She stood and walked around the bench to face him. Her heart was beating so fast, she knew he must hear it. It was all he could do not to pull her to him and hug her just tightly enough. I have since changed my mind, haven't I? Celeste, I do want you here, with me, with us. If it has to be that way, he added. He reached down to take her hand, lifting it to his face, and kissing her wrist. Feeling sorry for any hurt she imagined he was feeling, Celeste slipped her arms around him, her chin on his shoulder. She wasn't rejecting him, she only wanted something different, but she wasn't even sure what that was. Perhaps I should speak with Marcus. He tends to be less emotional than either you or Arrow. Marcus, why bother him? Keys felt a twinge of jealousy, that Celeste should not fully trust him with her feelings. He had sworn to himself he would always protect her, would always be there for her. What more could he offer? What's to keep Arrow from reading him? No, keep this to one of us, and you've already told me. Marcus seems so level-headed. I just want to know what he thinks, his opinion, you know. Celeste peered over at Keys, and saw the look in his eyes. She held him tightly, her head lying on his shoulder. The chill coming off his body didn't even bother her. Keys, I don't know what to do. The ancient vampire understood his mate's sudden trepidation. He still felt it was unwarranted. Besides, she would not be allowed to leave Volterra. If you wish, I'll bring it up to Marcus. Moving out of Keys' arms, she peered into his red eyes. Remember, no Arrow. Please be sure he doesn't hear your conversation with Marcus. Keys brushed his fingertips over her cheek. I'll be discreet, I promise. Celeste walked hand in hand with Keys while they circled the lake. It was a pleasant moment she was enjoying sharing with him. The shade of the trees and lack of people made it easy for them to walk around the winery's park. But Keys noticed whenever Celeste glanced back at the parking lot nervously. Why are you so distracted, cara mia? Keys asked, his eyes following the direction of hers. She hated to tell him she was watching for Arrow. Perhaps he'd gotten suspicious, and had Dimitri hunt them down, with Arrow accompanying him, and both would be flash running here any moment. I'm just looking for Arrow. Keys filled in the final word. Celeste sighed. Yes. She turned to her mate. Can you tell me why I've seen so little of you all? Her eyes pleaded with him. But she was disappointed in his reply. I'm sorry, no. Arrow would be furious with me if I said anything. Be patient, love. He brushed back a loose tendril of hair off her face. We will reveal all to you soon enough. Leading Celeste back to the car, they began a slow drive back to Volterra and the Volturi's home. Keys worried at Celeste's silence, she saying nothing the entire way back. This might be serious. forcing Keys to the conclusion that Marcus should be told as soon as possible. Marcus was worried about Celeste. They had not spoken in days, and while he knew both Arrow and Keys had been with her not long ago, he had not. He found himself eager to know how she was and whether his brothers were able to convince her not to give up on them just yet. She did seem interested in the potential conflict with the Romanians, but would it be enough to bind her to them so that she would feel compelled to remain here in Volterra, loyal to the three of them as well as the rest of the coven? Would she agree to stay where she was loved, or request to leave the coven, something Arrow would most likely not allow? Deep in thought, Marcus inhaled sharply, despite his lack of need for air. He feared Arrow's anger at Celeste for even hinting at wanting to part from him and his brothers, her sworn mates, but Marcus promised himself he would protect her no matter what might come, even if it meant defying Arrow's orders. Marcus wanted to find her though, and as soon as possible. Eventually, he came across Celeste sitting in the gazebo when he decided to head outside to the garden. He knew it was one of her favorite places to sit and contemplate. Sometimes she'd walk among his roses and bend to smell those he'd bred to have the strongest fragrance. It pleased Marcus to explain the technique he used to create roses with just the perfect scent. He saw Celeste sitting at one end of the rounded bench, leaning her head against the support pillar. He was about to take the 3 stone steps up to join her when he noticed her eyes closed and a single tear sliding down one cheek. It was obvious she had been crying for a while. The tall vampire was at her side in a flash. Celeste was ill, feeling conflicted between wanting to help her mates and desperately needing a break from them. While listening to the discussion at the meeting, she knew she would be useless to Arrow and the others in her current state. Being mortal would be a liability in any confrontation. She could insist on being changed sooner than later, but she was still so unsure about the process. According to what Arrow had told her, she would be completely changed within 3 days. But they'd warned her of the lack of control she'd experience. The bloodlust would be very strong at first, stronger than any hunger she'd ever felt or would feel. It would dominate her very existence for nearly a year, if all went well. If not, unsure how to handle her feelings, Celeste remembered how much her mates had done for her. They all expressed their emotions differently, enabling her to see each man as a reflection of her own personality. Arrow appealed to her mind, the inquisitive side of her persona. He knew so much, causing her to admire the intellect of the long-lived vampire. They could talk about any topic, their discussions inevitably turning into debates. His memories of historical events, and his opinions of said events, kept her rapt with interest for hours. Keys appealed to her more emotional side. The easy anger her friends said was something they had learned to avoid. Her temper could be as volatile as Keys, if not shown as much publicly. Where Cause would say what was on his mind without filtering his thoughts first, Celeste could still manage to think first, speak second. Now Marcus appealed more to her contemplative side. She could sit for hours reading a book she loved, or enjoy lying on a lounger in the not-too-hot sun, an iced tea in her hand. The sounds of bird song or thunder had always been a balm for her soul. She felt a certain serenity when she was with Marcus she didn't feel with the others. Celeste also knew there was nothing the 3 men wouldn't do for her. How could she just leave them? She groaned quietly, the fear and frustrations inside her mind clashing with her love for the 3 Volturi masters. Squeezing her left hand into a tight fist, she didn't hear Marcus's approach until he sat beside her. "Celeste, why are you here all alone?" Marcus reached over to place his hand on hers. He noticed her skin was cooler than normal, and that worried him. Marcus's keen eyes noticed the small wound on her neck that was nearly healed. "Who did this to you?" he asked, as he lightly brushed his fingertips over the spot. Opening her eyes, she replied, too embarrassed to look at him. "It was Keys. He was trying to please me and got carried away. It's not a big deal, Marcus. Arrow accidentally bit my lip while kissing me once. Things happen. Do you think these were accidents?" A frown appeared on his face, while shaking his head ever so slightly. "Why do you let them get away with it?" Celeste loosened her fingers and took hold of Marcus's hand, playing with his long slender fingers. "It's because I love them, as I love you." She looked up into her mate's crimson eyes. "They won't change me yet. And with what's going on out in the real world, that may be low on the priority list. Don't you think?" she asked, looking up at him with a tilt of her head. Marcus wondered if this was good or bad news to Celeste. I want to be of help to the coven, but as I am, there's little I can do. More likely, I'd just get myself killed. I can speak to Arrow if you wish, Marcus offered. Let him know waiting is not something you want. There should be no reason to wait unless Arrow's plans mean an immediate attack on the Romanians. At the moment, we don't even know where their stronghold is. Marcus, is it something I want? Celeste turned her head to peer up at her mate. She leaned into him and closed her eyes when she felt his arm move to embrace her shoulders. So she was unsure, more so than he had feared. Marcus held his human mate a bit tighter, trying to be reassuring. Then I will say nothing for now. Instead, is there something I can do for you to make you happy? Seeing you this way breaks my unbeating heart. Celeste smiled at those words. All three of her mates needed no beating hearts to love her as they did. It was an odd truth, but truth just the same. Shifting on the marble bench, she looked at him, one hand reaching up to cup his cheek. She drew him down and placed her warm lips against his cool ones, until she felt him respond, both arms moving around her, drawing her closer. When she pulled back, breathless, Celeste exhaled and laughed lightly. Are you trying to distract me from an afternoon outing? Come on, Marcus, let's go into the village and do some shopping. I could use a nice juicy steak and maybe a split of red wine. And I want some of those chocolates I had before too. If I'm to become a vampire, I'm entitled to a farewell box. Marcus was so pleased to see her suddenly perk up, he decided to deny her nothing. As you wish, my love. Buy as many as your stomach can hold. Anything else you want, merely tell me and it's yours. Good. Let me dress in some comfortable slacks and a cooler top, and we can leave. Celeste stood, holding her hand out to him. Looking up at her vampire mate, she smiled when he took it and stood to face her. Stepping closer, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Pulling his head down to her, she kissed him long and deep. Her eyes sparkled with desire, looking into the darkening crimson orbs of Marcus. I'll make it worth your time. I promise. I look forward to that, my love, Marcus said, his voice low. His imagination was already in bed with Celeste, his body taking her fiercely when she opened to him. Her eyes expressed the unspoken promise which Marcus clearly read. He brought her hand to his lips, kissing the inside of her wrist as he smiled back at her. I will hold you to that, Celeste. They walked up the back steps that led inside the rear of the castle. Walking down the corridor, they stopped in front of Celeste's room. She opened the door and went inside. Give me 15 minutes. I'll meet you out back by the gate. Don't be late. Me, when am I ever late? It's you who are always. Marcus began to protest. Celeste laughed and shut the door before he finished his protestations. Shaking his head and smiling, Marcus returned to his own chambers and dressed in something more casual. Hopefully, this small trip into town would distract Celeste from whatever feelings had caused her melancholy. Managing a human could be very difficult, and for that matter, it had been an eternity since he'd had to handle a female. So far, it had been worth every moment. He loved her as much as he had loved Didim. Nothing would change that. Marcus stood at the rear gate, waving when he saw Celeste exit the back door. She bounced down the stairs, looking as if she had not a care in the world. And he would make sure she did not. He held out his hand to her as she walked over to him. Her eyes lit up with happiness. When Celeste saw Marcus looking so casual and nothing like a Volturi master, she grinned at him. He'd chosen black slacks with a simple button-up white shirt, open at the neck and sleeves rolled up to the elbow, with his long hair back into a low ponytail. Oh, yes, he is sexy, she thought. She slipped her arm through his, and gazed up at him, love showing in her eyes. His own were now a dark chocolate brown, the vampire red covered by contacts. They wouldn't last forever under the assault of the venom within Marcus's eyes, but it would be safe to be with humans long enough for them to enjoy the afternoon. Marcus noticed the look she gave him and patted her hand. His own emotions were, at times, stronger than he had ever anticipated after meeting Celeste. When he'd lost Didim, he knew he'd never feel such love for anyone ever again. He was happy to be wrong. Come, my dear, let us walk there since I see you've chosen your more comfortable walking shoes. It were these private moments he spent with Celeste that gave him the feeling of normalcy in the human world. He was not a vampire and she was not a human. They were simply a man and woman, in love, spending time together. Yep, and these jeans are the best. So stretchy. So was there any place you wanted to go, or is this all for me alone? She loved feeling his cool hand in hers as He walked down the street toward the village. Already she could hear music, and the voices of tourists and locals alike as they perused wares in stalls and ordered meals at the alfresco cafes scattered around. Would she still be allowed to do this once she had don't think about that right now, she told herself. Have fun now. The future was best saved for tomorrow. The crowd magically seemed to part for the tall man and the woman with him as Marcus and Celeste headed toward the infamous chocolatier she so loved. They looked into the window to see a short line waiting at the counter, and entered prepared to wait. It was a small inconvenience, Celeste thought, to get the best chocolates in all Italy. Once inside, the pair waited along with other customers. Marcus felt satisfaction when Celeste weaved her arm in his, while examining the chocolate candies lying behind the glass partition. When it was their turn, one of the employees came over and grinned. Benvenuta, signora. Come posso aiutarti oggi. Peering through the protective glass, Celeste pointed at the pretty confections, saying, I want that one and that one. And one of those I want them all. Uno di ciascuno, per favor. Si certo. The man picked up a blue box and began to add the candies while Celeste waited with anticipation. He looked up at Marcus as if to question the person obviously paying. Marcus gave him a shrug, but then nodded in approval. Turning to question her escort, Celeste asked, Marcus, are you sure? They're not cheap. As many as your stomach can hold, amore, Marcus reminded her. The man finished adding the last few chocolates to the box, then tied it with a white ribbon and handed it to Celeste. Grazie, she said, taking the box from him with a grin. He then accepted the extended euros from Marcus, thanking them before moving on to his next customer. After the pair left the shop, Celeste walked at Marcus's side, her free hand in his, as they headed to the restaurant Celeste had suggested. The smile on her face felt genuine, the worry absent at last. Marcus felt more relaxed knowing she was enjoying their outing. Wouldn't you know he'd tie it closed, Marcus? Less temptation, I guess. We can sit on the edge here while you open it and eat a few, he suggested, seeing they had reached a small fountain, water spraying up into the air before splashing down into the pool. No, I can wait. Let's eat lunch first if it's all right. Anyway, it will teach me some self-control. When she felt his arm move around her shoulders, she snuggled closer. About some things, anyway. Marcus gave a light laugh. He began to think there was something in their relationship he felt she did not have with either Arrow or Keys. For them, it was the sexual unity with Celeste that appealed to them the most. Keys especially. Arrow was the more intellectual of the three, and he delighted in sharing what he knew with their mate. History, literature, all of his knowledge of the ages. Keys' temperament could be volatile. Sometimes he would lose control of that temper, but with Celeste, it was expressed as a strong passion. Marcus knew his brother would never harm Celeste intentionally. Where he was concerned, Marcus felt a bond of similarity between himself and Celeste. It was physical, of course, but emotional as well. Intellect was less an ingredient in their connection. Their unions were always pleasurable, with Marcus willing to do anything to satisfy Celeste. He also refrained from questioning her about the methods of his two brothers. His only point of contact was when he saw marks on Celeste's body left by Arrow and Keys. He preferred not to scar her in any way. Still, perhaps she would appreciate it if he roughened up his technique more, without actually hurting her. Hello there, are you with me? Waving her hand in front of Marcus's face, she laughed. What were you thinking about? Nothing you need worry about, my dear, Marcus replied, knowing he'd be blushing if he were capable. The changes this mortal had brought about surprised even him. Marcus was completely enthralled by his mate. Well, we're here in any case. Come on, there's an empty table over there. She dragged Marcus to the small table for two that sat on the outdoor patio near a tree that shaded the area. Ever the gentleman, Marcus pulled out the seat for Celeste, then sat on the chair opposite her. A waiter stopped by their table and handed them both menus. Buon pomeriggio. How may I help you today? The waiter asked in English, excited on hearing Marcus and Celeste talking among themselves. He wanted to show off his knowledge of the language. Celeste knew what she wanted, so went ahead and ordered. Buon pomeriggio. I want to start off with a split of red table wine and a salad. Then a steak, medium rare, with a side of fettuccine. Si, signora. E per lei, signor? He asked, turning to Marcus. Niente per me, grazie. Marcus took hold of Celeste's hand, basically dismissing the waiter, who took the hint and left. Celeste reached out to clasp Marcus's hand. Thank you for today, Marcus. I don't know what's wrong with me. I shouldn't need all this attention from you. Marcus understood her feelings. At times in the past, he'd felt the same, his lack of emotional involvement with coven business irritating Arrow to no end. After a while, both brothers stopped trying to draw him into their affairs, leaving it up to Marcus to choose to participate. While they talked, Celeste ate her food with gusto, making Marcus laugh with amusement. She swallowed her mouthful of pasta before asking, "Is it all right if we go to that perfume shop we'd visited a while back? There is a new scent there I want to buy. I'm almost out of my current bottle of cologne. Of course, innamorata. If I like it, will you wear it tonight?" Celeste gave Marcus a flirtatious smile. And only that, she asked, tilting her head. She loved teasing these vampire lovers of hers. It had been a while since they'd had relations of any kind with a woman. They may have been aged and wise, but experienced with modern females, no. Marcus's smile grew, but the waiter interrupted his thoughts, telling him the cost for Celeste's meal. He handed him the necessary euros along with a sizable tip, then stood, assisting Celeste when she was ready to leave. They walked down the main road, then to a side alley until they came to the door of the perfumery, large letters etched on the front window, saying Emiliano's Profumeria. Once inside, Celeste set the box of candies on a counter, and asked a female shopkeeper about the new perfume she'd heard about on TV. Una notte di passione, one night of passion. Marcus raised a brow at her when he saw the name, then he lifted the open sampler to his nose. He may have been an expert on the scent of a living rose, but he had no idea about perfume notes. Dabbing a bit of the fragrant fluid on her wrists and behind her ears, Celeste whispered, "I adore it." She sniffed one wrist again, then held it up to Marcus's nose. The warmth of her skin gave the perfume a more delicate scent than when in the bottle. He gave his mate a smile and nodded silently. Once the purchase was completed, the two left the shop and began the trek back to the castle. Celeste suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Marcus, my candy. I left the box at the perfume shop. Stay right here, I'll just go back and grab it." She handed Marcus the bag holding her perfume purchase, when she felt his grasp. Taking her arm, Marcus pulled her close. "I'll get it for you. I can move faster. Here, where everyone can see. No, just wait here. I'll be right back." Celeste pulled her arm from Marcus's grasp, and ran back to the perfumery. Celeste entered the store and interrupted the shopkeeper while he was helping a customer. He smiled indulgently and handed her the box, hoping she'd return for it. She thanked him and left the shop. Heading back to where she's left Marcus, Celeste lifted the blue box, able to smell the chocolate permeating the cardboard. "Thank goodness I didn't lose you, you sweet things," she said to the box. "Now let's get back to Marcus." Celeste had taken no more than 5 steps when she felt a cold hand cover her mouth, smothering any sound she tried to make. She was dragged away from the shop's entrance and into a dark alcove nearby. Her head was twisted painfully to the side as she struggled, attempting to free her body from her captor's hold. Celeste's thoughts centered around Marcus. If she were killed, he would be beside himself. She could why imagine the reactions of Arrow and Keys? No doubt they'd be furious. "Marcus, where are you? I need you." When she felt a sudden, excruciating pain in her neck, she closed her eyes, trying to will herself someplace else. The pain in her neck hurt like hell, but the searing heat that began to move through her body was far worse. Confusion filled her thoughts. Oh, God, no. Her captor was a vampire and he was changing her. It couldn't be. She didn't want this just yet, and when if ever she was ready, it was to have been Arrow, and not some stranger. This was wrong. She never even felt being thrown over her assailant's shoulder as she was taken away from the safety of her home in Volterra. Philippe and Regine Levine had come to Paris for a short getaway. Living in the country had its pleasant benefits, but at times, the pair wanted to enjoy the liveliness of the bustling capital. After the train ride into the city, they checked into a small boutique hotel and went to find a quiet restaurant for supper. Afterwards, they walked along the Seine, taking in the lights and enjoying the music wafting onto the streets from local clubs. Hand in hand, they enjoyed the night air and each other's company. Philippe stopped and turned to his wife, leaning in for a kiss. "Tu es si belle ce soir," Philip said, telling his wife how beautiful she was. He caressed her cheek, still soft and smooth after 16 years together. He encircled her with his arms, pulling her closer. "Solomon ce soir," Regine asked her husband, laughing. Teasing him with a kiss, she placed a hand on his chest, patting it. "I know I'm beautiful because I see it in your eyes when you look at me. I was a mere 19, and you were 21, handsome and caring, with an ambitious plan for our future. Then I've made you happy, my darling wife." Before she could reply, her hand was pulled out of his as the couple were forcibly separated from each other by someone or something unseen. Then both were dragged away into the night. Celeste awoke in Arrow's bed, but her mate was nowhere to be seen. A covered tray sat on the dresser, no doubt holding her breakfast. She jumped out of bed and headed for the bathroom to wash up. Then went to grab the tray, sitting on a sofa in the ante-room. The coffee was hot and the meal satisfying. She enjoyed it while wondering about the meeting Arrow had told her about before she fell asleep. He wasn't sure of the time, so Celeste decided she'd better be ready when called. After she finished her meal, she showered and dressed in a black pair of pants and a simple button-up shirt in fuchsia. She paced the floor, eager to be called so she could see what had been keeping Arrow, Marcus, and Keys so busy for so long. Hearing a light knock on the door, Celeste ran to get it, assuming Felix would be directing her to where she needed to be. She was shocked to see all three of her vampire mates standing at the door, smiles of varying degrees on their faces. "Arrow, Marcus, Keys, why are all of you here? I was actually expecting Felix to be my guide." Keys held out his hand to Celeste, his gentle grip cold yet inviting, his smile enough to warm her. "We're going to officially recognize your status today, my dear," Arrow stated. "We wish to make you feel welcome at the meeting," Celeste, Marcus, said, standing at her left as the foursome began walking down the corridor that eventually led to an intersection in the hall. Following alongside Keys, she took the left turn into the corridor right behind Arrow, who led the small group. Finally they came to a large room where Celeste saw pretty much the entire coven. A few faces were unfamiliar, and she realized she had never met them, probably because she had no reason to. Against one wall sat a large rectangular table with 4 chairs facing the floor. Keys led Celeste to the second chair in while Arrow sat to her right, Keys to her left, and Marcus beside Arrow at the other end. Celeste saw Felix and gave the tall guard a wave. He winked at her in turn, before taking his seat on one of the many wooden chairs set in perfect lines of 6 in front of the main table. None of the others gave her more than a brief glance. That is until Arrow called the meeting to order and formally welcomed Celeste as their mate and one who would soon sit beside them on the dais in both the throne room and the audience hall while they held court or judged the guilty at trials. Celeste heard low murmurs and wondered if they were favorable or grumblings at her presence. She saw some friendly faces and a few not so friendly, but as long as she was mate to the masters, she knew no one would dare hurt her. As she scanned the room, Celeste felt Arrow's hand clasp hers under the table. He must have sensed her anxiety and wanted to reassure her. As soon as Arrow's glare silenced the vampire guard, he continued. "We will now get this meeting underway. Dimitri, what new information do we have about the Romanians?" Dimitri stood and said, "There have been an additional 8 recently unexplainable disappearances in Europe. 2 in Germany, 1 in England, 2 in France, and 1 here in Italy." At that, Arrow's eyes glanced up at Dimitri, his head slowly following. "So close." "Yes, Master Arrow. I was also able to pick up a trace in Paris, 2 humans missing, and follow it as far as Austria before I lost them." "Austria is on the way to Romania," Marcus flatly stated. Celeste sensed the tension in the room. Something was going on that the Volturi did not like. She felt the air around Key's oddly heat up, and she placed her hand over his, squeezing it reassuringly as Arrow had done her. He gave her a brief smile before the frown returned to his flawless face. How do we know these disappearances are not ordinary kidnappings, runaways, or suicides? The blonde asked. We don't, but I listened in on police station conversations, later visiting the Paris office for the Directorate General for Internal Security. No matter what country, the authorities have no idea what is going on. With previous disappearances, this brings it to 38 over 7 countries, some locals, some tourists. No one has heard from them, and no ransom demands have been made. Thank you, Dmitri, Arrow said, dismissing the guard to take his seat once more. So things have gotten worse, but assuming their goal is to create at least 100 total, maybe more. We may anticipate additional disappearances as the days pass. Celeste's brow furrowed as she considered the ramifications of dozens of people being turned into vampires. She leaned to her mate. Arrow, these Romanians are not necessarily hiding their actions hard enough that Dmitri has been able to so easily track them. Is that significant? Yes, Kara, it's as if they mock us, daring us to act. We must not behave so rashly and fall into any traps they may set for us. If we fail to stop them and they are successful in their objectives, letting loose so large a number of newborns would be catastrophic for the world. Quote, if Arrow thought so, Celeste had to accept that it could be the end for humanity. She knew not everyone bitten would turn if too much blood was lost, but if the Romanians directed their growing coven to changing some while feeling free to feed off others, the growth of the vampire world could be exponential in number. The guard members began speaking over one another, offering suggestions as to how to proceed next. Checking her watch, Celeste saw it had been 5 hours since the meeting had started, and the Volturi were still discussing the Romanian threat. When her stomach began protesting not getting fed, Arrow, hearing the sounds, held up a hand to silence the room. Cara mia, why don't you go to the kitchen and have the chef prepare you a meal? I'm sorry this is taking longer than expected, but you understand the urgency. I do, Arrow, and thank you for allowing me to be here. He gave her a lingering kiss on the cheek and waited for her to rise from her chair and leave the room for the kitchen before going back to the issue at hand. As she headed down the main corridor, Celeste thought about the things that had been discussed. It was frightening to think about newborns spreading what some might call the disease that was vampirism. It would not take long for entire towns and eventually cities to fall to the horde of attackers. She wondered if a total takeover was the Romanians' plan, or had they some idea of imprisoning most of the population for food. Not a pleasant prospect, she decided. Reaching the kitchen, the chef greeted Celeste with a smile. Buon pomeriggio, cara signora, how are you today? While he talked, he prepared a plate for his friend. Everyone else had eaten and this would mean fewer leftovers for him to wrap up. Sto bene, ma stanca, capicuoco. I could use a nap. She sat at a table and waited for her plate to be ready, her chin resting on her hand. She stifled a yawn, thinking she'd better go to bed early tonight. The masters have you busy? No. He asked, completely aware that the Volturi were concerned about something, he just didn't know what. Celeste nodded and smiled when the plate was set in front of her. No. Yes. Very, she replied, her stomach reacting to the aroma hitting her nose. She hoped that once she ate, she'd feel more awake. Celeste wanted to be of help to her mates, but how was the question? The chef offered her a glass of wine, but that would just make her exacerbate her fatigue, so she refused. Digging in, she found the sliced and marinated beef tender, and the mashed potatoes buttery, with only a few lumps. The way she liked it. Meanwhile, things were heating up in the war room. Marcus, a man of few words, spoke up. Arrow, why not have Dmitri and Jane go to Romania, and see if they can find a potential stronghold where they might be creating newborns and hiding them? Arrow nodded, taking that idea and running with it. Yes, brother, excellent. A wonderful idea. Dmitri, Jane, you two will be a couple of tourists traveling through Eastern Europe. You will need to dress appropriately. Volturi black will not suit. And wear contacts or sunglasses at all times. Be wary of any eyes that seem to follow you. Can you do this? Of course, Master Arrow, Dmitri responded. Yes, master, Jane answered, a smile on her face. She longed for this opportunity to face Stefan and Vladimir. But as if he had heard her thoughts, Arrow interrupted them. I order you to be cautious. Only find necessary information. Do not confront anyone. The leader of the Volturi gazed at his trusted guards. We want you both to return home safely. Both vampires nodded and flashed from the room to their respective chambers to ready for the trip. Arrow turned to Marcus, giving him an approving nod. This was a beginning in any case. Once the guard had been dismissed by Arrow, Felix went to Dmitri to tell him they would be flying to Bucharest from Rome, and from there, they'd be traveling on foot as it was faster than driving. He would be delivering them to the Rome airport, where the Volturi private jet would be waiting. Watch for them, Dmitri, Felix warned his friend. Neither Stefan nor Vladimir can be trusted. We'll be fine, my friend. Too bad you couldn't come with us. Felix agreed. He had wanted to go, but would never gainsay the masters. They always made the decisions, and the guard merely obeyed. Celeste finished her meal and thanked the chef, before heading back to her room. She had just turned the corner into a side corridor when she felt a breeze whirl around her. Before she could brush her hair from her face, Keys had pressed Celeste up against the stone wall of an alcove with a set-in window. She turned her head, looking at the window and outside, distracted by some of the town's activity. Keys placed his forefinger on her chin, drawing her attention back to him. My darling, I'm over here. He gave her a quick kiss on her lips, then said, It has been a long time, more so for me. Scoffing, Celeste asked, And why more so for you? I've missed you as well, but I was not as important an asset to saving the vampire world. The human world as well, love. You know better than any human the horror an army of newborns could inflict on the people of this planet. Celeste let herself fall into Keys' arms, hugging him tightly. She briefly smiled and she felt his lips press against her temple. I know, and it scares me. She pulled back, her arms still around his cool hard body, and looked up into his red eyes, seeing the affection for her there, and something more. I'm sorry, Keys, I was listening, I really was. But I don't have the stamina you all do. I was hungry, she murmured, almost embarrassed. But I want to be of help somehow. Keys gave a low chuckle, then cupped her cheek. I know it's a lot to take in at once, Celeste, but now you understand why there have been other priorities of late. Yes, and I forgive you all. She was aware that things could get hairier. There would be an all-out vampire war in time. One that would put the entire coven, including herself, in danger. And if Arrow were right, and humans discovered something was going on out there, she wondered what they might do. Would the military itself get involved? Now I came to find you to distract you, and here we are, talking about a possibility as opposed to the inevitable. He brushed back a strand of hair that had fallen over her ear when he ran by her, then kissed her deeply. His lips moved down her cheek to her neck, giving Celeste goosebumps. Her arms held him, hands meeting at his back. Keys' hands moved down her back to linger over her buttocks, pressing her hips against his. She gasped when she felt his arousal pressing on her eagerly. Keys, already, she laughed against his chest. Keys gave her a mock-hurt look. Have I not shown you that of all of us, my libido is more demanding than the others? He moved back and ran his extended middle finger down her cheek, while whispering endearments in her ear. Celeste shivered at his touch. Keys always knew how to tease her into a physical frenzy. Marcus was rather straightforward in his lovemaking. Not that there was a thing bad in that. Keys, however, left her guessing, making her wonder if he would go and leave her unsatisfied or if he would ravish her into unconsciousness. She never feared he would hurt her because he had come to love her, so was free to be rough with her and she could respond. She gasped louder and tried to squirm away when she felt his hand move between them to press against her mound through her clothing. Keys, shish, let me do this for you, Keys whispered, his hand unzipping her black slacks and slipping inside them. I know you've missed this, my love. As I have missed you. Whether you believe me or not. Why should I not belie? Her breath hitched when his skillful fingers touched her in just the right spot, her hips instinctively moving into them without her guidance. God yes, Keys, I need this in you. She thought her knees might buckle due to what her mate was doing to her. Then she felt him using his own body to keep her propped up against the wall. Part them more, Celeste, he ordered. With his middle finger, he probed deeper within her, eliciting sounds of pleasure from the woman he loved. He smiled, asking her, "Do you like this, amore?" "Yes, Keys. Please don't stop what you're doing. You've already got me so close, it's been too long." She leaned back against the cold stone and closed her eyes, thrusting her hips into his hand, allowing him full access to her body. Keys kissed his mate, her cheeks flushed pink, exciting him more. His tongue ran over her lower lip, tasting her before moving to her throat, licking her warm salty skin. His teeth gently teasing her. He smiled when he saw her tilt her head to the side. He might believe she wouldn't say no if he began the change in her now. But he knew how Arrow would feel about that. Tasting blood, Keys realized he had scraped her tender flesh. He licked the tiny droplets that formed on her skin and wondered if Arrow or Marcus had tasted her in this way. All three of the vampires had to hold back with their mate. It would have been too easy to let go of the self-control that kept any of them from changing her at any time. Celeste felt her approaching orgasm and slipped her arms around Keys' neck to help support herself and keep her from collapsing to the floor. She kissed his right ear, trying to nibble the lobe. His thoughts returned to Celeste when her cries increased. He placed his free hand over her mouth, forcing her to swallow the sounds she was making. Even if every single vampire in the castle heard them, not one would speak of it. He felt her inner muscles spasm over his fingers, warm fluid coating his hand. She was wet enough, making it possible for him to take her completely had he wanted. But there would be time enough for that later. He knew she was tired after the long meeting. He pulled her slacks up, and zipped them for her while she held onto him. He smirked at how easily he had left her weak-kneed. Keys adored his human. For a moment, he wished it was just the two of them. No Arrow or Marcus, then he pushed that thought from his mind. Sensing her fatigue even as her breathing calmed, Keys slid his arms beneath her and carried her to her room. He lay her on the bed, a grin on his face. Sitting beside her, he caressed her forehead with his fingertips until he saw her eyes close and her breathing even out. Keys rose from the bed, and leaned over her to kiss her forehead. "Rest well, cor mio. We will spend more time together in future. I promise." When he saw a smiling Celeste turn on her side, her hands tucked beneath her chin, Cos left the room, closing the door silently behind him. He grinned, shaking his head. "My little human," he said to himself. He headed for the throne room, having important strategy to discuss with Arrow. He also wanted to let him know, if he had not heard, that Celeste might be thinking less about leaving them. While Keys had Celeste pressed up against one stone wall, another woman found herself imprisoned within strong arms and held against a stone wall in another country. Unlike Keys' worship of his mate, this woman was being assaulted, her neck mauled by sharp teeth. She screamed, praying someone might hear her, but it was dark, and few people were out on the streets. If only the party she had attended had not broken up so late. When she rounded the corner to enter the street on which her home was located, the woman felt someone grab her from behind. The pain was becoming excruciating now, but a cold hand over her mouth stopped her cries for help. Would the agony never end? The teeth finally moved away from her neck, and she was unceremoniously flung over someone's shoulder, the night air a sudden whirlwind around her before she passed out. Marcus was worried about Celeste. They had not spoken in days, and while he knew both Arrow and Keys had been with her not long ago, he had not. He found himself eager to know how she was and whether his brothers were able to convince her not to give up on them just yet. She did seem interested in the potential conflict with the Romanians, but would it be enough to bind her to them so that she would feel compelled to remain here in Volterra, loyal to the three of them as well as the rest of the coven? Would she agree to stay where she was loved, or request to leave the coven, something Arrow would most likely not allow? Deep in thought, Marcus inhaled sharply, despite his lack of need for air. He feared Arrow's anger at Celeste for even hinting at wanting to part from him and his brothers, her sworn mates. But Marcus promised himself he would protect her no matter what might come, even if it meant defying Arrow's orders. Marcus wanted to find her though, and as soon as possible. Eventually, he Me across Celeste sitting in the gazebo when he decided to head outside to the garden. He knew it was one of her favorite places to sit and contemplate. Sometimes she'd walk among his roses and bend to smell those he'd bred to have the strongest fragrance. It pleased Marcus to explain the technique he used to create roses with just the perfect scent. He saw Celeste sitting at one end of the rounded bench, leaning her head against the support pillar. He was about to take the 3 steps up to join her when he noticed her eyes closed and a single tear sliding down one cheek. It was obvious she had been crying for a while. The tall vampire was at her side in a flash. Celeste was still feeling conflicted between wanting to help her mates and desperately needing a break from them. While listening to the discussion at the meeting, she knew she would be useless to Arrow and the others in her current state. Being mortal would be a liability in any confrontation. She could insist on being changed sooner than later. But she was still so unsure about the process. According to what Arrow had told her, she would be completely changed within 3 days. But they'd warned her of the lack of control she'd experience. The bloodlust would be very strong at first, stronger than any hunger she'd ever felt or would feel. It would dominate her very existence for nearly a year, if all went well. If not, unsure how to handle her feelings, Celeste remembered how much her mates had done for her. They all expressed their emotions differently, enabling her to see each man as a reflection of her own personality. Arrow appealed to her mind, the inquisitive side of her persona. He knew so much, causing her to admire the intellect of the long-lived vampire. They could talk about any topic, their discussions inevitably turning into debates. His memories of historical events, and his opinions of said events, kept her rapt with interest for hours. Keys appealed to her more emotional side, the easy anger her friends said was something they had learned to avoid. Her temper could be as volatile as Keys, if not shown as much publicly. Where Cause would say what was on his mind without filtering his thoughts first. Celeste could still manage to think first, speak second. Now Marcus appealed more to her contemplative side. She could sit for hours reading a book she loved, or enjoy lying on a lounger in the not-too-hot sun. An iced tea in her hand. The sounds of bird song or thunder had always been a balm for her soul. She felt a certain serenity when she was with Marcus she didn't feel with the others. Celeste also knew there was nothing the 3 men wouldn't do for her. How could she just leave them? She groaned quietly, the fear and frustrations inside her mind clashing with her love for the 3 Volturi masters. Squeezing her left hand into a tight fist, she didn't hear Marcus's approach until he sat beside her. "Celeste, why are you here all alone?" Marcus reached over to place his hand on hers. He noticed her skin was cooler than normal, and that worried him. Marcus's keen eyes noticed the small wound on her neck that was nearly healed. "Who did this to you?" he asked, as he lightly brushed his fingertips over the spot. Opening her eyes, she replied, too embarrassed to look at him. "It was Keys. He was trying to please me and got carried away. It's not a big deal, Marcus." Arrow AC. Sidentali bit my lip while kissing me once. Things happen. Do you think these were accidents? A frown appeared on his face, while shaking his head ever so slightly. Why do you let them get away with it? Celeste loosened her fingers and took hold of Marcus's hand, playing with his long slender fingers. It's because I love them, as I love you. She looked up into her mate's crimson eyes. They won't change me yet. And with what's going on out in the real world, that may be low on the priority list. Don't you think? She asked, looking up at him with a tilt of her head. Marcus wondered if this was good or bad news to Celeste. I want to be of help to the coven, but as I am, there's little I can do. More likely, I'd just get myself killed. I can speak to Arrow if you wish, Marcus offered. Let him know waiting is not something you want. There should be no reason to wait unless Arrow's plans mean an immediate attack on the Romanians. At the moment, we don't even know where their stronghold is. Marcus, is it something I want? Celeste turned her head to peer up at her mate. She leaned into him and closed her eyes when she felt his arm move to embrace her shoulders. So she was unsure, more so than he had feared. Marcus held his human mate a bit tighter, trying to be reassuring. Then I will say nothing for now. Instead, is there something I can do for you to make you happy? Seeing you this way breaks my unbeating heart. Celeste smiled at those words. All 3 of her mates needed no beating hearts to love her as they did. It was an odd truth, but truth just the same. Shifting on the marble bench, she looked at him, one hand reaching up to cup his cheek. She drew him down and placed her warm lips against his cool ones, until she felt him respond, both arms moving around her, drawing her closer. When she pulled back, breathless, Celeste exhaled and laughed lightly. Are you trying to distract me from an afternoon outing? Come on, Marcus, let's go into the village and do some shopping. I could use a nice juicy steak and maybe a split of red wine. And I want some of those chocolates I had before too. If I'm to become a vampire, I'm entitled to a farewell box. Marcus was so pleased to see her suddenly perk up, he decided to deny her nothing. As you wish, my love. Buy as many as your stomach can hold. Anything else you want, merely tell me and it's yours. Good. Let me dress in some comfortable slacks and a cooler top, and we can leave. Celeste stood, holding her hand out to him. Looking up at her vampire mate, she smiled when he took it and stood to face her. Stepping closer, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Pulling his head down to her, she kissed him long and deep. Her eyes sparkled with desire, looking into the darkening crimson orbs of Marcus. I'll make it worth your time. I promise. I look forward to that, my love, Marcus said, his voice low. His imagination was already in bed with Celeste, his body taking her fiercely when she opened to him. Her eyes expressed the unspoken promise which Marcus clearly read. He brought her hand to his lips, kissing the inside of her wrist as he smiled back at her. I will hold you to that, Celeste. They walked up the back steps that led inside the rear of the castle. Walking down the corridor, they stopped in front of Celeste's room. She opened the door and went inside. Give me 15 minutes. I'll meet you out back by the gate. Don't be late. Me? When am I ever late? It's you who are always. Marcus began to protest. Celeste laughed and shut the door before he finished his protestations. Shaking his head and smiling, Marcus returned to his own chambers and dressed in something more casual. Hopefully, this small trip into town would distract Celeste from whatever feelings had caused her melancholy. Managing a human could be very difficult, and for that matter, it had been an eternity since he'd had to handle a female. So far, it had been worth every moment. He loved her as much as he had loved Didymus. Nothing would change that. Marcus stood at the rear gate, waving when he saw Celeste exit the back door. She bounced down the stairs, looking as if she had not a care in the world. And he would make sure she did not. He held out his hand to her as she walked over to him, her eyes lit up with happiness. When Celeste saw Marcus looking so casual and nothing like a Volturi master, she grinned at him. He'd chosen black slacks with a simple button-up white shirt, open at the neck and sleeves rolled up to the elbow, with his long hair back into a low ponytail. Oh, yes, he is sexy, she thought. She slipped her arm through his, and gazed up at him, love showing in her eyes. His own were now a dark chocolate brown, the vampire red covered by contacts. They wouldn't last forever under the assault of the venom within Marcus's eyes, but it would be safe to be with humans long enough for them to enjoy the afternoon. Marcus noticed the look she gave him and patted her hand. His own emotions were, at times, stronger than he had ever anticipated after meeting Celeste. When he'd lost Didymus, he knew he'd never feel such love for anyone ever again. He was happy to be wrong. Come, my dear, let us walk there since I see you've chosen your more comfortable walking shoes. It were these private moments he spent with Celeste that gave him the feeling of normalcy in the human world. He was not a vampire and she was not a human. They were simply a man and woman, in love, spending time together. Yep, and these jeans are the best. So stretchy. So was there any place you wanted to go? Or is this all for me alone? She loved feeling his cool hand in hers as they walked down the street toward the village. Already she could hear music, and the voices of tourists and locals alike as they perused wares in stalls and ordered meals at the alfresco cafes scattered around. Would she still be allowed to do this once she had no? Don't think about that right now, she told herself. Have fun now. The future was best saved for tomorrow. The crowd magically seemed to part for the tall man and the woman with him as Marcus and Celeste headed toward the infamous chocolatier she so loved. They looked into the window to see a short line waiting at the counter, and entered prepared to wait. It was a small inconvenience, Celeste thought, to get the best chocolates in all Italy. Once inside, The pair waited along with other customers. Marcus felt satisfaction when Celeste weaved her arm in his, while examining the chocolate candies lying behind the glass partition. When it was their turn, one of the employees came over and grinned. Benvenuta, Signora. Come posso aiutarti oggi. Peering through the protective glass, Celeste pointed at the pretty confections, saying, I want that one and that one. And one of those I want them all. Uno di ciascuno, per favor. Si certo. The man picked up a blue box and began to add the candies while Celeste waited with anticipation. He looked up at Marcus as if to question the person obviously paying. Marcus gave him a shrug, but then nodded in approval. Turning to question her escort, Celeste asked, Marcus, are you sure? They're not cheap. As many as your stomach can hold, amore, Marcus reminded her. The man finished adding the last few chocolates to the box, then tied it with a white ribbon and handed it to Celeste. Grazie, she said, taking the box from him with a grin. He then accepted the extended euros from Marcus, thanking them before moving on to his next customer. After the pair left the shop, Celeste walked at Marcus's side. Her free hand in his, as they headed to the restaurant Celeste had suggested. The smile on her face felt genuine, the worry absent at last. Marcus felt more relaxed knowing she was enjoying their outing. Wouldn't you know he'd tie it closed, Marcus? Less temptation, I guess. We can sit on the edge here while you open it and eat a few, he suggested, seeing they had reached a small fountain. Water spraying up into the air before splashing down into the pool. No, I can wait. Let's eat lunch first if it's all right. Anyway, it will teach me some self-control. When she felt his arm move around her shoulders, she snuggled closer. About some things, anyway. Marcus gave a light laugh. He began to think there was something in their relationship he felt he did not have with either Arrow or Keys. For them, it was the sexual unity with Celeste that appealed to them the most, Keys especially. Arrow was the more intellectual of the three, and he delighted in sharing what he knew with their mate. History, literature, all of his knowledge of the ages. Keys' temperament could be volatile. Sometimes he would lose control of that temper, but with Celeste, it was expressed as a strong passion. Marcus knew his brother would never harm Celeste intentionally. Where he was concerned, Marcus felt a bond of similarity between himself and Celeste. It was physical, of course, but emotional as well. Intellect was less an ingredient in their connection. Their unions were always pleasurable, with Marcus willing to do anything to satisfy Celeste. He also refrained from questioning her about the methods of his two brothers. His only point of contention was when he saw marks on Celeste's body left by Arrow and Keys. He preferred not to scar her in any way. Still, perhaps she would appreciate it if he roughened up his technique more, without actually hurting her. Hello there, are you with me? Waving her hand in front of Marcus's face, she laughed. What were you thinking about? Nothing you need worry about, my dear, Marcus replied, knowing he'd be blushing if he were capable. The changes this mortal had brought about surprised even him. Marcus was completely enthralled by his mate. Well, we're here in any case. Come on, there's an empty table over there. She dragged Marcus to the small table for two that sat on the outdoor patio near a tree that shaded the area. Ever the gentleman, Marcus pulled out the seat for Celeste, then sat on the chair opposite her. A waiter stopped by their table and handed them both menus. Buon pomeriggio. How may I help you today? The waiter asked in English, excited on hearing Marcus and Celeste talking among themselves. He wanted to show off his knowledge of the language. Celeste knew what she wanted, so went ahead and ordered. Buon pomeriggio. I want to start off with a split of red table wine and a salad. Then a steak, medium rare, with a side of fettuccine. Si, signora. E per lei, signor? He asked, turning to Marcus. Niente per me, grazie. Marcus took hold of Celeste's hand, basically dismissing the waiter, who took the hint and left. Celeste reached out to clasp Marcus's hand. Thank you for today, Marcus. I don't know what's wrong with me. I shouldn't need all this attention from you. Marcus understood her feelings. At times in the past, he'd felt the same, his lack of emotional involvement with coven business irritating Arrow to no end. After a while, both brothers stopped trying to draw him into their affairs, leaving it up to Marcus to choose to participate. While they talked, Celeste ate her food with gusto, making Marcus laugh with amusement. She swallowed her mouthful of pasta before asking, "Is it all right if we go to that perfume shop we'd visited a while back? There is a new scent there I want to buy. I'm almost out of my current bottle of cologne. Of course, inamorata. If I like it, will you wear it tonight?" Celeste gave Marcus a flirtatious smile. "And only that?" she asked, tilting her head. She loved teasing these vampire lovers of hers. It had been a while since they'd had relations of any kind with a woman. They may have been aged and wise, but experienced with modern females, no. Marcus's smile grew, but the waiter interrupted his thoughts, telling him the cost for Celeste's meal. He handed him the necessary euros along with a sizable tip, then stood, assisting Celeste when she was ready to leave. They walked down the main road, then took a side alley until they came to the door of the perfumery, large letters etched on the front window, saying Emiliano's Profumeria. Once inside, Celeste set the box of candies on a counter, and asked a female shopkeeper about the new perfume she'd heard about on TV. Una notte di passione, one night of passion. Marcus raised a brow at her when he saw the name, then he lifted the open sampler to his nose. He may have been an expert on the scent of a living rose, but he had no idea about perfume notes. Dabbing a bit of the fragrant fluid on her wrists and behind her ears, Celeste whispered, "I adore it." She sniffed one wrist again, then held it up to Marcus's nose. The warmth of her skin gave the perfume a more delicate scent than when in the bottle. He gave his mate a smile and nodded silently. Once the purchase was completed, the two left the shop and began the trek back to the castle. Celeste suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Marcus, my candy. I left the box at the perfume shop. Stay right here, I'll just go back and grab it." She handed Marcus the bag holding her perfume purchase, when she felt his grasp. Taking her arm, Marcus pulled her close. "I'll get it for you. I can move faster. Here, where everyone can see. No, just wait here. I'll be right back." Celeste pulled her arm from Marcus's grasp and ran back to the perfumery. Celeste entered the store and interrupted the shopkeeper while he was helping a customer. He smiled indulgently and handed her the box, hoping she'd return for it. She thanked him and left the shop. Heading back to where she's left Marcus, Celeste lifted the blue box, able to smell the chocolate permeating the cardboard. "Thank goodness I didn't lose you, you sweet things," she said to the box. "Now let's get back to Marcus." Celeste had taken no more than 5 steps when she felt a cold hand cover her mouth, smothering any sound she tried to make. She was dragged away from the shop's entrance and into a dark alcove nearby. Her head was twisted painfully to the side as she struggled, attempting to free her body from her captor's hold. Celeste's thoughts centered around Marcus. If she were killed, he would be beside himself. She could only imagine the reactions of Arrow and Keys. No doubt they'd be furious. "Marcus, where are you? I need you." When she felt a sudden, excruciating pain in her neck, she closed her eyes, trying to will herself someplace else. The pain in her neck hurt like hell, but the searing heat that began to move through her body was far worse. Confusion filled her thoughts. Oh, God, no. Her captor was a vampire and he was changing her. It couldn't be. She didn't want this just yet, and when if ever she was ready, it was to have been Arrow, and not some stranger. This was wrong. She never even felt being thrown over her assailant's shoulder as she was taken away from the safety of her home in Volterra. Marcus waited for Celeste to return, pacing a few steps back and forth. He wasn't really worried, knowing Volterra was a relatively safe city, that is, until he heard muffled sounds. He stopped pacing and scanned the darkness. Deciding to follow in the direction Celeste had taken back to the perfume shop, Marcus turned a corner and saw the familiar candy box lying on the ground. The package holding her perfume lay not far away. Bending down, he picked them up and looked around. Not seeing his mate anywhere, he entered the shop and interrupted the shopkeeper who was assisting a customer. "Mi scusi, did you see the woman who came back to pick up this box?" Marcus asked quietly. The shopkeeper explained she had been there, and he had given her the package, but didn't pay her any further attention, having gone back to helping his customer. All he knew was she had left the shop with the box. Marcus left the store and stood out front, his sensitive ears listening for any sound of her voice. It was then he Eld the familiar scent of blood in the air. Celeste's blood. There was nothing on the ground, but to Marcus, the scent hung in the air as heavily as smoke from a dry grass fire. He felt some momenta. Wry relief there were no traces of a fatal attack, such as smears of blood on the concrete. And he still felt her through the threads that bound them together as mates. His relief was short-lived, remembering she was missing. Had she been taken by force, and if so, by whom? Marcus was not looking forward to telling Arrow and Keyes about her disappearance. They would not be happy with him for letting their mate out of his sight to begin with. He ran back to the castle faster than the human eye could follow. On arrival, he encountered Dimitri and Felix. He asked them if either had seen Celeste, but both shook their heads. No, Master Marcus, we haven't seen her of late. Wasn't she out with you? Without giving them an answer, Marcus flashed to the throne room to find Arrow and Keyes deep in conversation. Both stopped talking and turned to the imposing vampire. Marcus, back so soon? I expected you and Celeste to be out until well past sundown, Arrow said, mildly surprised to see Marcus without Celeste at his side. Perhaps she had gone straight to her room with the many purchases she had undoubtedly sweet-talked Marcus out of. His dour expression, however, did not go unnoticed by Arrow. What is it, brother? Although reluctant to give him the bad news without some preamble, Marcus decided he must accept whatever anger Arrow might express. After all, Marcus had failed their mate. Something has happened, Arrow. Celeste has disappeared. The man entered the old fortress through a hidden entrance, the woman he'd found in Italy draped over his shoulder. She had remained unconscious part of the way, then began screaming in pain as the venom moved through her body. Her abductor stopped to bind her mouth, then took a less populated route through the countryside of Serbia on his way to Romania. He was eager to get back to the vampire stronghold as soon as possible, sure Vladimir and Stefan would be pleased at their latest acquisition. The woman was young, healthy, and would most likely be pliable to their orders. Entering the reception room their prisoners were brought for inspection, he saw both of the coven leaders bent low over a wooden table covered with a map. I've brought another woman, Stefan. She is young and healthy, and already in the throes of the change, as you can see. Ignoring her cries, Vladimir grabbed Celeste's hair, lifting her head off the man's back, and peered closely at her. Where did you find this one? In Volterra. She was ripe for the picking. There wasn't even a struggle, he boasted proudly. Stefan glared at the man, his red eyes darkening in anger. You fool, we instructed everyone to stay away from the city of the Volturi. I do not fear the Volturi, the man sneered, uncaring if his master was angry with him. Then you're an even greater fool than I imagined. You are not to leave the castle again, Stefan ordered. But I'm your best hunter, the vampire objected. Vladimir was a bit calmer than his brother in blood. He stared at the young vampire. Himself changed only 2 years ago, and added, and the most disobedient. Edmund, if you cannot obey orders, you become a threat to our plans, and we have no use for you. Put her in the room with the others until her transition is complete. Her screaming is giving me a headache. He made a show of placing his fingers on his right temple before turning back to the map on the table. By now, Stefan had had enough of this arrogant cretin. When you're done, check to see if any of the others have completed the change. If you find any who have, take them to the feeding room. We have E6 more humans waiting there for that purpose. Go, you idiot, before I have your head removed. Stefan swept the map and other objects off the table, furious. La Niba. Vladimir shook his head and picked up the map, placing it back on the table. Brother, we need him and all the others. We're short of our goal as it is, and he is our best hunter. Once the Volturi have been eliminated, Edmund shall be eliminated as well. Stefan gave the pale, white-haired vampire a wry smile and returned to perusing the map. Unaware of the passage of time, Celeste awoke 3 days later to the sounds of screaming echoing in her ears. The room was dark, but in spite of that, she was able to see the stone walls and floors. It appeared much like the throne room back home. Medieval was the word that came to mind. Looking around the room, she observed plain mats on the floor, with people lying on them in varying degrees of consciousness. Those screaming were going through the change, that she knew. Uchi was also conscious of the fact she could not reveal her knowledge about vampires to anyone here. If they found out she was aware of their existence, she would be questioned. No one here could know she was aligned with the Volturi, let alone mate to the 3 coven leaders. She decided to go along with whatever these people planned to do with her, all the while observing their doings, seeking useful information such as their location and how many vampires were here. If she could escape and get back to Volterra, Arrow and the others could use that information to attack the Romanians. She stood and looked around the room. There was literally nothing else in it. Just the mats where the emerging vampires lay. She checked herself out, holding a hand in front of face. The skin was pale with not even a freckle to mar its perfection. Was this what it was like? She wished she had a mirror. Celeste had an idea. She prepared to do what she had seen Felix and the others do so easily. Walking to the far wall, she turned and ran toward the other side of the room. Before she could stop herself, she hit the wall with a sound that made her realize she was no longer a soft flesh human. Bits of stone rained to the floor, causing Celeste to laugh. I'll have to learn to gauge my run better until I can control my speed. Realizing that testing her newborn powers would alert the man who had CTED her about her knowledge of vampires, she stopped testing her speed runs. Play stupid, girl. Celeste returned to her mat and sat down to wait. She was sure someone would come soon to check on her. What would Arrow say when he found out she was a vampire too? He had anticipated bringing her from the mortal world into his world, satisfied when she had made the request of him, and not Marcus or Keys. With the impending war against the Romanians, he had been distracted, barely mentioning her change. It had given her time, though, to reconsider the decision to turn her back on her humanity forever. Since then, Celeste had decided she wanted to remain with the Volturi. It was her destiny, at least she thought it was. That was her personal reason for wanting to get back to Volterra. To help the Coven was the other, more practical reason. Oh, Arrow, Celeste groaned. She missed him so much. And poor Marcus, what he must be feeling about her abduction. She hoped he did not feel responsible. He had to know it was not his fault. Some gifted vampires might be able to see the future, but Marcus had no such power. The only thing he could do was reassure the others she was still alive. Celeste shed he and the others were here to help her. She wasn't truly afraid, as she imagined those less familiar with their condition might be, but she was still on alert mentally. Perhaps Arrow would send Dimitri to track her, in which case she only had to wait patiently. Watch and listen, those were her orders to herself. When a man entered through the door, interrupting her thoughts, he took Celeste by the wrist and dragged her out of the room and down the hall. He brought her to a smaller room devoid of much furnishings. There was a table and chair, plus a bookcase sitting against one wall, a few dusty volumes lying on its shelves. There was a window on one wall, too high to look out, and an old mirror hanging beneath it. Pretending to only just now notice his appearance, Celeste gave her best performance. Acting shocked at what she saw. "Who are you, and why are your eyes red?" she asked haltingly, as if she were afraid. As if he didn't care about her reaction, he replied, "I'm your sire, Edmund, and you and I, are vampires." Celeste laughed nervously, saying, "You're joking, right? You're just wearing red contacts." He pushed her to stand in front of the old mirror, and grabbing her by the chin, forced her to look into the cracked glass. "Are you?" he asked. She stared at her reflection, crimson eyes staring back at her. With the mirror, she could better see the effects of her transformation. Her hair seemed fuller, her now flawless skin had lost its tan. Even the tiny scar she had on her left cheek from accidentally poking herself with a pair of tweezers was gone. Yes, it had been barely noticeable before, but now, it was no longer there at all. Becoming a vampire is better than getting a facelift, she mused aloud. Why can I see my reflection? I thought vampires had no reflections. Turning to her abductor, she said, "I don't believe any of this, but I want to know where I am anyway," hoping he would reveal something useful. "Does it matter?" Edmund asked, already bored. He had expected screaming and running, but this one had adapted faster than most. Perhaps she would be the jewel in his recent finds, enough so that Stefan and Vladimir would reward him. "Yes, it matters. You kidnapped me, When she received only a chuckle in response to her accusation, she felt mild fury. How she wished she could use her mates to threaten this boor, but no one here must know about her connection to them. Tell me where I am so I can tell Arrow where to come for you, she thought to herself. Very well, you're in Timis, Romania, near the Serbian border. What else do you want to know? He asked, not without some derision in his voice. Celeste peered at the vampire and asked point blank, not really expecting an answer, why am I here? What do you mean, Celeste is missing? Keyes demanded. Marcus, is this some sort of bad jest? Arrow asked, talking over Keyes' own question. Stop talking, both of you. Celeste, she's still alive, I can feel her connection with me. But, Marcus began, feeling frustration at the situation he found himself in. Where is she then? Arrow asked dispassionately. I found a book I thought she might be interested in reading. Marcus to convince his brothers that this was no jest, and that it was more dire than her just being late to supper. Arrow, Celeste is gone. Kaz stepped closer to Marcus, his eyes darkening to crimson. What do you mean, gone? We had been shopping. She wanted to get those chocolates she loves so much, knowing they would be inedible to her once she went through the change. What has this to do with her being gone? Arrow asked calmly, hiding his growing feeling of dread. Marcus knew his brothers were going to be furious with him, but there was nothing any of them could discuss until all information was revealed. We were heading here when Celeste realized she had left the chocolates in the perfumery. I offered to go back to get the box, but she said she'd be only a moment, and ran off. Why did you not insist on going for her? Marcus, Keyes demanded, now pacing the stone floor. Arrow waved his hand to silence the infuriated vampire. Brother, you know how stubborn Celeste can be. Now Marcus, did you look for her? Of course I did, Arrow. I asked the shopkeeper if she had gone back there, and he said he remembered her. She had left behind a box, which he said he had given her. When I asked if he had seen which way she'd gone, he said he was too busy with his current customer to notice what she had done once she'd left the shop. Marcus felt Keyes glare on him. This was his fault, no one else's. To lose their mate when she was still a vulnerable human was unforgivable. I heard what might have been a scuffle, and I did perceive the scent of her blood. Arrow's frown deepened now. Was she? Marcus knew to what Arrow was referring and shook his head. No, it was fresh blood. By the gods, what if she's been hurt or even killed, and your feeling is wrong? Marcus, how could you? Keyes was beside himself with indignation. If she were dead, I would know it. She's still alive, Keyes. Marcus's expression betrayed his utter disgust with himself. So what should we do first? We go find her, Keyes uttered angrily. There has to be some trace of her telling us where she was taken. Just at that moment, Felix and Dmitri, on hearing the raised voices of the masters, entered the throne room through the heavy wooden doors. Is something wrong, Master Arrow? Have either of you seen Celeste? Arrow asked Felix, unaware Marcus had asked the two guards that question already. Felix shook his head. Neither of us has seen her recently, Master. I already spoke with them, Arrow. It's not as if she were playing hide and seek. She's not here, Marcus said, feeling guilty. Arrow, let's find her, before it's too late. Keyes suggested, ready to go anywhere she might be. He was eager, in fact. The longer they waited, the more likely the danger to Celeste would increase. Let me think, damn it, Arrow shouted, turning to the two guards who stood by. Still waiting in the throne room, Arrow ordered Dmitri to take Felix and Jane with him back to the perfumery. You're the best tracker in the world, Dmitri. Find Celeste's tenor and follow her trail. When you find her, bring her home, no matter whom you must kill. Just be sure to hide the evidence well, if her abductors are human. Arrow had grown to appreciate modern technology. Cell phones were an asset to him when the guard were out on assignments. Keep in contact when you're able. All three vampires replied in unison, yes, Master Arrow. They flashed from the throne room, leaving the three coven leaders alone. I'm going to my chambers. No one bother me, Arrow said quietly. Before either Marcus or Keyes could object, Arrow was gone, leaving behind a light breeze in his wake. Arrow returned to his chambers alone to brood. How could Marcus have let this happen? In truth, it was not wholly his fault. Celeste could be stubborn when she felt in the mood. He ran his fingertips over the polished wood of the Louis XIV half-height cabinet that sat in the ante-room. His mind was on Celeste, remembering the sparkle in her eyes and the smile on her face whenever she looked at him. She loved him, that much he knew. If only he could have kept her to himself, but fate had decided otherwise. Still, sharing her with his brothers was not the worst thing. The leader of the coven felt determined to change his mate as soon as she returned to them. There was no point in further delay. As long as she was human, she was in danger from many sources. The longer Arrow dwelled on her absence, the hotter his fury became. Reaching out an arm, he swept a Grecian urn that sat on the curio cabinet to the floor, watching dispassionately as it shattered into pieces. Just then, Keyes entered the room, not bothering to knock when he heard the sound of breaking crockery. "Arrow, that urn was over 3,000 years old." "I don't care," he lied, running a hand over his mouth, disgusted he had let his uncontrolled temper destroy such a priceless piece of Greek history. Keyes bent to pick up the pieces, and tossed them in the trash bin sitting next to Arrow's desk. "I was thinking, what if Celeste was taken by the Romanians? If they know her identity, holding her would be an implied threat to us should we decide to go after them. This could be their way of declaring war on us. Keyes, how can we go after them, when we don't know where they are? Besides, they would not dare to do harm to someone so important. I would feel compelled to show them no mercy. None at all, if they have harmed her." He was about to slam his fist down on the desk, but not before Keyes caught it midair. "Brother, your temper. What will you do? Destroy everything in your rooms? There is a better way." Arrow tilted his head at Keyes. "Yes, you know me well, Arrow. I am the least patient person in this castle, but I say wait for Dimitri to get back to us. Once we know where Celeste is, we will take it from there, and do what we do best." His crimson eyes gleamed hard and determined as sunlight streamed through the window. "Very well, Keyes," Arrow said, with a hint of cruelty in his tone even Celeste would not recognize. "We will do what we do best. And nothing in the Romanian stronghold will remain standing." While Arrow and Keyes were discussing the Romanians, Marcus had gone to Celeste's room. He walked to her desk and placed the box of chocolates on it, his hands resting lightly on top. "The perfume bottle," he set on the counter in the bathroom as if nothing was amiss. He wanted her to see her purchases in her room, waiting for her return. When she returned, Celeste continued to pretend knowing nothing about being a real vampire. "So how come I don't have fangs?" she asked the vampire Edmund, pushing her thumb against her right canine tooth. "Fangs are not needed," he answered impatiently. "Our teeth are as sharp as a blade. You will see for yourself. When you feed the first time." Celeste heard Edmund's words. "Feed," he had said. A shiver ran through her. With a casual flip of her hand, she said, "Oh good. They never get the holes in the necks right anyway." He gave her a confused look. "What are you talking about?" "The holes in the neck." She pointed with her fore and middle fingers, pushing them against the side of her neck. After a vampire attack in the movies, they're never in the right place or the right distance apart. She huffed. "Oh, never mind. Are you hungry yet? As a newborn, you should be feeling ravenous." Celeste wished this was Arrow here, since as her sire, he would be telling her all she needed to know about her new existence. Hungry, as in blood. The idea did not sit well with her, but just thinking about it was beginning to have an effect on her. She unconsciously ran her tongue over her bottom lip. "And if I am, come with me," Edmund said, taking her by the arm. He led her from the room and down a corridor until they reached another door. Opening the door, Edmund pushed Celeste into the room and closed the door behind him when he left her there. Celeste was surprised, but when he heard the faint sound of labored breathing, she turned to see a man in the room with her. She could smell the fear he exuded. How did he know his fate, unless Edmund had told him for kicks and giggles? "I refuse to kill this man," Celeste thought, but her body told her otherwise, and before the man could take a step back, Celeste was on him. She yanked his head to the left and bit his neck hard. Her razor-sharp teeth cut into his flesh as if it were proverbial butter. The man cried out, but was ignored by his attacker. Blood gushed into her mouth, the hot coppery fluid tasting like ambrosia. Soon, The sounds of both his moans and his heartbeat ceased, and the man went limp in her arms. Celeste still held him tightly, his dead weight inconsequential to her newborn strength. When there was no more blood coming from the wound to swallow, she let him fall to the stone floor with a soft thud. Celeste looked down at the man who was now dead, killed by her. She felt instant remorse, but because of her experiences with the Volturi, she knew this would have been her life anyway. She squatted beside the dead man, touched his shoulder, and whispered, "I'm so sorry, I really am." The Volturi had been right. She felt like crying, but no tears came. Wiping her mouth, she noticed blood had dripped onto the front of her clothing. "Damn, now I need fresh clothes," she called out. "Edmund, I'm done." Her sire came into the room, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. "That was fast. I need clothes, Edmund. Now please." Looking over her bloodied clothing with a hungry leer, he laughed and said, "Follow me then." Celeste was taken to a bathroom, dated but functional. She found a new set of clothes, along with a towel, washcloth, and soap. Once he had left her alone, she proceeded to wash up in the porcelain tub. Then dried off and dressed. The clothes Edmund had found for her were only a bit too large, so were workable. She saw no hairbrush, and had to run her fingers through her damp hair, trying to air dry it. This was primitive living, and she hated it. Even though the castle she called home was old, Arrow had seen to some modern conveniences being added over the years, primarily for their human guests among the city's governing agents. He also made sure she had everything she needed to live comfortably as a human among vampires. As if knowing she was finished, Edmund opened the door and told her to hurry. He and Celeste were going to meet their masters. Celeste followed the vampire, her eyes scanning the corridor as they went. She wanted to keep track of the way to this room her sire had mentioned. It might be important to know the way. On reaching the room where Stefan and Vladimir had just finished looking over the map where they were completing their plans, Edmund led Celeste inside. They waited until the two Romanians noticed them. Stefan turned and flashed over to Celeste, offering her his hand. He bent over it, placing a kiss on her wrist. "Welcome, welcome. Edmund tells us you have shown remarkable adaptability." He glanced at the young vampire. "Go, Edmund, continue your hunting, but do not go near Volterra. If we find you have disobeyed." Edmund had to appease Stefan and Vladimir. They could be less than forgiving at times. Still, Celeste was his creation after all, so he was curious as to how the coven leaders would receive her. On seeing Stefan dismiss him with a wave of his hand, he reluctantly left, saying, "I'm sorry, master. I won't, I swear." With that, he flashed out of the room and was gone before Celeste could say anything. Vladimir walked around the new addition to their coven. "How was your first meal, my dear?" Celeste hid a cringe. "My dear," was what Arrow called her. It was interesting. She decided to fake ignorance once more. Disgusting too. She noticed both men had eyes that were a pale red in color. Stefan laughed. "You will get used to it eventually," he said in a heavy accent. He walked around Celeste slowly, sensing something in her. Something that might prove useful to them. She felt different. Celeste wanted information. It seemed she was going to have to demand it. "Why did that man turn me into a vampire anyway? I assumed all my life that there were no such creatures, except on TV and in films. Now look at what he's done to me." She held out her arms wide before letting them drop at her sides. "I'm a fucking vampire. So now what? Why was I brought here?" She cautiously watched the two vampires who were shorter than her, one darker, the other pale-skinned with snow-white hair. He almost looked like an albino. "Sit here beside me, child." Vladimir waited for Celeste to take a seat on the bare wooden chair he'd pointed to, then took a seat on a chair opposite her while Stefan stood at his side. "We will now tell you why you are here." Celeste stared at Vladimir and Stefan, waiting for more information. If only she knew where she was. Of course, once she managed to gather some information, how would she get it to Arrow? She had no cell phone with her. And as far as she could tell, the Romanians didn't seem as curious about modern technology as the Volturi were. Arrow had insisted the coven have computers and cell phones, and learn to use them. A voice drew her back to attention. "We are about to declare war." Stefan's expression hardened. "War? War on whom?" Celeste asked. I don't understand. I was kidnapped and turned into a vampire by Edmund. Hard enough to believe. And now you tell me you want to declare war on someone. It's all so insane. What if I want no part of this? From now on, you will remain with us, Vladimir said, a smile on his very pale face. You'll have no choice. Wait, what about Edmund? He's my sire, right? Celeste wondered why the two Romanians were so interested in her over any of the other newborn arrivals. You no longer need him. I sense something different in you, Celeste. Your sire will only hold you back. He's not very bright, but he served his purpose. We will teach you all you need to know from now on, Stefan said, resolute in the plans he and Vladimir had made. We are assembling an army of vampires to fight the Volturi. We will finally have our vengeance against them for destroying all we had. Stefan's eyes darkened with suppressed fury as he spoke. Celeste froze, then realized she had to act as if she knew nothing about her mates and their home in Volterra. Her home. Volume Turi. What is that? She asked, attempting to sound as ignorant of the Volturi as possible. Who is that? Vladimir corrected her. The Volturi are another coven of vampires. Long-time enemies of ours. They were envious of the influence we held in the mortal world hundreds of years ago. At first, we were more powerful than them. Heads of state, EV.N kings would come to us looking for wealth and power. We were like gods in those days. Stefan continued. Then the Volturi arrived, thinking it was their right to destroy us. They assumed the role of enforcers of laws that protected our kind from being exposed to humans, something we didn't care about. It wasn't enough to control our actions. They wiped out our people, burned our castles, and were responsible for killing my mate. We since have sworn to eradicate them all. I'm sorry, Stefan. Is your mate also dead, Vladimir? Celeste asked, not sure of the answer since Arrow had never discussed the mates of either vampire. It grieved her to know the Volturi were responsible for the deaths of the Romanians, loved ones. What would Arrow feel if her identity were discovered and she was killed by these vampires? Would he also feel the need for vengeance? Did he now? Not initially. She survived, and we fled, the three of us. Later, when we attempted to rebuild the coven, the Volturi struck again, only this time. They destroyed everyone, including my beloved mate. Only Stefan and I were able to flee unharmed. His pale but handsome face was marred by the pure hate he felt. The Volturi have two vampires so powerful. We cannot hope to defeat them. But we will never give up. One day, the Volturi will be swept away, like leaves in the wind. Celeste knew he was speaking about Jane and Alec. So what do you hope to gain by attacking them again? We are attempting to renew our coven once more, and will recruit 100 vampires to destroy them. This time, we will take the war to their city. We have no love for them. As you can imagine, Vladimir and I will first destroy the mates of the Volturi leaders. A life for a life. And that will be only the beginning. The city of Voltaire will be ours once the Volturi have been taken down, Vladimir intoned, the desire for revenge giving him strength. Celeste had to control her emotions. If they found out with whom she was mated, she would be dead. But the city of Volterra, her home and the place currently being protected by the Volturi, would become a victim too. You mean to kill humans as well? You see, the Volturi are not well loved in the world of vampires. No one will miss them when they are gone. Vladimir smiled before continuing. We have nearly the numbers needed to fight them now, but we will continue, of course. To find new recruits to hold on to our power. Stefan looked at Celeste, hoping she would come to understand the importance their newborns, including her, were to their plan. We will train you all, and meet the Volturi on their own ground. They keep their existence a secret from the humans in Volterra. What do you think they will do when we openly attack them, exposing the existence of vampires to everyone? It seemed neither Vladimir nor Stefan was concerned if the world found out about vampires. Their hate was too centered on defeating the Volturi. Celeste wanted to try to make the Romanians see how foolish it would be to reveal themselves. It was insanity. I was vacationing in Volterra when I was attacked and brought here. I never heard any stories of vampires roaming the streets. If these Volturi wanted to remain a secret, they've succeeded. Vladimir leaned forward on his chair, his crimson eyes boring into Celeste's. By exposing them out in the open, they will not be able to remain there no matter what happens. A little extra revenge, taking their home away from them. Perhaps not as destructive as what they had done to us, but just as final. Win or lose, they will lose everything they've worked for. Celeste tried to imagine what it must be like for Vladimir and Stefan. The influence they once had on humans, something Arrow worked so hard not to indulge his coven in, would instill a feeling of such power for Vladimir and Stefan. To lose that, along with everyone they knew and loved, had created a desire to see the same happen to her people. The Volturi were her people, more so now that she was like Arrow and the others. She had to prevent these vampires from destroying what she herself had. So, what are we going to do next? If you haven't yet reached the number of newborn vampires you need. What are those you do have, like me, supposed to be doing? You mentioned training. Celeste had watched Felix train with others in the Volturi coven. They had to learn and maintain fighting skills, unlike Alec or Jane who depended on their gifts to take down enemy vampires. Did the Romanians have anyone as powerful? She'd have to check into that. Your training will begin soon. Have you any physical skills from your mortal existence? Celeste laughed. Not really. I was into archery for a while. Stefan knew that would useless against vampires. It doesn't matter. As a newborn, you will be stronger than those ancient fools. All you have to do is rip their heads from their bodies, and burn the body parts. They will be unable to come back after that. Ripping heads off. So that's how it's done. No stakes in the heart. Exposure to sunlight. Vladimir found himself increasingly amused by this latest recruit. No, my dear, nothing so mundane. Everything you have heard about vampires are merely tales told by old men to frighten children. A tall man entered the room, taking in the three occupants. Master Vladimir, is it time? Yes, Bruno. Take Celeste here to the training room. Show her how to fight. She has little experience, so do your best. Vladimir stood, holding out his hand to Celeste, pulling her to her feet. Go with Bruno. Listen and learn. He is our best combatant. Remember what we stand to gain, child. Everything the Volturi have now will soon be ours. Celeste left the two vampire leaders behind and followed Bruno. Her mind was awhirl with thoughts on how to get news to Arrow. She wondered if they were looking for her, or if she was on her own. She might have to wait until the Romanians had their army ready, and were headed for Volterra. Once they were closing in on the city, she would have to find a way to escape from the group, and get to the castle to inform her mates what was about to wouldn't give her much time to warn the guard, let alone her mates. While Arrow sulked, and the Romanians and Celeste learned about each other, Felix and Jane followed Dimitri while he tracked the master's mate. Once they'd begun at the shop here Master Marcus had indicated was the last place he'd known her to be, it was easy to follow her trail. It didn't follow any roads, but rather covered easy-to-travel on-foot topography. As he suspected, this had probably not been a kidnapping made by a human. With a vampire's ability to run and swim faster than any human, they will take the easiest or shortest routes, rather than follow established roads. Once they'd determined where to go, it was decided the Volturi guards would follow a man-made road in order to avoid the Julian Alps. Traveling through Hungary would take too long. Instead, they traveled south through Slovenia and Croatia to end up in Belgrade, Serbia. Dimitri, how much further is it? Felix asked. Now that we're near the border, it won't be too far. She was brought this way, that much I know. Dimitri replied. I'm ready in case anyone tries to interfere with us. Felix. The petite blonde Jane looked up at the giant standing next to her. He nodded silently. Dimitri smiled at his colleagues. Well, then, let's go. The sooner we find the masters, mate, the sooner we can go home. Arrow returned to the throne room to find Keys and Marcus reading old tomes at the desk set within a side alcove. He was still angry, but since it would accomplish nothing to continue breaking irreplaceable antiques, he decided to join his brothers to wait to hear from Dimitri. Marcus turned to Arrow, still feeling guilty for his part in Celeste's loss, but being the more patient of the three masters, he had not lost his temper. He merely sat at the desk, pretending to read a book of poetry hand-written by Oscar Wilde. His thoughts were elsewhere, however. You still haven't heard anything? Not yet, Arrow answered. He's tried to control his own emotions, but he wanted some news to arrive soon. This waiting was torturous for him. He had been pacing until Marcus finally asked him to stop and sit down. That was worse. Keyes was ready to fight and destroy whomever had taken Celeste. If they had hurt or killed her, there would be no easy deaths for the criminals. Arrow watched his brothers. I don't need my gift to sense the intensity of concern in you, Keyes. At least you're here, and can no longer break priceless ceramics as if they were common crockery, Keyes huffed. I am sorry for that, but I have managed my feelings for the moment. I just wish we would hear something from Dimitri. Marcus was still in a dark place, saying, they may have found her, dead, and will not want to tell us until. Silence, Marcus. Keyes' head whipped around on hearing Arrow shout down Marcus's fear. He had never yelled at Marcus in such a tone before, no matter the situation. It was unlike them to be at each other's throats. Arrow, you say I'm bad, yet listen to you. Marcus, yo, you have said you would know if she were dead. Use your gift. Is she gone? It was difficult for the gentle giant to focus, but he was finally able to draw his thoughts back into himself. He visualized the threads that bound them. Celeste's was bright with life, but apart from theirs. You're right, Keyes. Arrow. She is still alive. I see her thread oddly bright, but she is alive. I'm sorry that I am not myself. Once we know for sure and the doubt is ended, we can rest assured she will be home soon. Arrow went over to Marcus. You're right, of course. My apologies. Breaking antiques and shouting at one another won't help. Destroying our enemies will. Keyes nodded. Do you still think it's the Romanians, Arrow? The kidnappings continue, but not in Italy. If it is, and there is no question, we will do what must be done. They will be wiped out finally and irrevocably. Arrow left the room to find the guard. He wanted to let them know being battle-ready would be their next assignment. Celeste. Sat on a crude wooden bench near a window, the breeze affecting her in no way except to ruffle her hair. She felt lonely, in a castle full of people. But these vampires meant nothing to her. She said her mates and her friends within the guard. The vampire Bruno had tested her mettle, racing her, wrestling with her, and otherwise seeing where her strengths and weaknesses lay. After an hour, he had left her alone, probably to report to Vladimir and Stefan. Stefan came into the room. Child, why do you sit here so forlorn? You are sad, I sense. He sat beside her on the bench. She wondered why the Romanians called her, child. They must see her as much younger than them, since she was a newborn in this existence. She was sad, it was true, but he must never know why. One thing Celeste hated was vampires could not cry, as much as she wanted to at the moment. But she couldn't tell Stefan the entire truth. I miss my family, and that was as much truth as she could reveal to him. They're far away, and they don't know what's happened to me. And they can never know. Humans cannot know about our existence, or they must be killed. Celeste was aware of this law, but she had to act surprised. Killed? She asked, turning to the darker vampire. I'm afraid so, but this is a law enforced by the Volturi. We never cared if humans knew about us, and once the Volturi are dispatched, and we reign again, there will be no laws to control us. He placed a hand on hers and squeezed. Do not worry. Child, we won't make the same mistakes again. Celeste looked down at the hand that held hers, then peered at Stefan. She gave him a tentative smile. Celeste found herself liking him a bit more, even though they had allowed her to be changed, taking that honor away from her chosen sire to be, Arrow. I just wish we didn't have to fight our own kind, Stefan. Unknown to Celeste or anyone else in the Romanians' fortress, 3 vampires stood outside beneath the copse of trees, observing it from a distance. Dimitri knew Celeste was inside, but how could they rescue her without getting her killed? Celeste found her days at the Romanian castle long, boring, and with few distractions. She was told to greet the recently awakened newborns, and tell them what they would initially need to know. Every few days, a few victims were brought into the castle and led to a room where Celeste and a few others would feed. This was the hardest thing for her. Her hunger took over when she smelled their blood, but unlike the others who tore and rent the flesh of their victims, she tried to cause as little pain as possible. It was brutal, and Celeste refused to see the humans as anything but necessary food. She killed quickly and without prolonged suffering. She didn't know how she was even able to control herself. It had to be due to her relationship with Arrow. Keys, and Marcus. She had learned so much about the existence and lifestyle of vampires from them, it must have prepared her. She could not let the Romanians see experience that would cause them to suspect she was anything but an unlucky human. While she trained with Bruno, she wished it were with Felix instead. The vampire barely out of his newborn stage was crude, and frankly, incompetent compared to the powerful Felix. The bulky, muscular vampire was a dour workaholic who had one thing in mind: killing. It seemed to her, he didn't even feel the same hatred Vladimir and Stefan had for the Volturi, but he was loyal and obedient to them. She had questioned him regarding that, but had to stop, lest he become suspicious of her intent. Once daily training was done, the newborns went back to the sparse rooms they had been instructed to use, to await their next meals. Celeste could not bear to go with them anymore, and instead, wandered the halls of the castle. She missed her literate and caring mates. The fact she didn't have to sleep made the days feel longer still. Eventually, Stefan sensed her dissatisfaction, noticing how she kept apart from the other young vampires. He decided to give her something none of the other newborns had: her own room and permission to go outside, along with the warning not to travel too far away from the castle. If you try to venture off the property, I will regret my kindness to you, and not only take away these special privileges, but I will have to punish you as well. Celeste had no idea what kind of punishment one vampire could do to another, and had no desire to find out. She knew vampires could be killed permanently by decapitation and subsequent burning of the body parts. But that was something final. What punishment was Stefan talking about? She gazed into his face and made note of the expression which did not match the threat. I appreciate your kindness, Stefan. I'll obey, you have no problem there. That is why Vladimir permitted it. Please, Dragamea, do not disappoint me, he said, almost a plea. He took her up down a long corridor on the same floor where Stefan had cornered her. Then made a left turn that finally came to a closed wooden door. He opened it, sensing Celeste right behind him. Stepping into the room, he turned to face the young woman. Do you like it? It's beautiful. Walking in, Celeste scanned the room, with its plush, old-fashioned furnishings. There were paintings of landscapes on the walls, and classic artwork consisting of ceramic vases and sculptures of male and female nudes sitting on the tables. Why is this so different from the rest of the castle's rooms? She asked. Of course, she had only seen the newborns' rooms, which were nothing more than holding cells. And the room where she had been interviewed by Vladimir and Stefan, which had not been so finely decorated as this. Stefan was content to see Celeste smiling. He felt a warmth within himself he had not felt for a very long time. Then it pleases you? Yes, very much, she replied. Why the sudden generosity? She wondered, but it was far better than the first room she had awoken in. And here, she would have some much-needed privacy. It's yours, he said simply. When you wish to get away from the others, your sanctuary will be waiting for you. He hoped she would ask him to join her on occasion, eager for lively discussions. Thank you, Stefan. I love it. But why me? You are different from the other newborns. You are more controlled, more accepting of the state you've found yourself in. Your understanding is better than the others. I'm not sure why this is so, but I won't question. If only you knew, Celeste thought. Her time with the Volturi made this happenstance easier to adapt to. Arrow would be angry and hurt, but it was done. There was no going back at this point. I feel you will be a great asset to us, he said, his voice low. He wanted to reach up and touch her flawless cheek but dared not. Stefan noticed Celeste seemingly far away, so he went to the door. Enjoy your room, Dragamea. If you need anything at all, you have only to call out to me and I will hear you. With that, the darker of the two Romanians left Celeste alone. Celeste sat on the bed and found it extremely comfortable. She lay back onto the pillows and sighed. While she didn't need to sleep, she still enjoyed resting. Maybe later she would ask Stefan if they had any books. As with her mates, she was missing access to their massive collection of the written word. Rolling onto her side, Celeste closed her eyes and prayed. Not to any god, but to Arrow, Marcus, and Keys, willing them to hear her. Arrow, where are you? Please find me before I go insane. I have to warn you all about the Romanians. Marcus, I need to tell you that this change wasn't your fault. Keys, I know you would rescue me. Dare I try escape without your protection? Hurry, my loves, find me." Even as she thought these words, she still feared their reaction to her unexpected and unplanned transformation. 3 days later, Celeste remained in her room to get away from the infighting of the growing newborn army. For some reason, Valdemir and Stefan let them argue. She perused through several books given her by Stefan, but written in Romanian, a language she didn't know. At least, there were some old photographs of the region she could enjoy. During her time with the Volturi, she had picked up passable Italian. She knew eventually she'd become as fluent as any local. Setting the books on a small desk, she walked over to the window, thinking about going outside for a walk. The sun was obscured by a few clouds, but otherwise the weather was fine. Celeste heard a sound outside. Her door and turned to face the intruder. Stefan. She shook her head slightly, feeling silly about her sudden anxiety. "Did you need something? I came to see if you wished to take a walk with me." He offered her a smile, hoping she would say yes. "Now that is eerie. I was thinking of doing just that. You don't read minds, do you?" A brief moment of panic set in. Should he know what she was inking at any given time would risk revealing her identity and her ties to the Volturi. Stefan laughed pleasantly. "I do not, but some minds can be in sync, don't you think?" He put his hand to Celeste, who took it, falling into step beside Stefan as they left her room and walked the corridor to a marble staircase leading to the ground floor. "We are not interested in those with special abilities, as the Volturi are. We desire those with physical prowess. Strength is power." So that explained Bruno. Celeste gave Stefan a small frown of incomprehension, pretending she had no idea what he was talking about. Of course, Arrow wanted gifted vampires, which had given the Volturi the strength to destroy the Romanians so long ago. "But Stefan, I don't have physical prowess. You have something else more important to me, to Vladimir," he said, adding his coven mate as an afterthought. He went silent after he said that, continuing down to the lower floor. Having descended the steps, they Ted out an obviously heavy carved wooden door, which Stefan opened easily. The temperature was mild, not that it mattered to either vampire. There was a copse of trees where the sun could not penetrate, so they headed for it. Talking as they walked, "You would have loved our homes in times past. Our castles then used to have gardens you would not believe. We were given so many gifts from our supplicants, which included flowers from all over the world." "Do you mean humans knew about you?" "That seems risky," Celeste questioned. The Volturi had hidden their existence for centuries. Open exposure seemed like a bad idea, and that was why they so stringently watched for covens that exposed themselves. "What could mortals do to us?" Stefan said flippantly. "So they knew we were vampires, and still, they begged us for our support and protection. Kings, princes, the important and the power-hungry. Some even wanted us to change them. That we reserved only for certain members of the elite. As you have seen, newborns have very little self-control. Imagine a king returning home and destroying everyone in his court." "I can understand that," Celeste said, laughing. Noticing how closely Stefan walked beside her made her feel odd. "Don't be silly," she told herself. She was being treated like a confidant more than a controlled soldier, and she preferred that. It meant nothing, she decided. "Stefan, your wife, what was she like?" She hurriedly added, "If you'd rather not speak of her, I'll understand." Stefan wondered why Celeste would care, but she asked, so he would indulge her curiosity. "Luciana was beautiful, changed at the age of 20 years. I destroyed her sire since I wanted no one claiming her but me. She was already beautiful as a mortal, with clear blue eyes and hair as black as the night sky. Her people were Roma, but her father was an educated scholar. Her mother had died shortly after she was born, so she was raised by a maternal aunt until it was decided she would marry." Celeste found the story interesting and wanted Stefan to continue. "How did you come to meet her?" "A suitable husband had been found for her, so it was thought. He was a vampire who pretended wanting to marry Luciana. His desires were darker than that. He changed her and stole her away from her family. I had seen her one day in a local market. She came to me when his attentions were elsewhere. She was so exquisite, I found myself wanting her more than anything. She came with me willingly, and when her sire tried to take her back, I destroyed him." Stefan's eyes seemed to light up as his memories were reactivated by the telling of his story. "It was not long before we learned to love one another completely. Nothing would ever part us. Until the Volturi came and took away all we had. The conflict with them lasted decades as they followed us around Europe, determined to destroy the last of us. After 3 decades, she was cornered one night by their guard." He couldn't say any more, not surprising to Celeste. Finally he found the will to go on with his tale. "I will not rest until the Volturi lose their mates and everything they have built over the centuries. Then we will take Volterra and make it ours." Celeste shivered, not from cold, but hoping the Romanians never found out that she was their only mate. She thought about the people of Volterra. For centuries, they had existed side by side with the Volturi, protected by the vampires only a few officials knew about. That peace and prosperity could come to an abrupt end if the Romanians had their way. They had to be stopped. For some number of days, things were quiet. Stefan would visit, but those visits became more frequent, enough for Celeste to feel as if she should tell Stefan she wasn't interested. Why he came to her, she had guessed already. But she liked his visits since they broke the monotony of each day. They played chess, took walks, and sometimes he would read poetry to Celeste, in Romanian. She didn't understand the words, but his silken voice and foreign accent lulled her. One evening, she sat on a small velvet-covered couch sitting near a fireplace. While they talked, the male vampire lit a fire with logs lightly covered in dust that sat to one side. It was more for the ambience than for heat. They sat side by side on the couch, taking advantage of the quiet evening. "Am I for Anima?" Stefan suddenly whispered, his hand reaching for hers. "You have stolen my heart, and I want you to stay with after the Volturi have been defeated." Celeste audibly gasped. She knew Stefan was enjoying her company, but he was making a request for more. He was asking her to remain as his mate, and that was impossible. She was taken, ×3. "Stefan, I'm surprised, and I appreciate your words, but I can't." She slipped her hand away and rose to walk to the fireplace, staring down into the flames. "There is another. He would kill the mortal male, since Celeste would be unable to stay with him." "In a way, yes." She dared not look at him while she spoke. "Are you married? Engaged? I can deal with him for you." He stood behind her, but not touching her. Finally, she turned to face him. "Stefan, what if I want to change him? What if I want him to be with me forever? That is not your choice." Red eyes pleading, the vampire said, "Tu esti souffledul meu perec. Iti do anima mea." He forgot, and spoke again, in English. "You are my soulmate. I give my heart to you, and this is your response." Taking a step back, Celeste knew she had to end this conversation. She couldn't tell him about the Volturi who held her heart in their hands. Besides, she loved them, all of them. Arrow, Marcus, and Keys. Each in his own way was her soulmate. "Stefan, I wasn't brought here to find a mate, but to fight a war. I appreciate all you have done for me, but I can't. I'm sorry." His expression was one of dejection, but he could not hate her. Celeste was merely telling him the truth of what was in her heart. What could he do? Force her to a kiss to him? "I understand, but if things change and your man does not wish to be changed," he gave her a half-hearted smile. "Let me know and I will take care of him for you. I promise I will make it quick." "Stefan." She hit his arm and laughed, feeling better about rejecting him. He seemed to accept it, or at the least, he didn't seem angry about it. She reached out and impulsively hugged him. "We can remain friends." "Yes, prieteni, friends." He gave her one last smile before leaving the room. Later, Vladimir shook his head when Stefan recounted what had happened. "So she said no. I warned you about this. Now is not the time for romantic intent. After our victory, and after we have taken the city, renew your feelings with her. Perhaps she will feel differently then." Stefan nodded. His brother might be right at that. For now, defeating the Volturi was paramount. Their army was almost large enough, and their training near completion. Soon, they would move towards Italy over land, then enter the city of Volterra under cover of night. They knew where to find the Volturi, in their hidden underground lair beneath the Palazzo dei Priori. With a quick surprise attack, they would be dead before they knew what hit them. Back in Volterra, Arrow was going nearly mad waiting for information. Why hadn't Dimitri or Felix called yet? What if Celeste were impossible. Marcus would know. While he sat on a blue velveteen upholstered rococo chair, one hand lay limply on the arm. His fingers slowly curled around the wood and squeezed. With a loud crack, the arm splintered, pieces falling to the floor. I'll be hearing from Keys about this. The days began to drag for Celeste once more. She had to get out of here and return home before she started breaking things. It wasn't anger or even frustration that made her feel the need to take the risk and flee the stronghold. She knew what was coming and that there was no way she could be part of it. The Romanians fighting the Volturi. No, it was insane. Twice before, Vladimir and Stefan's coven had fought the Volturi and lost. Even with so many newborns, they could not win. In a conflict between newborn strength and the powers of Alec and Jane, there was no contest. Alec could disable them all even if Jane could cause the vampires pain only one at a time. Felix and Santiago had superior muscular ability, able to rend heads from shoulders before one knew they had been decapitated. Along with Keys, who loved to participate in combat more than watching from a distance, the Volturi had brawn and brains, while the Romanians only had numbers and a complete lack of discipline. Celeste paced her room. Her last few conversations with Stefan had been repeats of the ones before, even after hot they had finally come to an understanding. Once more facing the man who had done so much to make her stay comfortable, she felt a bit anxious about what would come next. She gave Stefan a tentative smile, trying not to appear encouraging. Then it came. After we have defeated the Volturi, I want you to stay. I ask you again, please stay here, with me. Stefan spoke cautiously. She had already refused his offer. But he was not ready to give up just yet. I assumed any survivors of your private war would be staying. I didn't think we had a choice, Celeste said in reply, her expression blank. Of course, many will want to stay for the security of being part of a coven. Newborns have much to learn. I am asking you in particular, Celeste, to remain with me, as my mate. Celeste knew speaking with Marcus that the extended life of a vampire made their pairings different than that of humans. The relationships became deeper, the love more intense. For a vampire, being bound to her meant being tied to them body and soul. To lose that relationship was physically as well as emotionally painful. Stefan was still furious with the Volturi for his wife's demise. And here he was, asking her to take the place of that lost mate. She hated to hurt his feelings, but there was no decision to make in this. She loved Arrow, Marcus, and Keys. They were her life now. And since she was finally one of them, the ties between the four of them would grow closer. How could she make Stefan understand without telling him the truth of her identity? It's because of this human you claim to love. The Romanian could not hide the bitterness revealed in his voice. Celeste smiled. I do love him, Stefan, she half lied in answering the ancient vampire. You know how that will end. If he does not allow you to change him, you will have to kill him. Humans do not accept the knowledge of our kind easily. Aware that what she told Stefan was not the whole truth, she blew off his words, replying, I'll worry about that when the time comes. Celeste regretted having to refuse Stefan's offer, since she had no desire to hurt him, but the Volturi masters were the ones she loved, more than life itself. She had come to know them as individuals, learning the personality of each. She felt safe with them. And the gift they offered her was something she may not have fully understood, but eventually, she found she wanted it. The Romanians had been kind to her, but this was not where she longed to be, nor with whom. The Volturi masters were her mates for as long as they all existed. One day, she was out in the garden, inhaling the sweet scents of the wild flowers that were growing there. She heard the newborns off in the distance as they trained. Fighting hand to hand was an essential skill. To know since most vampires did not use human-made weapons. They tore, they ripped, and in the end, burnt their enemies until there was nothing left of them. Celeste walked slowly back to her room, needing to get away from the noise. Having vampire hearing made some sounds more intense than if she'd had human hearing, and it wasn't always pleasant. Once she reached her room, she recognized the scent of Stefan, but looking around, she did not see him. Instead, the door to her wardrobe was slightly ajar. Walking over to it, she pulled the door open to reveal an entire set of new clothing. Smiling, the newborn shook her head. How had Stefan gotten her size and when had he gone into the city? Celeste searched through the pants, shirts, and even a few dresses, admiring the Romanian's taste. Vampires didn't sweat, but she still felt the need to handwash what she had been wearing since the kidnapping. The other newborns had also been relegated to wearing the same clothes, some now torn from the daily training. She was special to Stefan though. This she accepted, and was actually grateful for. Removing the clothes she had on, Celeste pulled from the wardrobe a pair of navy blue slacks and a pink short-sleeved shirt. Giving her hair a quick brush, she went out in search of Stefan to thank him. Walking along one of the many corridors in the stronghold, Celeste wondered if she would be watched more closely now. Leaving the castle might be an option, if they still trusted her. If not, Celeste was back where she started, waiting to be rescued by the Volturi. Stefan had been giving her gifts and spending time with her, trying to show her the benefit of accepting his offer, or at the least, compel her feelings for him to change in his favor. But Celeste had shared too much with Arrow, Marcus, and Keys to love any other. She knew Stefan would understand her deep feelings for her mates, if he knew, but if he ever found out no, he must never find out her ties to the hated Volturi. Celeste missed her mates, never more than when she lay down on the comfortable bed in her room, enjoying the feeling of doing nothing. Her mind would wander to Volterra, the landscape, the shops, the people, and the food. She had groaned. No more Italian food, or that of wonderful restaurants owned by the expatriates of other countries. She had only human blood to look forward to. Years and years of it. It was necessary for their existence, but it would never be an enjoyment. She wondered how long the guilt of killing would remain with her. Celeste had admitted to herself life at the Volterra castle could be boring. She enjoyed playing chess with Keys, and under the guidance of Arrow and Marcus, learning about the art and literature the masters had collected over the centuries. She had talk and pleasure in the occasional jaunts into the city, that is, until her last trip had led her to her current situation. Arrow relished walking among the humans the coven protected, pretending to be one. Celeste smiled whenever she saw him not fully able to act human, but he tried hard, using some distant memory of his long-past existence. She never failed to see the irony of his making meals of humans, if not these particular humans. Volterrans were safe from the Volturi, even if they were unaware of the potential danger. Keys loved to dance, a skill he had learned long ago. He would take her in to town for the weekend gatherings of drinking and dancing in the town square. He had taught her several kinds of dance, none of which fit the time, but they had fun in any case. No one even gave them a second glance. Marcus liked to see Celeste happy. It never failed to give him great joy. Every smile, every laugh was an affirmation of her love for him. So he took her shopping and out to eat at her favorite restaurants. They would talk for hours seeing the same sights, but each trip brought different experiences. What she missed most though were the touches of the men who had given her a new life with them. Cold fingers would dance over her warm flesh, raising goosebumps. Cool IPS would feather over the sensitive skin of her neck, never failing to draw moans from deep in her throat. Her body would ache for them to touch her more, but all three enjoyed teasing her until she would finally cry out for them to take her. And when they did, she felt as if she were flying. The sex was more than satisfying. It had literally freed her to be more than the human she was. Feeling she needed to blow off some excess energy, Celeste ran at vampire speed down the corridor in her search for Stefan. He had to be outside with the sparring newborns. Even after this much time, Celeste was still learning to take the corners without running into the walls. Hitting them had not been painful, but it was embarrassing. Arrow and the others had mastered it so well over the centuries. She could not see them, before they had suddenly appeared at her side. Her human eyes were unable to keep up with their movements. They had teased her time and again, while she would stomp her foot in a pique, hating being surprised by their sudden appearances. As she reached another turn in the corridor, Celeste sensed someone. Had a newborn wandered in from the training field? When she took the turn, she slammed into a hard body. She looked up. Felix. Celeste grabbed his upper arms, squeezing hard. Impulsively, she gave him a hug. grateful to see his familiar glower, although his eyes reflected his obvious joy at finding her. The burly guard stared down at the shorter woman, but his eyes widened when he noticed the obvious changes. The irises of her eyes shone red in the half-light, her skin was translucently pale and flawless, and her hair was fuller. They've changed you," he exclaimed, his sudden anger threatening to echo through the castle. "Shish," she whispered, in case anyone was within hearing. "Did Arrow, Marcus, and Keys come with you too?" "No, they didn't, Celeste. Master Arrow sent Dimitri to track you. And Jane and I accompanied him. He ordered us to bring you home as soon as we found you. Alerting the Romanians of her friend's presence would be bad, very bad." Celeste dragged Felix into the nearest room and shut the door behind her. "Yes, it's true, I'm one of you now. And it is the Romanians who run this training camp for newborns," she whispered low. "As the masters suspected. Did Vladimir or Stefan do this to you?" Felix asked, his eyes burning dark crimson. "No," she answered quickly. "It was one of their other coven members. He actually changed me when he stole me away from Volterra. And I completed the transformation here." "Master Arrow isn't going to be pleased about this," Felix said, aware Celeste had chosen their coven leader to be her sire. "I know, they won't be happy. And please don't mention this to any of the masters when you contact them. They might wonder why I didn't rush home." "And why didn't you?" Felix asked, attempting to avoid sounding as if he were accusing her. His eyes bore into hers even so. Celeste looked away from the vampire with whom she had easily befriended. At first, she wanted to know more about the Romanians so if she were able to get away, she could tell Arrow their purpose and location. She also wanted to inform them of the Romanians' plan of attack. She did not want to tell Felix how Stefan had been treating her in his subsequent proposal. She feared Arrow finding out about that. Her primary mate could be loving, attentive, and even generous most of the time. But his temper was something no one wanted to confront. She knew he would find out eventually. With his gift to read one's memories, it was inevitable the second he touched her. "I needed to discover what they were up to, didn't I? I pretended to know nothing about our kind. Vampires that is, and went along with everything they said and did. I was given some training in personal fighting, so they must anticipate combat with us. I wanted to find out their ultimate goal with a coven so large. They must have at least 100 newborns right now, if not more." She turned back to look up at Felix. Their hatred for the Volturi runs deep. Having fought the Romanians in the past, Felix was well aware of their hatred. The Volturi had taken away all they had built up over the centuries, as the first, largest, and strongest of the covens. Where are they now? Off training with the newborns. There is an open field behind the castle large enough for all to train together. They are working on coordinated fighting today, how several newborns can corner and destroy as a team. So we have to be quiet. I don't want them to find you here. Felix didn't want to be found, since there were only the 4 of them, but it wasn't his intention to linger for too much longer. His task had been to find and retrieve Celeste. Okay, so he had found her. Now he and the others had to get her home to safety. "How did you come to be here, Celeste?" Felix asked, the pair exiting the room and walking along the corridor. Celeste led Felix to the front entrance of the castle so that he could go meet up with Dimitri and Jane. She relayed her entire experience to the guard, well, most of it. "I awoke to find myself in a room along with others in the throes of transformation. My sire came to get me and took me to meet Vladimir and Stefan." "Your sire?" "Yes, Edmund. He was the one who had kidnapped me from Volterra, thankfully unaware of my identity, and he brought me here. He was apparently trying to make points with the Romanians, stealing a resident of the city from under the noses of the Volturi. It didn't work though. They sent him away and trained me themselves. They didn't hurt me, Felix, but rather taught me what I needed to know. They aren't aware that I know so much already. I had to hide my knowledge, in case they decided to use me as leverage against the coven." Although she never mentioned to Felix Stefan's proposal, since there was no need for him to know. Arrow would find out the moment he touched her. She dreaded that more than his finding out about her transformation. "I may have changed physically, Felix, but I'm still the same person." Celeste was suddenly filled with worry about her mates. It felt so long since she had been with them. How are Arrow, Marcus, and Keyes doing? She asked, concerned for her mate's frame of mind. Master Marcus broods a lot. He blames himself for your disappearance. Master Keyes wants to tear apart Europe to search for you. Master Arrow's doing nothing in the immediate only made him more intent to go find you himself. Master Arrow firmly stopped him. Felix looked into Celeste's eyes. Master Arrow is more than angry. I have never seen him that furious. But you know him. He is not on. To always keep his true emotions in check. True. Reading the room, so to speak, is his forte most of the time. It gives him the advantage over others who tend to act rashly. Celeste felt an aching in her chest. Not physical pain but something deeper. Knowing that Arrow was so upset, and that Marcus felt her disappearance was all his fault literally hurt her. She smiled however, thinking about Keyes and his ever-present anger. Sometimes hovering just below the surface but always there. She had to get home, to bring them peace again. Where are Dimitri and Jane now? She asked Felix, once they arrived at the front entrance. About 3 kilometers away, waiting. We should go meet up with them, he replied. Their orders were simple. If the 3 guards found Celeste, they were to call the masters and tell them what had happened. The tall vampire assumed that finding out the party responsible for Celeste's kidnapping were the Romanians, the masters would want to join up with them to destroy the rogue coven once and for all. I can't leave. If I'm discovered missing, Celeste protested. Before she was able to finish, Felix picked her up, tossed her over his shoulder, and sped from the stronghold to find the waiting guards. The startled woman wanted to yell at her friend, but dared not. If Vladimir or Stefan heard even from this location, it would be over for all of them. Rigolan. G did no good as Felix sped over the ground, while Celeste hung over his broad shoulder. She wasn't even able to see where he was heading. Do you enjoy humiliating me, you big tree? She didn't see the smile on the guard's face. Soon, Felix stopped and set the peeved woman down. He ducked when an arm shot out at his head, then he laughed. All right, we're here. Master Arrow wants you home, but when he finds out who kidnapped you, I know he will want to bring the entire coven here to rid the vampire world of the Romanians. Dimitri and Jane watched Celeste, noticing the altered appearance of the human. It wasn't that difficult to see. You're changed, Dimitri sputtered. Jane made a face of disgust. She knew Master Arrow had wanted to be the one to bring his little mortal into their world, it was a filthy Romanian who had fulfilled the promise of eternal life. Celeste saw the expression on Jane's face and knew why it was there. It wasn't my fault. I was kidnapped and bitten in the time it takes to inhale a single breath. I was incapable of fighting. When I woke, I had already completed the transformation. Please, say nothing to the masters. I want to explain it all to them myself. Please, Jane. The petite blonde nodded, but said nothing. She immediately turned away from the pleading newborn woman. Celeste gave Dimitri a half-hearted smile, realizing neither vampire were her friends. They were here only because of orders, having no love for the former human they viewed as being undeserving of their master's admiration. Seeing Dimitri wearing a coat that mimicked Renaissance dress, Celeste had to admire his fashion sense. Jane wore a simple black shin-length dress and cloak. Neither paid her much attention. Instead, Dimitri smiled at Felix. Their goal accomplished, he pulled out the cell phone and called Volturi. It was fortunate a larger city was settled nearby. He easily made a connection. Arrow answered the call. Well, Dimitri, this had better be good news. Sensing the master's frustration, he answered with satisfaction in his voice. It is, Master Arrow. Felix has found Celeste. She's with us now. Excellent. The ancient vampire spoke, suppressing the joy he felt. He would save that for later. Once Celeste was home, Felix held out his hand to his friend, waiting for Dimitri to give him the cell phone. Master Arrow, Celeste is she's fine. But those responsible the one who stole her from you. He received his orders from Vladimir and Stefan. The Romanians, Arrow hissed. Yes, sir. We're not far from their stronghold. They have an army of newborns they're training. Celeste thinks there are at least 100 or more. The 3 vampires overheard the new orders neighing given to them, then saw Felix send their coordinates to Arrow's phone, before disconnecting the call. We're to stay here until the others join us. Felix handed the phone back to Dimitri, who tucked it into his coat's interior pocket. Dmitri uttered the obvious outcome of the master's directive. Yes, and once the coven is here, there will be a battle to the death. Because of you, Jane said, baiting Celeste. Felix took offense on behalf of his friend. Shut up, Jane. That's not true and you know it. People were disappearing all over. The masters were intent on discovering those responsible, and would have hunted for the perpetrators regardless. It seems Celeste being taken by the Romanians exposed them first sooner. She did us a favor actually. Celeste smiled up at Felix. Thanks, my big tree, he interrupted, a smile on his face as well. Back in Volterra, Arrow rushed off to find Marcus and Keys. They had a war to prepare for, and a mate to rescue. The end.